And a pleasant good morning to all of you hockey fans. And what is going on? It is Kyle Manifold alongside Neil Villapiano, and we welcome you to a very special NHL Trade Deadline live extravaganza here as we're starting here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And it is the beginning of what should be a very, very busy next about 4 hours and 58 minutes of potential moves and all these different things. Kyle and I will not be the only ones on here today. We have some other guys that will be joining later on. I'm probably going to be on for at least an hour, maybe a little bit after. I do have a meeting that I have to attend, here
Yep.
this morning. But nonetheless, we're here. It's time. It is, for many occupants, it's the most interesting time of the year because you never know what could happen. We hear rumors and rumblings all the time. We've already had several big moves that have happened in the last couple of days, but there are still some guys on the trade bait board right now that very well either look like they're going to be dealt or very well could be dealt by the time this is all said and done. But before we get into all of that, Kyle, how are you doing this fine morning?
I was awake, I think at 5:30 this morning. And it was one of those like, I'm not gonna fight it anymore, right? So
Right.
I got my coffee. I got a nice it's my second cup of the day, so I'm gonna be jittery and wired in about half an hour.
Love it.
Um, but other than that, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to look at my phone for the next 4 hours. So the way it'll kind of look today is basically, yeah. So Neil's going to jump off at 11 o'clock. We're going to get a various amount of people in today. I'm not going to be on for the whole time. We will be live until, I believe, 3 o'clock today. We're going to get our guys, other guests coming in as well as the day goes on. So myself and Neil, I think we'll be on till probably, I know you have a meeting at 11 for half an hour, but we'll be on until probably 12:30-ish. Switch out. I might be on a bit longer. We'll see how it goes. And we'll get our guys that are also joining us later from Caniac Sessions and I believe from our Habs podcast. They've been kind enough to also join us and extend it so that we don't have to do this for 5 hours straight.
Yeah, that's the way I looked at it. I was thinking to myself when we were originally planning this, like, am I going to be on here for 5 hours just sitting around? This is different than what we normally do for live watchalongs. Usually we're doing games, but today and certainly at the time difference, it's a little bit different than what you guys are accustomed to seeing. Yeah, it's deadline day. Who stays? Who goes, all of that. And if you guys have any predictions or questions that you want to ask us, let us know in the comments. Really, really would love to interact with you guys. We already got 15 people in the chat right now. I know we got a bunch of people already saying good morning to all of us, and we will keep you as up to date as possible throughout, not just between myself and Kyle, but everyone else that will be joining throughout the day. We will keep you guys updated as much as possible around what is going to happen when it comes to this trade deadline. So, Kyle, let's kind of talk about, before we get into the deals that have already happened,
Yep.
right? We'll get into that. And believe me, with what happened last night between Carolina and Pittsburgh, we will certainly get into that for sure. But I want to kind of talk a little bit more about, as Kyle brings up that, we'll get into that in just a
We'll bring
moment.
that after.
I want to talk really quickly about some of the guys that are at the top of a lot of teams' trade boards that we could very well see go today. The number one guy on the list as of right now is Tyler Toffoli from the New Jersey Devils. He was held out of the lineup last night for trade-related reasons. And it's a 99.9% certainty that Tyler Toffoli by 3 p.m. today will be on his way to another team. Now, as of right now, the two teams that have been talked about the most to potentially acquire Toffoli are the LA Kings and the Vancouver Canucks. Two teams that Toffoli has a history with, has played with. So it wouldn't be that different for him to go back to one of those teams on the West Coast and also in Canada. But now with the Jake Gensel deal out of the way, I believe that there will be a lot more teams that are now going to be bidding for Toffoli's services. That could be teams like the New York Rangers. That could be, well, that could be the Vegas Golden Knights, who also went out on Jake Gensel. Could be a lot of teams. Could be the Winnipeg Jets. We have several guys talking, covering the Winnipeg Jets here on THPN, who have talked about the possibility of the Jets going after Tyler Toffoli at the deadline today. So, and I know, Kyle, obviously you have experience with Toffoli, him being on the Calgary Flames and then getting traded from the Flames to New Jersey this past offseason. What are your overall thoughts on Toffoli getting traded and what potentially the Devils could be looking at in terms of getting a package for their top goal scorer?
He can fit in anywhere. That's the thing. There's a lot of teams that are probably going to spark a lot of interest for Toffoli because he can play both left and right side, and a lot of the teams can very much use his services. You can look at probably 14 of the 16 teams in the playoffs right now that might look at him and go, "Yeah, like we could use him, slot him in anywhere, really in the top six, to make him flow and mesh with whoever they else have in the lineup." So. Yeah, like it wouldn't surprise me if Vegas comes back into the conversation since the LTIR situation, what they've done recently, the retention that they put on for Hanifin and Mantha as well. So, they're not going to be done yet. It sounds like the Kings are going to be shopping as well. There's a lot of different teams that can come in on this conversation with Toffoli, and depending on the package to come back, it's wide open, right? I don't know if it's going to be as the same value as we saw back in the summer where it was Sharon Govich and a third, I believe it was.
Right.
His value is still there. I don't know if it's going to be the exact same just because you look at, you see Gensel last night, you saw the Hanifin trade go down. Maybe teams get desperate and they do throw in a first round pick, right?
Good.
But, it'll be interesting to see what that package looks like, whether it be the same value as what we saw from last summer, or if it's something where teams are willing to go a little bit less and maybe the Devils take lower retention. There's a lot of things that could happen. And speaking of the Kings as well, too, we were just mentioning it before we jumped on as well. We are hearing that the LA Kings are shopping Pierre-Luc Dubois. Boston has kicked some tires around Pierre-Luc Dubois, as the Kings are also been asking about the Allmark and Swayman situation over there. So that's something that's going to be developing throughout the day a little bit. And I'm just really curious to see what happens there. But as of right now, Toffoli is the number one trade target. And there's going to be a lot of teams, I think, that are going to be calling about him throughout the day.
No question. And as of right now, the Devils have a pretty high asking price for Tyler Toffoli. From what we have been told I believe it either was Darren Dreger or Pierre LeBrun, that the Devils are looking for either several highest draft picks. So what that probably means is a first and maybe even a second, or a pick and A or B prospect. So they've clearly given teams different options as to how they want to go in terms of giving the Devils a trade package that they could be happy with. Now, I should also mention this. Tom Fitzgerald of the Devils, general manager, did also say that he had been trying to work out a long-term extension with Tyler Toffoli. Apparently, it has to do with term, and per James Nichols of New Jersey Hockey Now, it seems that the Devils want a 3 or 4 year deal, while Tyler Toffoli is looking for more of a 5 or 6 year deal. So the Devils could still very well not trade Toffoli by 3 p.m., which I think would be pretty bad considering you didn't play them last night. Granted, they won, and they won in convincing fashion over the Blues. But just to kind of do that and then not get anything and then nothing happening is a little bit awkward, I think, for everybody.
For sure.
But nonetheless, the Devils are certainly going to be looking at offers. They apparently have a ton of offers from teams, so we don't know what's going to end up happening. But he's, I think, number one on a lot of people's list. TSN has him as their number one target in terms of trading, so he will be somebody we keep our eye on. And you mentioned Pierre-Luc Dubois. The thing that is so fascinating about Pierre-Luc Dubois is this. He just signed, after being dealt from Winnipeg to LA in the offseason, signed an 8-year, $68 million contract. And he's making about $8.5 million for on average annual value. So whoever gets him, if the Kings do move him, I think salary retention may have to be involved because Boston has only about $500,000 in salary cap. So if the Bruins want that, they're going to have to get a third team broker in here.
A broker, yeah.
Right. And that's where I've said maybe a team like the Devils could be involved in that. They have just under $9 million in cap space to broker a deal, or some other teams. Look at Nashville. Nashville, if you can believe it, has something along the lines of like $30-ish million to play with. They could do a
Yeah.
lot today if they want to. And they may not, considering how really good they've been. 8-1-0 in their last 9. And right firmly in a playoff spot. But it'll be really interesting. Linus Ullmark has been rumored to be a guy that could get moved, whether it be now or in the offseason, because it's all but a certainty that Jeremy Swayman will get signed to a long-term deal in Boston, and they may not go with a 1-2 tandem moving forward. So that's somebody to keep your eye on as well. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of different names. Another name I just wanted to quickly mention to you, Kyle, is Max Pacioretty. Who
Yes.
apparently it seems like all signs are pointing to he wants a deal done for him to go to Florida to go with Tarasenko, who's already there, and things like that.
Yeah, so a couple of quick points that include everything that you just said. So again, storylines to kind of watch throughout the day. Per Frank Saravalli, how much you trust him is a different story. After I do this, I'll get to the comments because we have a lot of people coming in. But again, a couple of story notes to watch today. So again, toffoli is the number 1 target. They're also listening to Colin Miller and Brendan Smith, so that's something to be on the watch for. Are the Sens going to be able to move Jacob Chychrun? You know, he's another guy that's up on the trade bait board. The Kraken don't know if they're going to extend or trade Jordan Eberle today. Remember that the Edmonton Oilers are in the mix on that. You mentioned Max Pacioretty. The Florida Panthers are also kicking tires on Max Pacioretty as well. With Gensel now gone to Carolina, they look like they're not done. They look like they're still going to be major buyers today as well. The Flyers looking to try to flip Ryan Johansson, maybe in a 50% retention. You know, we'll see if there's a team that can kind of broke that. With the goalie market being thin, we bring back in the New Jersey Devils, saying that they wouldn't be shocked if they do make a play for a goaltender today. And then the last tidbit will be Patrick Maroon, who very further down on the trade bait board, but don't forget he's got 3 Stanley Cups, looking to find his 4th, and maybe he gets traded out of Minnesota.
This smells Tampa Bay all the way.
Exactly.
This reeks of Tampa Bay bringing him back again.
Yeah, let's bring in some of the comments though.
For sure.
Jared coming in saying the Bruins. I mean, hey, they handled the Leafs last night pretty well. So good for them. Chandler checking in. Good morning, Chandler. Hope all is well. Goza, it's actually afternoon for him. So nice.
Nice. It'll be about 8 p.m. his time when the deadline is over.
Is done. That's kind of nice, actually. What's up, Jimmy? What's going on, man? Glad you can check in. I know he's at work right now, but we appreciate you checking in. Seems like we have a Lightning fan coming in as well, wondering if Tampa Bay is going to make any moves, as we just mentioned.
Well, I just said with Maroon, and they did acquire Anthony Duclair from the San Jose Sharks last night at around, I want to say like 9 o'clock, 9:30, which is a good move. They need some more offense, and I think Duclair certainly brings that. And it's interesting. I think Duclair becomes one of the few players in NHL history to have played for both teams in Florida. You know, I thought, and I'll tell you guys this: if the Panthers had not acquired Vladimir Tarasenko from the Ottawa Senators, I think Duclair would have been the next logical guy that would have gone, because he fits
absolutely.
that system. He's been there, he knows what it is. But yeah, Tampa Bay, Maroon, I can't really think of anything else. Maybe a bottom 4 defenseman. I don't really know what else they could really
They don't have a lot of assets to give up, so they're not going to be major buyers today. If anything, it might be bottom 6 depth piece to try and see if they can spark anything, you know, on that forward unit. They did just get lit up last night by the Calgary Flames, so you know, they're looking for additional help there, and we'll see what happens with the little assets that they have to work with there. So we'll see how it goes. As it's early over on the West Coast for Connor, so we appreciate you coming on. I know it's probably 8 or 7 in the morning.
About
on that
7 o'clock,
yeah,
about 7:15 in the morning his time.
That's a little early on that end, so that's okay. Jared saying he wants Jake DeBrusk gone. He's another guy that's also been high up on the trade bait list as well. Maybe not having one of the most successful seasons up to this point, but we'll see if there's any possible buyers of Jake DeBrusk. Any thoughts? And I mean, sure, like you probably
Should
should
have
have been done
traded. He
last
had
year.
such higher value last year. Should have traded him.
Any sort of thoughts on Jake DeBrusk? Any potential buyers for him? What do we think?
DeBrusque's value at this point is going to be pretty low. He's had a pretty rough
Yes.
year. He's really struggled to get points and be consistent in the Bruins lineup. Um, he won't cost you much, but the question then becomes, what type of deal is he going to be trying to get? What could you look for? I'd say a 3 or 4 year deal, maybe at a $3 to $4 million AAV. So I don't think it's anything that would be crazy.
Mhm.
If you're looking for a young guy that you feel could come into your lineup and redeem himself, um, I would look at personally, I would look at rebuilding teams as guys like I think a team that really should be on DeBrusque is the Buffalo Sabres
Yes.
because they just acquired Bowen Byram, who, by the way, scored a goal already for the Sabres on his first shot as a
That's
Sabre.
such a steal for Buffalo. Such a good
I
trade.
love it. I love
Such a
it
good trade.
so much for Buffalo. They have such
Yeah.
a really, really good long term
Defensive
core there on
structure. Yeah.
defense. They need some more offense, and I think they can take a flyer on Jake DeBrusque. I really do. And I think that would be a good pickup as well. It's not going to cost you much. You're probably not going to have to pay him too much in the offseason. I would look for Buffalo. I would look for maybe Ottawa if they want to give it a try.
Kick
I
at the
would,
can. Yeah.
I would look for Columbus as well. I'm not even joking. I would look for
Mhm.
Columbus to do the same thing. In terms of other teams, I think more playoff contending, cup contending teams, it might be harder, but you could look at Vegas maybe as a team that could go and try to get more forward depth. Although I think that they have pretty much enough at this point. Um,
They might not be done today though as
they might
well.
not be done. Well,
Um,
according to Dave Pagnotta of the fourth period,
yep.
they apparently are trying to do something big. Which Kyle, we talked about it before we jumped on. Kyle believes it might be something like Elias Lindholm.
It's possible. It wouldn't surprise me that Vegas has, because if you think about what they've got already in Mantha and Hannafin, the amount that they were able to retain, they retained 75% of that contract for Noah Hannafin. That's nothing
Yeah.
to sniff at. So, if they're able to find another broker team to come in and take more money, right? It's not going to surprise me if a guy like Elias Lindholm gets dealt again and Vegas comes in and swoops in for something like that. Also, to quickly take note as well is that the Winnipeg Jets are apparently big names for guys like Tyler Toffoli and Jason Zucker. They're looking for wingers on that top six as well. So just something to keep in mind that the Winnipeg Jets are
Yeah.
going to be players today as well.
That'd be interesting. We do have our first, not really move, but first kind of like news of the day. Boston Bruins signed forward Parker Witherspoon. Or actually, I think he's defenseman. 1 year, $880,000. So that's kind of our first move. And you look at the different options here. There's a lot of different ways that teams could go. Another guy that's not talked about enough, Kyle, that could get dealt is Jordan Eberle of the Seattle Kraken, a
Correct.
guy who's a veteran forward that could certainly fit on a bottom six role. He's a grinder type of player. He can really, really do some damage, in a positive way. Who could you see being a player if Everly truly is available? Who could you see as a team that could swoop in to maybe acquire him?
Probably Edmonton. It feels right for that to reunite them together, especially with after they already acquired Adam Henrique and they get rid of a first round pick. If anything, you might want to have used that possibly on Jordan Eberle, right? So we'll see what kind of assets they're able to give away if that's the road they decide to go down. But just seeing the other players out there in the West with Vegas doing the moves that they're doing, Colorado with what they were able to do, with Dallas kind of loading up a bit. There's a lot of teams in the West now that are loading up. And for teams like Vancouver and Edmonton, you have to be a little bit worried because, Vancouver's made some big splashes, hasn't necessarily gelled well right now with Lindholm, hence why we're hearing trade talks. And you have to wonder if the Adam Henrique trade with the Oilers is going to be enough to push them over a little bit. And, we'll see how much that the duo of McDavid and Draisaitl can kind of carry this team in the playoffs. But, it feels like Eberle to Edmonton it feels like that's a good team to reunite with. But yeah, I don't know where else he could go. And I don't know. I think for Seattle, they're still really talking about trying to extend him. But yeah, I really don't know about Eberle. Also, too, for me and you, Neil, more specifically, for the Flames and the Devils.
I did not know that Connor Timmins of the Maple Leafs has mono.
Yeah, he's been
I didn't know
banged
that.
up all year though.
Yeah, the two injuries that the Leafs have currently is Mark Giordano's out with a concussion and Connor Timmins is out with mononucleosis. That tells me that I wouldn't be surprised if you see a guy like Colin Miller get dealt to Toronto. I think you're going to see a defensive move if you're Toronto today.
Wouldn't surprise me. Just a little tidbit just for us here,
We
Flames
only have
Devils.
4 games today, by the way. We only had, like, according to
That's so
we have
sad.
4. Nobody should play today. I have said this before. I
It's
don't think
stupid.
anyone should play today.
Yeah, it's stupid. If you wanted a little fun tidbit for our two teams, as of last night, Sharangovich did reach the 25 goal mark.
Did
So Igor Sharangovich is one of 2 players with 25 plus goals for a new team with this season, alongside Tyler Toffoli, whom he was again traded in June. So just a little fun tidbit for us.
I think honestly and truly, like, and I think it's going to depend on what the Devils get for Toffoli today. I think it's fair to say that the trade in some degree has worked out for both sides. But again, it's going to depend to me on that. But I think long term, I would say probably Calgary did win that trade because Sharon Govich is getting the minutes that he needs in order to succeed, and you could see him developing very, very well. And I'm very happy for Sharon Govich because he was a very likable player in New Jersey. I just think that as long as Lindy Ruff was the head coach, I don't think the system, as you can clearly tell, I don't think the system was ever going to work in Sharon Govich's favor. And so I think that's
You
kind
got
of
it.
where it is. I did see a question here from
Yeah,
Jared.
bring it up.
He says, "Where do you guys think Okay, I actually have to
Jacob.
figure this out. I've
Jacob.
heard Jacob. What is it?
Jacob Mark. Just Jacob.
Jacob Markstrom will go. So here is what we know as of about 30 minutes ago, or about an hour ago. Is this?
Yep.
There is a slim to none chance that Markstrom goes today. The Flames have pretty much made it clear that they're going to hold on to him. The only team that has even been consistent with Markstrom is the New Jersey Devils. There has not been another team that has called or talked to the Flames about Markstrom. Now, this is good that we're bringing this up because obviously Kyle's got the Calgary Flames perspective of this whole situation. I have said from the Devils' perspective that right now, the best thing that the Devils can do from Markstrom perspective, wait till the offseason. Let Calgary do whatever they want to do and let them figure that out and then go back to it. And Emily Kaplan of ESPN even said last night that the Devils are going to circle back to Markstrom in the offseason whenever that comes.
Yeah.
The thing that I'm looking at is the Flames have traded literally everybody but him. And now he's by himself. And last night, I think they TSN might have interviewed Blake Coleman, I think prior to their game last night. And you could tell it was an uncomfortable conversation about the situation where all these guys are getting dealt, yet the organization wants us to make the playoffs. And you're kind of in this thing of like, well, which one is it? Because if you think we can make the playoffs, why did you trade everybody? Why are you getting rid of all these pieces? If you don't think we're making the playoffs and we're tanking, then go the full mile here and move Markstrom as well, get those assets, and then play Dustin Wolf the rest of the year and see and go from there. Kyle, your overall thoughts of the whole Markstrom situation to this point?
Yeah, so the problem has been really is that, and it's a good thing if you want to say it, but the Flames are 6-1 in their past 7 games. And Jacob Markstrom's nearly started all of them, right? So management still believes that, after selling all these guys and dragging people through the mud and all the talk that's been surrounding this team for the past couple of months, they're still in the thick of it. And they're still in the conversation of trying to get into the playoffs. So that's what's really hinging on this. If the Flames were fully out of it, maybe take away 10 points from them a little bit, I think we're having a different conversation and Markstrom probably gets dealt before the deadline. It being this close now, there's no way that he's going to go. It sounds like he's not going to go either. And we did talk about it before we came on today. I think it's a missed opportunity for Calgary because Markstrom's not going to be happy come summertime. He'll go back to them and go, guys, you dragged me through the mud. I have a full no move clause. I'm going to basically stranglehold you guys to one team, and it being the Devils. And the Devils will sit there and go, well, whatever package that it was in February, you're going to be, you're only going to get about 60% of it. So nothing along there. Also, too, real quick, I just wanted to mention this before we kind of get up to date with current news. It is International Women's Day today. So Happy International Women's Day.
I'm glad you brought that up too, because Connor just
Oh
said
yeah,
Sportsnet just released a video of Devils assistant general manager Kate Madigan on International Women's Day. Watch it. I think it's interesting. Yeah, the
sure.
Devils and the NHL shared a clip of it last night on socials, and they
Nice.
said that they would show it. They would upload it to their YouTube channel. So when I have time later today, I will check it out. But Kate Madigan has been phenomenal since being with the New Jersey Devils. She has slowly worked her way up to this point, and she is somebody that I think long term could very well be a general manager in this league.
Yeah,
Um, Tom Fitzgerald is very, very big on giving many different people opportunities to grow, and it's a very expressive, it's a very expressive group of guys. It's very detailed, and Kate Madigan has done a really, really good job in her short time as the assistant GM. She even announced when the Devils drafted Simone Nemitz. She was the one that actually made the call as opposed to Tom Fitzgerald. But overall, I'll definitely check it out. And yeah, happy International Women's Day. And also, I would just say this really quickly. You guys need to start watching the PWHL. They are getting into the thick of things with the playoffs coming up. And even, Kyle, I don't know if you heard about this, but did you hear about the battle for the top pick in the PWHL draft? It's going to
I
be
heard
between all the teams that didn't make the playoffs,
the
and they
two
all
teams. Yes,
the
both
two
teams.
teams, and they have to
Yeah.
play one another in order to
Loser gets
decide
the
it.
number
And I
one
think
pick.
that that's awesome. And I would love to see other leagues do that to make things just mean more, even at that late point in the season.
For sure. I wanted to quickly say, just on THPN side of this, we have the girls that we have on here have been sensational, all the way from Surge
The
Cast
women,
to our Stars girls, all over. Taylor Cook, who came on recently as well too, and not only just the girls as well, but you highlight the PWHL, and also to shout out Chris Sinclair for what he does on Ringside Rundown for all PWHL content. It's been sensational, and just wanted to give everybody there a shout out because they've been sensational all year long. A little tidbit for you, Neil, by the way, to just move away from hockey for a second, and then I did want to get to one of the comments. The Giants and Russell Wilson have met.
I know. I was just looking at it as we were talking.
Saw
Yeah, that
that.
means that
Oh man.
honestly means nothing to me at all
Yes.
because it's not going to happen.
We'll
Because
see.
why would you, unless you really don't like any of the quarterbacks in this draft, but that's another topic for another day.
That's okay.
The Giants are going to draft JJ McCarthy, and I'm just going to have to sit there and accept it.
Pretty much. So John mentions here if there's anything on the Sabres. I haven't heard anything on my end per
Nope,
Buffalo. They made their move yesterday with the 1-for-1 Middlestad and Bowen
maybe.
Byram. So go ahead.
I was going to say we were talking about it before, John. I don't know if you were on when we were talking about it, but we were talking about Jake DeBrusk and some places that he could go if the
Mhm.
Bruins decide to move him. And I thought Buffalo would be one of those good spots for him to go and kind of given more ice time, more opportunity where he could really flourish with that young team offensively. So maybe that, but other than that, the Sabres may just be done for the day.
They
Um,
could. Yep. Unless DeBrus comes in and they decide that they want to add a little bit of forward depth just for kind of next year with the
yeah,
contract that he's under. So we'll see how that goes.
for sure.
So as of right now, we haven't had any trades that happened this morning. So let's just talk about the latest trade that we've had. Let's bring it up though. So this was late last night.
Kyle
The big
badly
one.
wanted to bring this up.
Well, I mean, it's the recent one, right? So
Yeah,
it's
of
just
course.
something that we have to talk about. So nothing as of new yet. Again, we'll let everybody know if there's anything new that does come in as soon as possible. Let everybody know what has happened. But this has been the latest trade so far. So again, Jake Gensel is now officially off the board. He heads to Carolina with Ty Smith as well. In exchange for Michael Bunting, three prospects there that include Kolvinen, Pomerov, Cruz Lucius, a second round pick that is a condition if the Hurricanes make it to the Cup final. That pick turns into a first round pick and a fifth rounder as well. Neil, your thoughts on Gensel now going to Carolina?
It is about time that Carolina finally got their offensive guy. I think the Hurricanes fans have been dying for their front office to make a move like this. They tried to get Timo Meyer last year, but ended up losing him to the Devils. They've tried other things. They brought in Max Pacioretty. It just didn't work out. Just could not stay healthy. They've tried to get a bunch of different guys over time. They probably would have been in the Tyler Toffoli discussion if they did not get Jake Gensel. I don't think if you had told me when the Gensel rumors first started about him being traded, I don't think Carolina would have been the first name that popped up in my head. I thought it was going to be Vegas,
Mhm.
but clearly it wasn't. This trade is interesting. The thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that the Penguins didn't get a first. The best pick they got was a second round pick
With a condition along with that second round pick.
with a condition. And that to me feels like that. It feels like when the Sharks traded Timo Meyer, they got just quantity over quality, if that makes sense. They got a lot for Timo Meyer, but like, was it a super significant like package that everybody expected it to be? No. With Jake Gensel here, I don't know. Pittsburgh, when I look at this, Michael Bunting, this is a Kyle Dubas move. Kyle Dubas loves Michael Bunting, so it's just what it is. Ville Kovinen, Vasily Podomarev, and Cruz Lucius. Nothing, nothing that really stands out to me. You got a couple of mid-tier picks. Um, I'd give it like a B for Pittsburgh if I'm being honest. Nothing.
Sure. It's prospect heavy, clearly, for the Penguins,
Yeah,
right? And to get that second means that Kyle Dubas was clearly more interested in obtaining prospects over their picks because, frankly, their prospect pool for the Penguins isn't super deep, right? Braden Yeager being one of the guys that was a
mhm,
first round pick last year for the Penguins is probably more notable, but it was really a prospect type trade with Carolina here, right? So yeah, it's a little disappointing for Pittsburgh to not get a first round pick out of this.
I
But
agree.
again, to grab this many prospects and maybe the scouts have been high on these guys and we'll see how the development kind of goes. And hey, you get Michael Bunting out of it too. It's nothing massive, but he's a guy you can slide in bottom six and, a guy that is willing to be kind of scrappy and grind one out. But yeah, it's more of a prospect pick here. And on the other side of it for Carolina, it was they were in the same boat as the Leafs in the sense that they needed to make a move, right? They couldn't sit pat.
Agreed.
I imagine the Hurricanes community is just very happy with the way things, have gone in the sense of just going after the top dog. And in this case, it was Jake Gensel. And, now you get a guy who can possibly play alongside Sebastian Aho, Svechnikov, whoever it may be along that top six. And he instantly makes the Hurricanes that much better and a deeper threat there in the playoffs. Also to quickly mention too, per Frank Seravalli as well to update people, Tyson Barrie is in conversations for a potential trade to the Calgary Flames. Flames are interested right now in Tyson Barrie. He won't cost much apparently, but he's looking to play as the Flames are now becoming big players for Tyson Barrie. So be on the watch for that as well today. What are your thoughts if Tyson Barrie ends up going today? And if it happens to be the Flames, what do you think of that?
Well, I think certainly he would immediately be one of your top four defensemen if Calgary does acquire him. He's been in and out of the lineup in Nashville. He can definitely bring some good offense. He's a pretty decent shot blocker, veteran guy. If you make a move like that, I definitely think that you're kind of signaling more that you're trying to make a run at this playoff. And again, like you said, it's not going to cost you much. And I get Nashville also wanting to trade off maybe some assets that they are not looking to try to have long term. So
Yep.
yeah, I think if you're Calgary, I think you could definitely make a move that would honestly not be bad. I think it would be good for both sides, and so I'd say yeah, bring it on.
I'm going to interrupt real quick too. Elliot Freeman just broke that Washington and Carolina have been in deep discussions with Evgeny Kuznetsov deal. Not sure how it'll all work out, but it's been moving along. So Kuznetsov might be in the running to also head to Carolina. Just finished the conversation with Gensel now going over to Carolina. They're not standing pat. They're going to keep adding. It seems like,
I
and
agree.
Evgeny Kuznetsov could very much be on his way to the Hurricanes today, per Elliot Freeman. Take on what are your thoughts there on Kuznetsov possibly heading to Carolina?
It's funny. I was going to bring this up before because here on TSN's Trade Center, they were just talking about Kuznetsov and a guy that could be moved. He has 1 year left at $6.5 million next season in 2024-25.
Mhm.
So I don't know if the money is going to end up working out. Maybe you're going to get salary retention from Washington. Um, people would say if you're trading Kuznetsov, you're signaling that you're not really trying to make the playoffs. I don't see that. You look at Kuznetsov, he was sent down to the minors. Clearly, the Capitals have been frustrated with his attitude and his lack of success over the last 2-3 years, and they've had this issue with him before. So I think for the Capitals, and I think for the sake of the locker room, I definitely think it would be better to move him. Now, moving him to a team that's above you in the standings, and that you may, if you make the playoffs, you may see them in the playoffs.
Mhm.
That's obviously a risk, but at the same time, I think that it would be a good move for Carolina. I think that at that point, you're saying we have now really, really We've upgraded our top six. We've upgraded our bottom six. We don't. Basically, what they're trying to say is that we have no holes here. We don't have holes, and that's the way they're going to look at it, because now that you're getting Freddie Anderson back with Kochetkov, and Ronta was put on waivers, and we'll see what happens with that. Um, your goaltending is going to be solid. Your defensive core is one of the best in the NHL, and you have a forward group that, when healthy and when being consistent offensively, is a very, very, very good offense. So
Yeah,
Kuznetsov, I think, is a low risk, high reward move if you're Carolina, and I think that if you can get salary retention, great.
You might have to, right, for
You have no
Kuznetsov
choice.
at the price.
You
You
have the
have to
other
find a
choice.
broker to
Yeah.
possibly do that. Danil just asking too what the names and numbers are on the bottom. That's our trade bait list. I just threw names on there. Everybody has it differently, but these are just names that could very well get dealt today. So we'll see
Yeah.
how it goes. So and I mean, hey, it's early in the process. We saw this time last year, nothing really happened. It feels like it's gonna be like this for years to come now, where big trades are just gonna happen days beforehand. We'll just kind of see how today goes. Last year there was 21 trades, so the over under, believe it or not, per DraftKings that I saw this morning for how many trades will be today was 16.5. So that's the over under. So if you guys want to bet on that, make sure to use code THPN. And I don't know if we're gonna get over 16 trades today, but only one can dream.
Only one can dream. It might very well be a more quiet trade deadline. There might be guys that we've already talked about that could truly not get moved. And I should also mention to everybody that just because 3 p.m. is the deadline doesn't mean that do we have something?
We have a trade to announce. The Carolina Hurricanes are about to acquire Evgeny Kuznetsov from the Washington Capitals for a 2025 third-round pick. Washington is retaining 50% on the
50%.
Kuznetsov contract with one more
Perfect
year to
timing.
go next year at $7.8
Perfect
million. Perfect timing to talk about it, as we did bring it up. We'll make sure to refresh it as quickly as possible once the trade call has been complete. But per Pierre LeBrun, Evgeny Kuznetsov is now a member of the Carolina Hurricanes. Now that it's complete, what do you take?
Again, kind of going off what I was saying before when we were talking about it, it's a good move for Carolina. It's a low risk, high reward. You're getting him at 50%, so you're only paying him about $3-ish million for the rest of this year and also next year. So you get to keep him, going into next season, and a guy that could very well fit well on your bottom six. I don't expect him to be a top six guy. I think you've pretty much established your top six moving forward, but I very much think it's a very, very good move for Carolina. As far as Washington, I think it's more of a relief that you finally have gotten this situation resolved by moving him. Yes, you moved him within the division. I get it. But at the same time, if Carolina was the only team that was calling and wanted him, I understand making the move. And so you get something for him. Yes, you still have to pay him to play against you, but at the same time, I still think it works, as you showed here. Again, getting Kuznetsov to Carolina for a 2025 third-round pick and 50% retention. So Evgeny Kuznetsov is the latest member of the Carolina Hurricanes. So
What's crazy is that
and
he
we broke
played in
that,
the AHL, right?
and we broke that before TSN broke it. So there you go.
Just saying, not too shabby.
Not too shabby at all.
So yes, Kuznetsov now a member of the Carolina Hurricanes. Again, a guy who just played in the AHL as of days ago, right? And
Yeah.
it's crazy to think that that he was just there, right? Like I don't know if he ended up playing 2 or 3 games already for Hershey, but he was in the players assistant program, so hopefully all is well with him. He now gets a fresh start and a chance to chase another cup now with the Carolina Hurricanes, who clearly are not done adding today. And it might not be the only move left. I mean, we'll see how it goes because we'll see where it puts them at the cap, especially with retaining 50%, and it being now at probably 4.5-ish million that they're going to retain around that. But yeah, this is a pretty good deal for Carolina at a low cost too, as well. That's the important part, to only give up a third round pick, and you take out the retention with that. It's such a good pickup for Carolina, right? With a guy who you can instantly slot in, maybe as a third line center, maybe as a second line center, see where it kind of fits. But to add Jake Gensel and to add Kuznetsov in the last 24 hours means that the Hurricanes mean business, and I think that fan base is probably pretty happy with this trade.
Yeah, I think honestly, from Carolina's perspective, they're looking at it like, oh, it's pretty exciting, especially if it works out the way that they hope. For Washington, I think it's more of a relief. It's more like, okay, this situation has finally been solved. Now we can move on, and I think that's great.
The AAV is 3.9 million, so that's what they're
3.9?
retaining. It's only 3.9 on the books.
Not bad.
Against the cap. Pretty good. Not too shabby. So
For sure.
here you have it. There's our first trade of the day so far. Hopefully there's more to come. It is Kuznetsov to Carolina as Washington takes back that third round pick. On Washington's side of things, this clearly came up fairly late. Not a guy that we necessarily had on our trade board, at least. Maybe further down the list. But he was somebody who just couldn't find his footing. Again, he went into the player assistant program. Hope all is well with him. But for Washington, do you feel like it's a little underwhelming knowing the type of player that Kuznetsov has been for them for the past couple of years to only get a third round pick out of it? Or is it fair? What's your take on Washington's side of it, whether it's underwhelming or fair value?
I think with it also being salary retention, I think Washington should have gotten a bit more, maybe another pick. I think the problem is that there were just so many bridges that were burned between Kuznetsov and the organization the past 2 years that I think the Capitals were just looking for an opportunity to move him without having to eat the rest of his contract. So yeah, they're only paying just under $4 million for the rest of this year and next year, and he's had Kuznetsov's had an overall pretty disappointing season up until this point, and that's why he got sent down to Hershey. So, I think for Washington, it's more of just they had to get it done. Yeah, it would have been great to get more, but sometimes there's only so much you can do.
For sure. Yeah, no, I agree.
63 people hanging out with us right now. So thank you to everybody who is with us here this morning as we begin our live extravaganza of the NHL Trade Deadline. Again, Kyle Manifold down below, Neil Villapiano here at the top, and we are into the first hour of this. We are going to be live with several other people as well until the 3 p.m. deadline comes around, which I did want to mention really quickly that just because the 3 p.m. deadline comes around doesn't mean that there aren't more trades that will happen, because you have to submit your trade, whatever it is. You have to call it in by 3 p.m. So there might be some trades afterwards through the next maybe 2 or 3 hours after that could also come in. Like last year when the Devils acquired Timo Meier, it took more than 1 day to finalize everything.
Correct. Other news to break here as well, too, per Jeremy Rutherford. All it takes is one phone call to change things, but the sense is that Pavel Buchnevich will not get moved from the St. Louis Blues today. So it seems like Buchnevich is going to stay in St. Louis. Do you think it's a possible mistake that the Blues don't move him to acquire assets, or what do you think if Buchnevich stays with the St. Louis Blues?
It's a tough deal because the Blues are still very much alive in the playoff race. I don't think their season is over by any means, and they've played a decent amount of good hockey. But the rest of this week, playing the Islanders, playing the Rangers, after losing the way you did last night to the Devils, you kind of worry about the team maybe falling off and falling well out of contention. You're hoping that's not the case. I think it's a situation where if a team calls, and like you said, all it takes is one phone call to change things. But if nobody's calling about Buchnevich, or if the calls are coming in that are very, very underwhelming, I could totally understand Buchnevich staying in St. Louis and then making a run. They very well could buy something at this deadline. We don't know.
It's possible.
We don't know. But I think it's unlikely. Maybe St. Louis is one of those teams that doesn't do a whole lot moving forward. So we'll see.
Totally. I know you have to head out soon in about 15 minutes. Are
Yeah,
you coming back after your meeting, or are you just going
I
to
will
kind of
try
close the
to.
day? Okay.
Again, my meeting's about a half hour long, so if I can, I will try to jump on for the last half hour before Kyle and I will sign off for good for the day. But yeah, no, I still have some time to sit here and talk before
Cool.
I'll probably head out in about 10 minutes just to give myself
Yeah.
time. To
All
I hope,
good.
yeah, I was gonna see. Rob says, "I hope the Devils keep the Foley. Why trade him for a prospect and pick if you have a proven thing here now?" Okay, so
Here we go.
the thing about it is that I have been on the boat of the Devils should keep Toffoli. He fits. He fits with the team well. He can score. He can make. He's a grinder, and he will find a way to give you 30 plus goals a year. That's what he does. The Devils want to keep him. This is not their goal. This was not their goal like last week that they were going to get to the deadline and then trade him. It's the fact that they have put themselves in a tough spot of it seems like term, not necessarily money, but term is the problem here. But Tom Fitzgerald did say to Leah Hextall of ESPN last night during the game that don't be surprised if the Devils circle back to Toffoli in the offseason. Now, it's very, very, very infrequent. It doesn't happen often that a guy gets traded from a team and then re-signs with that same team that traded him in the offseason. Doesn't happen. But Toffoli is looking for some stability. He's been moving around quite a lot the last couple of years. Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary to New Jersey. He hasn't had some stable location in quite some time. It's ironic we're talking about Toffoli. There's 73 people in the chat right now.
Ah,
And
ah,
my phone's at 73%. So this is just working out
ah,
very well. Um,
ah.
I would love to keep Toffoli. I think he plays well with Jack. I think he can help this team even from a veteran standpoint. Say what you want about, he's slow and all that stuff. That's just never been his game. But anyway, Kyle, do we have something to report?
Just a quick break. Sorry to interrupt again. It sounds like that Jordan Eberle is staying in Seattle. They have resumed contract talks. There's high optimism that it could get done per Jeff Merrick of Sportsnet. So it
Cool.
sounds like Jordan Eberle will be taking off the trade bait board, and it sounds like there's going to be an extension to be made with him and the Seattle Kraken. So your thoughts on Eberle more than likely now staying with Seattle?
Well, we had talked about Jordan Eberle earlier this hour about just the potential of he may go. He's a guy that was like if Seattle is trying to be sellers, he could definitely bring back a decent amount. But it seems like to me that the Kraken really like him. He really likes he's been there since the Kraken existed. He's
Mhm.
one of the longest tenured guys there, and I think probably maybe at this point in his career he wants to be stable somewhere. And look, Seattle, went to the second round, went to Game 7 of the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs last year, and yeah, this year has been kind of disappointing. But at the same time, this team is still building for the future. And
Exactly.
I think
Yeah.
Eberle sees the potential in this team moving forward, and I think he wants to be a part of it long term. So I think in that regard, I think it's actually a good move because maybe you weren't going to get a whole lot for Eberle at his age and the way he's been playing at this point. So yeah, I would say pretty solid move if you're Seattle. Good
Yep.
business all around.
You got to be happy.
Yeah, for sure. To
Yep.
kind of wrap up with the Toffoli talk, because I've already seen we have a bunch of people mentioning about
A
Tyler
lot of New
Toffoli.
Jersey talk, so I'll
A lot
let
of
you
New
have
Jersey talk today, of course. But that also makes sense because Toffoli right now is probably the top guy on everybody's trade board, if we're being honest.
it. Yeah.
Um, to me, it's the thing of if you can get a good amount for him, then get him. Because if you don't think you can keep him long term, then you might as well go and get him, and not lose anything. Have nothing to show for it. But don't be surprised the Devils use the assets, whatever they might get, in a potential goalie trade down the road. That's the way I look at it. They could get a first and maybe a B prospect, and they may say, all right, now we have more ammo to use in the offseason to then go get a goaltender, whether that's Markstrom, which at that point, I don't know if his trade value will be as high as it is now. It probably won't. We talked about it before. Maybe a Yusei Saros, maybe a John Gibson. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
But
You got
and,
it.
and like I said, the Devils could very well circle back in the offseason, reach out to Toffoli and say, look, let's try to make it work. It didn't work. We wanted to give you the opportunity to go to a team that maybe has a higher chance of winning a Stanley Cup this year. We want to give you that opportunity, but we do want you to be here long term. And Toffoli wanted to stay. It's not like Toffoli was like, I don't really care. He wanted to stay. His dad said he wanted to stay. It's very obvious. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. Also, for all we know, the Devils just don't get a good enough deal today, and by 3 p.m., Toffoli's still a Devil, which would be
See you
crazy.
later. It would be wild to see that. Also, just wanted to say hey to Andrew as well too. I know I haven't kept up to date much with the comments here, but just wanted to say hi to Andrew real quick. And I appreciate Chrissy also too hanging with us today. We'll get through it. We'll be okay.
Yeah, we'll get through
We're
it.
gonna be okay. We're gonna
For
be
sure.
okay today, but we still appreciate it. I will do my best to update everybody on trades that will happen. I know Neil has to head out soon. Also, something to keep note too, per Stephen Rossner, or excuse me, Eric Engels, I should mention, of Sportsnet, they are reporting that the Habs have inquired on multiple teams about David Savard. The ask for the Montreal Canadiens has been a first-round pick, so gonna be a tough sell. Gonna be interesting to see what happens there in that
Right.
regard. His cap hit is currently at 3.5 million. Fills in like they're mentioning a Scott Mayfield, or excuse me, Mayfield role in the Islanders, but not sure if a lot of teams want to spend a first round on David Savard. So, Chrissy, we got you. We got you as well. So, does Neil have something?
Not a trade, but I did want to read something that Chris Johnson wrote for the
Okay.
Athletic that just came out, talking about Tyler Toffoli again. Toffoli's the next man up in the number one spot on the big board. It's still an open question as to whether the New Jersey Devils will actually deal him before the deadline. It is not even though he was benched last night for trade-related reasons, it's not a fully guarantee that Toffoli goes.
Okay.
They're obviously in a position where it has to be seriously considered. There was enough interest in a winger about to top 30 goals for the second straight season that the Devils elected to keep him out of Thursday's 4-1 win over the St. Louis Blues for trade-related reasons. But that doesn't mean they'll take pennies on the dollar for Toffoli. Slim as the odds may be, New Jersey isn't ready to wave the white flag on its playoff chances. The team that didn't hit on Gensel the teams that didn't hit on Gensel will circle back to Toffoli, but will any of them step forward with a meaningful offer? Is anyone prepared to table a first-round pick? As of early Friday morning, there was some skepticism from rival GMs that Toffoli would find a new home by 3 p.m. We'll see. So I think really what we're at right now is this. If somebody comes up to the table and offers a first round pick, I think the Devils move Toffoli. If they try to do, if teams try to do it, try to trade for Toffoli like Carolina did for Gensel, and they try to throw a bunch of prospects, I don't see the Devils being interested because they already have a deep prospect pool. They don't need any more prospects to help this team long term. They're looking for picks because they know that those picks could be very valuable to acquiring other talent like a goaltender. Like that's the biggest thing. That's why this is being available. But the Devils have put up a high asking price. It wouldn't surprise me if Toffoli didn't get traded because of the asking price. And I know that people will say by that time, oh, Tom Fitzgerald's an idiot and everything like that. Well, what if we come to find out that the best offer they got was a second round pick, a third, and some mid-tier prospect? Are we really going to sit there and say that Tom Fitzgerald made a bad move not to trade him? That's the way that I look at it. So let's see. Let's see what happens between now and 3 p.m. Things can drastically change.
It's going to be
And the closer we get to that 3 p.m. deadline without a deal, the more that price could go up. Because now that Gensel is gone, which is one of the best things that could happen for New Jersey, Gensel's gone. Now Toffoli's that number one guy. A guy who's going to finish with 30-plus goals, could very well be could easily be a top six number one power play guy on a cup contending team. So that's something to keep your eye on over the next couple of hours here. So that's what I would say to kind of finish with Tyler Toffoli.
Probably going to be the most important watch is Tyler Toffoli, right? Along with other guys, clearly, but he's number one now on a lot of the updated trade boards. And, it's curious to see because I think there are a lot of people. God, I got a Charlie horse there in my leg for Tyler Toffoli. Holy shit. Sorry. Oh my God. It's going to be one of those days. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those when we're sitting around and not moving too much.
Yeah, well, injuries can happen even on live streams. But yeah, Neil, I'll let you go. I know it's close to your meeting.
Yes.
I'll be hanging out with everybody, and you're more than happy to come back.
And I will do my best to get on here for the last 20-ish minutes or so that we'll be on here just to kind of, and who knows, maybe by the time I get back, maybe there will be a big trade to discuss, maybe nothing, who knows.
Yes.
But I will see you guys in a little bit. Kyle, I'll see you in a little bit. And I'll be back.
Yeah, all good. No worries. Have fun.
Thank you.
All right, so it's me and everybody else here as well. I'll get a chance to actually come back into the comments section and see what everybody's been saying, and just to have some more trade discussions as well. But again, the recent update, recent trade, again, I'll bring it up for you guys here, is that it has been getting Kuznetsov heading to Carolina in exchange for a third round pick. Little bit of a tidbit here, and you guys can let me know in the comments here. Per Alan Walsh just tweeted about 2 minutes ago. It's ridiculous for the NHL to schedule games on trade deadline day. 4 games, 8 teams have to go through their game day routines. Really unfair to players and to the teams that have to play tonight. How hard would it be? How hard would it really be for the league to not have any games this one day? Per, again, Alan Walsh. So kind of agree with him here in the sense that, a lot of people are those 8 teams that are involved tonight, have to worry about even more things, right? And along, with the uncertainty of, the 3 o'clock deadline, it's a tough day for some of these 8 teams. And I agree. I mean, you really shouldn't really have a game on such an important day, even though there were previous trades that kind of happened throughout the past couple of days. But yeah, it's something just to kind of keep an eye on and see if the NHL decides to do something about this moving forward. But again, the recent trade that we've had is Evgeny Kuznetsov. He is heading to Carolina in exchange for a third round pick. I will try my best to keep you guys up to date as much as possible. And I think it's appropriate to kind of go back in the comments here for a minute and see what everybody is up to. As Danelle, I know Neil's not in right away. Again, we'll have Neil come back on in about half an hour or so. He's just got a quick meeting that he has to jump onto. Do you guys think that the trade deadline is the best out of all 4 major sports? By far, it's the most active. The NFL, you don't really see a lot of trades come deadline. There's probably about 5, give or take, that happen at the deadline. Even throughout the year, it's always tough to try to do NFL deals. With the NBA, I think the NBA is also fairly active, but it's not of this extent, right? In the MLB, I mean, yeah, you get the odd ones here. Their big players obviously are in free agency with the amount of money that they're able to dish out in the MLB. So totally, I have to stay behind the fact that the NHL has one of the best trade deadline days of all time. And if you watch the TSN feed, they're trying their best because they're on air for 9 hours, right? And I give them a lot of credit to try and be positive for the entire time, right? So I totally agree with that, though, Danelle. As again, Vince bringing up the fact that one of the big players again is going to be Tyler Toffoli. He is number 1 on the trade board. A lot of other names that kind of came on the outside looking in. We mentioned earlier on Pierre-Luc Dubois might be getting shopped or shopping around for him from the LA Kings. He did just sign that 8-year extension. Boston has made a phone call. Also, a conversation with that was Linus Ullmark, possibly Jeremy Swayman. We'll see how all that kind of works out as well. Per my Calgary Flames, word was coming out that Tyson Barrie might be on the move to the Flames. We'll see if that happens to pan out as well. But yeah, to mention here with Vince here, if we trade Toffoli for draft picks and prospects, that signals the management giving up on the team this year, and Fitz didn't seem to want to do that. It's tough because of where they're at in the standings, right? Pretty far back. You got a couple of teams still to jump. One of them happened to be the Washington Capitals right here. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for the Devils to try and, to jump up there while also selling possibly Tyler Toffoli if there is a good enough package to come in. Neil gave us great insight on Toffoli already, and obviously with his New Jersey Devils, and there's going to be a lot of callers. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to be involved with Tyler Toffoli today, just because that you can put him in essentially anywhere within the top 6 of a contending playoff team, and he's going to be successful with it. He just seems like a guy that can truly play with anybody. He's been successful in Montreal. He was successful in LA with those Stanley Cups. He had a great career. He had a good season last year with the Flames, with the points that he was able to tally up there. He's doing the same thing again this year. So give a lot of credit to Tyler Toffoli and how he's been able to handle being moved a lot and still providing a lot of support, for the team. So again, we'll see what happens with Toffoli. Apparently, the Winnipeg Jets are possibly a good destination for a guy like Tyler Toffoli. But again, we will see how it goes. Jared, being the Bruins fan that he is, wants a skater and a defenseman. It's interesting that the Bruins haven't been big movers. We've seen Florida in the past couple of days, obviously with the Vladimir Tarasenko trade. Now you see here recently with Carolina Hurricanes and potential other Eastern Conference teams that have kind of loaded up a little bit as well. The Rangers adding Alexander Wenberg recently. So Boston being one of those teams that are pretty quiet, you imagine that they have to make a move today alongside with a team like the Toronto Maple Leafs. They seem like they need to make a move as well, right? As of this morning, again, there's only been one trade to announce. It has been Carolina for Evgeny Kuznetsov, as we see there, and I'll just leave it up in case we do have another one breaking soon. I will let you guys know as soon as I hear, as I'm going to be hitting the refresh button for quite a while. So the way it's going to kind of look today, we'll get Neil back at around 11:30. I myself will probably be on till about 12:30, 1 o'clock-ish. We're going to get some guys to come in for the remainder of the stream to let everybody, to keep updates going and let everybody know kind of what's happening here as well. So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on if you guys know anything, what you want from your team, what you don't want, who you want to sell, who you want to buy. Please let me know in the comments, and we'll work together on figuring out what else is happening today. If I'm a betting man, I'm probably going to say it's under that 16 and a half trades. Lot of trades that kind of happened in the past couple of days. It seems like it's going to be underwhelming for the next couple of years. A lot of teams don't want to leave it now to the last minute of the day. But hey, it's happened before. We've had certain days where there's been 30, there's been 40 trades, and it's been kind of wild. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. And to bring up the comment here, another team I was actually going to bring up was the Canucks. Again, on our trade list here is that Elias Lindholm could possibly be on the move again for the second time in a matter of months. You wonder if the Canucks will be in on Tyler Toffoli now that they lost the battle, as they were kind of in conversations about Jake Gensel. And yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with what the Canucks do. Feels like it could be a fit for Vancouver if they want to go on a deep run by adding Tyler Toffoli. Again, what Neil alluded to, just curious to see what the package could look like if they decide to keep him or decide to deal him and try to get the best possible asset in that scenario here. Jared asking too, what do you think of Duclair trade? So to bring up here, let me kind of scroll down for you guys here. Duclair's trade was pretty recent. That was a minor one too yesterday. Here it is. Duclair goes to Tampa Bay for a 7th-round pick. San Jose acquires Jack Thompson, defenseman, and a 2024 3rd-round pick. Listen, for San Jose to grab a 3rd-round pick out of Anthony Duclair is pretty fair, I would say. Not underwhelming, not overwhelming. I would say it's fair value for him. And for Tampa Bay to acquire a guy like Duclair, who's been having a decent year out in San Jose already, it's really good to see, right? That he gets a chance to go back to play in the state of Florida for a potential playoff team as well. He had a really good run with the Florida Panthers last year. We'll kind of see what happens with Duclair out in Tampa Bay. Overall, though, it's a good deal for both sides. I like that San Jose did get a 3rd-round pick, and it's also nice for Tampa to kind of load up with bottom 6 with not having as many assets to play with. Goza saying he wants Toronto back to the Rangers. That's a name that's been very quiet. Very, very quiet in the last little bit, as Vetrano is on our trade bait list. The Ducks, I believe, haven't had a lot of calls on Vetrano, so it's been really quiet up in that front, and it's going to be interesting to see whether or not he gets moved. I think he has to get moved, considering where the Ducks are and the value that you can get Vetrano at. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, interesting to see what happens with Frank Vetrano. They wouldn't give up Lindholm for him. I don't know, man. I'm just here to break things happen to you and give our thoughts. But we'll, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you just acquired Lindholm. I totally agree. I think it'd be tough to get rid of him already, because then what did you really trade him for, especially with what Calgary got back in that return as well. Speaking of the Calgary Flames here, are the Flames doing anything? So for anybody new here, massive Flames fan here, unfortunately. But there has been talks about Tyson Barrie. So there was a report earlier this morning that Tyson Barrie and the Calgary Flames have been linked. How far those talks have gone, not entirely sure. But Calgary really trying to load up on defense a little bit, as they are 6-1 in their last 7 games, despite trading out Chris Tanev and Noah Hanifin as well. So, yeah, I mean, the Flames trying to shore up a little bit more on defense. Possible to see whether or not that the Flames can add a little bit more. They are able to take a little bit more of a cap hit now, despite now getting rid of retention for Hanifin and Tanev as well. So they can open the door a little bit for that as well. But we'll see what happens. The only thing I've heard from Calgary so far is that it is Tyson Barrie, and it also sounds like the Jacob Markstrom will not be dealt by the end of the day today. If anything, those talks will be brought up again either before the draft or during the offseason in July. So that's all I've heard on that end for Calgary. We'll let you know if there's anything new that that does come up for the Flames as the day goes on. Richard asking thoughts on Sidney Crosby being dealt today or by the draft. It's going to be, I don't know what his clauses are. I imagine that it's a no-move clause for Crosby. It'll really be up to him to decide whether or not he wants to finish out his career in Pittsburgh, or to try to go cup chasing again, depending on where that would be. You know, it's probably going to be completely up to him. Listen, I mean, hey, if he goes into next year and Pittsburgh's having another down year, or the year after, he'll kind of have a down year. It's not out of the realm of possibility. I just can't foresee him playing anywhere else, right? At this stage of his career, he's done what he's needed to do for this team. You know, he's got 3 Stanley Cups to look at. And I can't imagine him being anywhere else, right? With the accolades that he's able to accomplish with this organization, it's hard to imagine that he goes anywhere else. He might just decide that, listen, I might hang him up early and retire with this team. So if that's the direction they're going in, you know, he probably has full say in whether or not he wants to go or not. And Kyle Dubas just has to sit there and take it. So, no, he's probably not going to be dealt today. Probably not going to be dealt by the draft. If it's an off-season discussion, might be an off-season discussion. You probably won't see anything like this, though, until either next year or the year after. But yeah, so Cameron's saying here again, Jake Gensel to Carolina. That was the more recent trade that we had for in terms of timeline here. Again, Kuznetsov was the recent one that we just had here as of about 20 minutes ago. And then the one before that, again, was Jake Gensel heading to Carolina late last night at 11:40 last night. So that tells you that guys have been up. They were up pretty late for the Gensel trade. So Cameron asking, what website am I on? I honestly don't know. It's Left Wing Lock. I don't know. I tried to grab something that wasn't, you know, TSN, Sportsnet. I just wanted to make sure it's not that, just because they're bigger organizations and companies, and, you know, not saying that we're not big, but, you know, just to keep us safe a little bit. So that's what I'm on there. But yeah, so again, another big one too, mentioning the Flames, was that Hanifin is now heading to Vegas. That deal took a long time to take place in terms of getting the package together. If you want, I can actually bring it up for you guys too, just to kind of remiss or bring back what that whole package was. Again, it was Miramanoff. Oh, right, because it was a 3-team trade. So again, it makes sense that Hanifin, there was a whole retention process that they had to deal with. But Hanifin is a Vegas Golden Knight, and the Flames did get Miramanoff a conditional first-round pick and a conditional third-round pick. On those conditions, if Vegas does win a playoff round, right now it's a second-round pick. If Vegas does end up making the playoffs and win a playoff round, that pick would then become a first-round pick. I think that's no. You know what? Sorry, I misspoke. That's the third-round pick. My mistake. The third-round pick is the condition that if Vegas wins, then it becomes a second-round pick. If something to take note of today as well, too, as we're rolling through here on trade deadline day, if this 2025 first-round pick is dealt by 3 p.m. today, this pick will then become a 2026 first-round pick for the Calgary Flames. So just something to take note of on that side of it. Again, as of right now, just kind of rolling through all these trades. There hasn't been anything up to date yet. The most recent one, again, is Evgeny Kuznetsov. Richard asking, are we surprised about the draft capital being dealt with some of these players? Barry Trotz is a great example of how he mentioned yesterday that it's ridiculous for a lot of the value that these guys are going at. I don't think it's super surprising, especially it being on deadline day specifically. I think there's going to be some teams that are desperate to make a move. Some teams that have been very quiet and maybe find the need that they need to get something going, considering what other teams are doing within their conference. I am going to interrupt there for a second, guys, as we do have an announcement. Jordan Eberle has officially re-signed with the Seattle Kraken for 2 years at $4.7 million. So let me get that in our little banner here real quick, as again, Eberle has decided that he is not being on the move as he re-ups with the Seattle Kraken. And that is, again, for 2 years at $4.75 million. So it's good for Seattle to kind of get him back, and we'll get Neil's thoughts on the Jordan Eberle re-signing. And you imagine too, if you're I'm just adding this real quick, guys. There we go. So it's nothing major there, but just something small in terms of signings. I'll have up-to-date stuff on the big screen here with trades. But again, something really small to keep note of, guys, is that Jordan Eberle has re-signed with the Kraken here for 2 years at $4.75. Again, just to mention with the Edmonton Oilers, who apparently were in the conversation for Jordan Eberle, maybe the package just wasn't there for Seattle. It wasn't a big offer, probably is what they were getting. They felt like that Eberle was going to be valuable, at least for this team and what they're building as well. So anyway, that's quick little tidbit there for you guys, as Jordan Eberle has re-up for 2 years, signs an extension with the Seattle Kraken. Apparently, Richard, breaking a rumor too that McCann might be getting dealt to LA for Pierre-Luc Dubois. Sure. I saw the rumor there in the comment, and I'm like, oh, we got a rumor here. I can't imagine that being the case. As I mean, if they're shopping Pierre-Luc Dubois, it means that clearly this extension was a mistake, and the Winnipeg Jets are looking like complete winners in that deal there. Is Lindholm getting traded again? We'll see, man. I mean, we'll see. If Vancouver's already having those kind of discussions, there's no reason why he couldn't be dealt again as a good piece, because we'll have to see. I have to kind of look and see what Vancouver has in terms of what they have in assets in order to give away. So not sure. I mean, it's doable. It's possible. But still, lots of time left here, as it's only 11:12 here. And again, the latest trade that we have for you is, again, Kuznetsov heading to Carolina. Andrew mentioning here, Crosby will be a Penguin or something else. Yeah, that's with everybody. I mean, that's with everybody else on the Pittsburgh Penguins, right? They're either going to be a Penguin or somebody else by the end of their career. But yeah, I mean, it's a little too early for a Crosby trade to happen, if that's something that takes place. If Sean Walker goes for a first, what does Lawton bring back? So Lawton is on our trade bait board, and to bring up, I can try and find it for you on here. I know that was kind of one trade that took place not long ago, but still felt like a long time ago now. As just rolling through this here it is, Sean Walker. Let's bring it up here real quick for you. So one of them that happened 2 days ago that Sean Walker went, and going back the other way, was Ryan Johansson. They ate a contract and as well received a 2025 first round pick. I don't think Colorado was. Here's the thing. The reason why that Philadelphia got their first round pick was because Ryan Johansson was a problem in the locker room, per reports, and B, that contract, somebody just wanted to take it off, right? So if they didn't include Ryan Johansson in this deal, that first round pick might not be there. It might be a second, might be a third, around that ballpark. So to answer your question, Richard, for Scott Lawton, I think he doesn't go for a first round pick, considering that Philadelphia had to eat Johansson's contract. That's why they got the first round pick. I can imagine, though, that, it might be a second round pick. It wouldn't surprise me if Lawton goes for a second and maybe a small prospect. We'll kind of see how that goes there. But yeah, so that's the Sean Walker trade that happened again 2 days ago, as he is now sent to Colorado as the Avalanche are loading up. As we go back to the most recent trade that we've heard of so far. What's going on with Toffoli? We need him in Vancouver. Big Canucks fan over here. Do we have news? Nothing. Yeah, okay, no, sorry, never mind. Yeah, there's a lot of players I think that are going to be involved with Toffoli. So, lot of teams I think have probably significant interest. I think the Jets are probably going to be right up there if they want to try to make a deal for Tyler Toffoli. Eberle also gains a no trade clause. There you go. So on top of that 2-year, $4.75 million deal, it appears that Eberle will be also with a no trade clause on that contract. Jimmy checking in. I know he's at work here, but I hope you're having a good day so far, Jimmy. If you guys haven't seen Jimmy so far on his show, make sure you go check out From the Blue Seats. He is a Rangers podcast, as the Rangers might not be done today as well too. So if you get the chance to go check out Jimmy from the Blue Seats, he also does a lot of live streams for us, and that's something we'll also be doing going forward closer to playoff time, and we'll be active throughout the entire playoffs for live streams as well. So make sure to check that out as well. So thoughts on the Rangers potentially reuniting with Zuccarello? Sounds like he wants out of Minnesota. It does sound like he wants out. I missed the report on it, but it sounds like Matt Zuccarello is another player that could be involved today in a potential deal, and that it could reunite Zuccarello with the Rangers. It'd be a good fit. It's another guy that you can kind of slot in. He can play left, he can play right. He's he's a good puck handler who can move down, create chances in the offensive zone, really set things up on a second man power play if that's where he can be. So yeah, I think it would be a great reunition, and I don't think it would cost them that much either in order to acquire him, but we'll see how it goes there. The Flames are going to trade Oliver Shillington because he's a UFA. It sounds like there's an extension there. They are going to be working on an extension this summer. It's probably going to be in the range of about 2 to 3 years, maybe around the $4 million mark. But no, Shillington will not be moved, it sounds like, from the Calgary Flames. So per Flames Nation, from what I saw the other night, sounds like that Shillington will probably look for an extension this summer. Both teams are very happy with where that's at. And it sounds like Shillington will probably get an extension there. Kevin Fiala has not been on the block. I haven't seen anything that he's been on the block. Not saying that he won't be. But we also have another trade to announce. To interrupt real quick. Not a major one. I'm just going to take this off for a second and refresh it until we have it for you guys. Actually, we do have it for you guys. So again, it's a deal between Columbus and St. Louis. Let me bring up my fun little banner here. We do have a trade alert. Per Chris Johnson of TSN, it sounds like the Columbus Blue Jackets have acquired Malcolm Subban from the St. Louis Blues in exchange for future considerations. Not a big move. He will be assigned to the AHL in Cleveland. Nothing massive here, but Subban now is a goaltender for the Columbus Blue Jackets. However, this makes things interesting now with Merzlikins, because it tells you that if Columbus is acquiring Subban, not a high up goaltender, probably fourth, third string goaltender, in this case, but it does make you wonder now if Merzlikins is back in the conversation about potential goaltenders who could be moved today. Again, the market is very thin for goaltenders. It ranged from Markstrom, Saros, Jake Allen. Merzlikins was mentioned earlier too, that he does want out of Columbus with the contract that he has. So not a massive trade here to announce, but it does make you wonder what other moves could take place if Merzlikins decides that he goes as well. But second trade of the day so far for you guys, it is Malcolm Subban, who is heading to Columbus in exchange for future considerations. Goodbye, future considerations from Columbus. I love when that one pops up, but that's what we got so far for you. 2 trades now that have happened today. So there you go. Malcolm Subban, now a member of the Columbus Blue Jackets. As we head back to our comments section here, we almost got 100 people in our chat room today. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Neil should be back on in the next 10 minutes or so. So we'll kind of break through some other news that we have for you guys, at least in the past half an hour. We'll probably have Caniac Sessions, another Alan from Caniac Sessions will be coming on, I believe, at some point today, possibly. We'll see how that goes. And we also have our Habs guys who have been very kind enough to also take over the second half of our live stream. So they'll be covering the trade deadline for you guys in that regard. And we'll probably be, myself and Neil will be signing off a little early today. I'll probably be around 12:30, 1 o'clock ish. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, so that's the recent one that we've had for you guys so far. It's Malcolm Subban now heading to Columbus in exchange for future considerations. To go back on the comments here, Henrique is an Edmonton Oilers, so Oilers did get rid of a first-round pick in order to acquire Henrique. They also acquired Carrick, and I think the Oilers got rid of a third or fourth-round pick on top of that as well. Just thinking of it on the top of my head. Richard loves the trade. Depth for goaltending is huge in this league. And see Philly, it's true, right? You always need depth in goaltending. Hasn't been the career that I guess Malcolm Subban has envisioned for himself, but regardless, it's it's just another depth piece. And again, it makes you wonder about Merzlikins in Columbus and whether or not he ends up going as well. So there you go. Are the Flames going to trade Markstrom in the offseason because of his age? It sounds like he won't be traded by the deadline today. It's something they're going to look at in the offseason. And I think that's where the direction is going to be, considering they dragged him through the mud through these last couple of weeks, and it hasn't looked good on Flames management part. So it's possible that he does get traded in the offseason for sure. He just got a future considerations jersey. I love when teams trade for future considerations. Like, maybe you guys can comment for me and make me understand a little bit more, but when does that come in? Like, do they go into the offseason and St. Louis goes, okay, we want our future considerations stuff now? Like, is it before the draft where they're like, okay, we want like a 7th or a 6th or something like that? I'm just curious as to when that comes up, right? Because you hear it all the time with trades and future considerations, but it's, I'm just curious when that comes up. So maybe you guys know better than I do. I'll come back to you, Richard, in a second. Just wanted to say happy Friday as well to Brandon as well. Hope you're having a good Friday. Hope everybody's having a great Friday as we've got good weather out, and I'm very much looking forward to the weekend. I can't wait, especially tonight because I'm going out for dinner. So always excited for good food. Jacob Chychrun could be the wild card today. He's another name that hasn't been mentioned quite enough in the past 24 hours. He's somebody to really keep an eye on. But I've heard just some reports that the Senators have remained pretty quiet so far today. So teams will more than likely be calling about Chychrun, but so far the Senators have remained pretty quiet. Considerations is pretty much giving a player away. Okay, fair enough. I guess if it's future considerations, they probably would have said that it involves a draft pick, but I appreciate it, John. I learn new things every day. So there you go. And it's like, Felix says here, it's a you owe me one. So, but no, I appreciate it as, it probably makes sense that it's a player, or maybe it's a draft pick. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll see. We'll come back to this in a couple of months. Richard saying per TSN, who wins the cup? Canadian team versus the field? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm going to take the field on this one. I don't think Vancouver's deep enough. I think Edmonton needs to add again today. I don't know if Adam Henrique is going to be enough to push them over the edge. The Leafs are not as good as Florida, not as good as Boston. I don't think they're on that level yet. We saw these last 2 games with the Leafs and the Boston Bruins. We just kind of saw how it all played out. I don't think they're on that level compared to some of those other teams in the East. If Calgary sneaks in, likely that they're not going to make a really deep run. The only team I'm going to give a significant shot here is probably the Winnipeg Jets. The problem is that you're dealing with Dallas, you're dealing with Colorado, you're dealing with Vegas if they can get going. Wild cards potentially in Nashville and LA. So there's just too much there. And I think to really rely on, you probably have 3 teams in the West for the Canadian teams to try to go deep. Odds are that maybe the Canucks and the Oilers play each other. That takes another team out. But for now, I'll personally take the field on this one here. Often using draft picks trades on draft day, or like to facilitate a trade in the future. That's fair enough. I mean, there's different ways you can look at it for future considerations, but Columbus is getting rid of their future considerations. So they also just put on their socials that they were like, goodbye, we're going to miss you. And it was nice. So nothing yet in terms of trades here. Nothing yet. It's been pretty quiet this morning. Only 2 trades to mention so far. I take the field. It's crazy to think that Matthews with 54 goals could still miss the playoffs. I guess the Leafs are still not safe? Question mark. I'm going to look at the standings real quick in the wild card. 80 points right now for the Leafs. They're only 10 points up on the Islanders. Again, there's 20 games left. I imagine they're going to probably get in, but it's tough sledding for that Leaf team in the East when I don't think they're nearly on the same level as some of these other teams, and in this case, the field, right? Why let's take our first break for the day. I'm going to go refill a cup of coffee because I need to. Also, it's a little curling mug. If any of you guys watch curling. Okay, so let's just we'll take a minute and a half here. I'm going to go refill my coffee and we'll be right back. But stay with us here on trade deadline day, as maybe when I'm gone this next minute and a half, that there'll be more trades to break. So we'll see what happens, but stay with us. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Of course, in that 1 minute and a half that I was gone, I pee break, come back, and there's a trade. Of course there is. I walk in, and as soon as I knew, I'm like, you know what? There's totally going to be something that happens. We do have a trade alert. It is probably going to be the biggest one of the day. Per Darren Dreger, the Winnipeg Jets and the Devils are now closing in on a deal as Tyler Toffoli is now a member of the Winnipeg Jets. The trade call hasn't been official. There is no package that's been sent out yet. But per Darren Dreger, Tyler Toffoli is headed to the Jets. And I'll also bring up too in our comments section when I was gone that Richard mentions it too. Tryman says Toffoli to the Jets, and Andrew's also mentioning too that the Jets have acquired Tyler Toffoli. We will get Neil's reaction coming back. He should be here. Excuse me. Give him a couple of minutes. He will be back on for this one. We will get his instant reaction for, if you're a Devils fan, for Tyler Toffoli, as he is off the trade board. He is now done, and he's now heading to the Winnipeg Jets, as we'll see what the package is. Apparently, it's now, according to Chris Johnson, draft picks are heading to the New Jersey Devils only. There's no prospects involved. It is strictly draft picks going towards the Devils. The Jets are also now loading up for a playoff run here, it sounds like. So, again, Toffoli heading to the Winnipeg Jets. Darren Dreger was first to report it here. We will bring it up on the screen as soon as we know what the picks are, or, as soon as I refresh it here, we'll see if it comes up soon enough here. But again, instant reaction here as Toffoli all of a sudden now heading again. He was in Canada to start. He was in Canada to, at the start of the summer last year, headed to New Jersey, been there for a couple of months, and all of a sudden he ends up back in Canada again. As just getting a message here. If you want for a few, sure. Boss man might come on for a bit. As we're getting some breaking news again, as Toffoli is heading to Winnipeg to partner with the Winnipeg Jets. Again, we'll wait and see, as Darren Dreger did just report it. We'll see what picks kind of come in. But yeah, pretty significant for the Jets. They kind of saw what was happening with Colorado. They saw what was happening with Vegas. They saw what was happening with Dallas, and decided that they needed to jump in on the party, because all the teams in the West are starting to load up. Edmonton loading up now with Adam Henrique, and they decided they couldn't just sit pat. They needed to make a move. Also, something to take note of, too, for the Winnipeg Jets is that I was just going to quickly mention here as Blue Jays here brings it up. It is Monahan back on the Jets. It's a reunition between, I don't even know if that's the word, but whatever. Monahan and Tyler Toffoli reunite for the first time since being with the Flames 2 to 3 years ago in that one. And look who decided to come back at the most perfect time, as it is Neil.
I know.
Back from his meeting.
I'm
and
aware.
Did just break.
I don't look. Full disclosure. Full disclosure. I haven't looked at my phone. I just saw it on TSN. I don't know what the return is unless I missed something.
We also don't know what the return is
So
here.
let me.
Darren
So,
Dreger.
so don't mind me. I'm just doing
Yep.
social media stuff. I will talk
Yep.
about it as we go along. Let me be. I'll say right off the bat. This is what I'm thinking.
I'll just say really quick, draft picks are coming back. There is no
Okay,
prospect
it's
going
2
in
draft picks. Yeah, we're
Correct.
being told
Go
it's 2
ahead.
draft picks. If it's a first, if there is a first in this deal, then it was good. I just don't know. Let me say off the bat this. Winnipeg was not the team I was expecting. Although I do want to give myself credit. I did mention Winnipeg earlier today. Also, did I just see this right?
Yeah. So when you were gone,
Okay.
Jordan Eberle did sign a 2-year, $4.75
All right.
million deal.
So give me a second as we're we're having fun today. All right. This gives me such relief, honestly, because it just means that like it happened. Like I didn't want to wait here till 3 o'clock and nothing's happening.
Right.
I want to see what's going on. Also, by the way, I don't know if you guys can see this. These are like 2 guys just hanging out for the Hershey Bears waiting for morning skate.
I love it. Are they outside?
Yeah, I think that might be. I don't know. It's weird to say. So let's see here. Oh, wait. Oh, you probably mentioned it. Did you mention the trade? Columbus acquires Malcolm Subban from the Blues for future considerations.
Yes, I mentioned that as well.
This
Yeah,
was
that one
this
did
was
come
Chris
up.
Johnson. Yep, Chris Johnson
Yep, I had
did
that
it.
one up earlier. Yep, we just already went over that. You only missed the extension from Eberle and that trade. You just got on at the perfect time as Toffoli heads to Winnipeg. So, Neil, as we're waiting on the picks, let's take both sides here for a second. Obviously, for the Devils' perspective here, you now lose Tyler Toffoli. He heads over to Winnipeg. Your quick thoughts on him heading to Winnipeg?
So I'll say it from the Devils' perspective. Disappointed that it had to come to this, that we had to trade him. Maybe you know what? Let me save my judgment till I see what the Devils actually ended up getting. I mean, we know it's picks, so there's that. Also, for anybody that I understood why LA made the most sense, the problem is that they didn't have the cap space to make it work.
Right.
Like they had to do some jumps to figure this out. But Winnipeg is getting a top 6 number 1 power play scoring winger. This is a really, really good move for the Jets. They clearly feel very confident in their team that they can make a long run in these playoffs and maybe make a run to a cup. And I think it's a good move. It'll be really interesting to see where he fits on that team. But to look at Winnipeg, to go from where we were in the offseason, where we fully believed this was a team in rebuilding, that they were going to move Hellebuck, they were going to move Scheifele and everything. And instead, they get a massive package for Pierre-Luc Dubois. They've had a great season so far. Hellebuck's been on his game. And now they get Tyler Toffoli, and now they're in a cup run. This is a cup contending team, in my opinion. And that was a really, really good move by Kevin Cheveldayoff and the Winnipeg Jets.
I agree. As Dylan's checking in too, by the way, as he's wondering where Jim Rutherford is. But yeah, for Winnipeg, I was just mentioning it just before you came on. I'll let you kind of scroll though as we wait for draft picks to come in and
Oh,
we
here
get
we
the
go.
official trade up. Do you have it?
No, it's just a funny stat here. If Toffoli going to Winnipeg, he will have played now for Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, Winnipeg. He'll just need Toronto
Wild.
and Edmonton to complete the Canadian collection.
So I'll say this, and I mentioned it too just before you came on. Winnipeg saw Dallas, Colorado, Vegas, other teams loading up, right? Vancouver did it earlier on, as Dylan's watching too, with Elias Lindholm. But Winnipeg decided they couldn't sit pat because other teams were loading up, and they are actually, I think they're leading the Central right now. So because of that, they couldn't sit there and be quiet. And as soon as they saw that Toffoli was probably going to be on the move, they jump up, they grab him, and he's a guy that's going to clearly contribute in the top 6. And I love it for the Winnipeg Jets. It's huge. You have Mark Scheifele already up the middle. For some of the wingers who, Nikolai Ehlers and Kyle Connor with who he is, it's just another weapon to that top 6. So, and hey, you can slot him in anywhere. He can play on that third line and still develop for this team, as Neil has something there.
Winnipeg Jets beat writer Mike McGlintrey, who writes for Winnipeg News, he's reporting. He's just writing what Darren Dreger did. Darren Dreger says it sounds like a pair of draft picks believed to be a second and a third going to New Jersey.
A second and a third. Yeah, so the Jets don't have a first-round pick this year. That's something to keep note of. Still waiting on the picks, though. We'll see.
That's a bit underwhelming. I think if that's what it is, then I think what that tells you is that you look at what the Penguins got in terms of draft picks for Jake Gensel, and that was going to drive the price down. Then teams don't have to go crazy. If Gensel had gone for a first last night, I think it would have been different. So to end up with a second and third for your top goal scorer, it's somewhat disappointing.
Let's see. There's no official trade yet. We'll wait and see what it is. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And Dylan actually mentions it here. The power's back in the Western Conference, right? Because of what these teams have been able to acquire. And Neil, you're getting compared to Elliot Friedman, by the way.
Is that Neil? I'm going to have 18 hours of screen time by the end of today.
Janelle did ask me this question earlier, and I answered it. Do you think the NHL trade deadline is the best out of all 4 major sports?
Yeah, because the NBA is pretty boring. Major League they're all very boring.
With deadline,
trades,
yes.
Like in the NFL, all these major trades that we see happen in the offseason. They don't happen at the deadline.
Right. So what you retweeted there too, I'm also seeing it as well now with it believing it to be a second and a third in that one. Again, Darren Dreger was first to report that one there.
Yeah.
Dylan mentioning too, regarding the Pens trade, I find it funny they call it conditional first. Isn't it more like a conditional second? So I think it is because it's a second right, or is it a first or a second right now in that Pens trade with Gensel? I know it's not your biggest concern right now because it's time to vote, but I agree. Yeah, no, it's
holding a conditional first.
Yeah, weird with some of these conditions. Nothing with Tampa on the latest for our Lightning fan here. Still going through this big trade here. Still working on to see what the package is in the Tyler Toffoli trade here. If New Jersey eats some of that cap, they could lose. It's a loss with a second and a third. We'll see if they even retain two as well.
That's
right?
The next question. That's the next question. Pat Maroon. We got news. Pat Maroon.
Okay.
The Boston Bruins.
Okay. All right. So we got another one to break for you guys. There's Patrick Maroon is headed to the Boston Bruins as the Bruins finally make their first move here as we're starting to pick it up here on deadline day.
Yeah. So, and again, like Kyle mentioned with Tyler Toffoli, the thing about it is that the Jets didn't have their first round pick. I don't know who has it at this point. But I think I look at it this way. I think the Devils, for all we know, that might be the best offer that they got. And
possible.
Maybe they just did not feel like that they wanted to take the risk of not trading him and then having nothing. Especially if you couldn't keep him behind, keep him around. It's kind of, like I said, it's a bit disappointing. The Devils do get a second round pick, which they did not have. So there's that.
So it's good to get that. Yep. It's good to get that back.
They do get a third round pick. No disrespect to Jacob Markstrom, but as we talked about before with, goalie trades, if the Devils are trading for Markstrom in the offseason and things go the way that people think they might go, then the price for Markstrom will not be as much. Then you could probably use one of those 2 picks that you get for Markstrom.
It'll probably be a piece.
Disregard Markstrom at all. I'm just saying that could be a possibility.
It's definitely a piece. Yeah, so per Michael Russo, just to shift gears again a little bit here, Patrick Maroon is headed to the Boston Bruins, I imagine, for probably a late draft pick,
Right?
considering Maroon's age and where he's at in his career. Dylan mentioning in a losing season, if you can get a second and a third, it's a win, especially if he walks. It's disappointing too, but again, like he mentions here, you got to get what you got to get, and clearly we now know where the Devils are heading, right? But we'll see how it goes.
And I think also what's going to be disappointing for Devils fans is that we were constantly hearing they had numerous suitors. We all felt that Toffoli wouldn't have been moved from the lineup if there wasn't something that was really enticing.
Sure.
So it kind of feels like that. It feels like from one perspective that the Devils made the move just for the sake of making the move. Oh,
we have the package. It is a 2025 second round pick, a 2024 third round pick from the Jets for Tyler Toffoli. That trade is in. As we will wait here just a second. I'm just refreshing our trade screen here to show everybody else.
Yeah.
But that's per Darren Dreger on TSN. That's a 2025 second and a 2024 third. Now that the trade is in, Neil, your thoughts?
Let's put it this way. I think Fitzgerald getting something for Toffoli is good because Marty Biron actually just said that the way the Toffoli trade went down is that it makes it seem more likely that maybe the Devils are punting on this year. That they're just kind of like, they're not, even with like the win last night and like, yeah, you're only 6 points out. Maybe they don't feel that they can,
they don't
feel that there's enough ground to make up, that they can make up enough ground. Like I said, I wish I would have gotten a first. But I guess with the Gensel situation and then it being today at the deadline, it's probably going to be less and less likely that was the case. So, I mean, good for Winnipeg. They got him for a couple of picks, which I think is honestly not bad. I think for the Devils, the good news from that perspective is that you do acquire a couple of more picks. And I will just say this. It doesn't mean that the Devils are going to use these picks to draft players. It doesn't mean that at all. I think it's just a little disappointing because I think it just felt like from what we were hearing that maybe the Devils would get more than that, but I guess not. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what the Devils do the rest of the day. Like I said, they had been taking calls on Colin Miller and Brendan Smith, so they very well could move those guys. If they do that too, if let's say those two guys also go out the door, then that really is the sign that they're punting, because then getting a vet goaltender for the rest of the year doesn't really do anything.
Sure.
I mean, all it does is it just means that you're not constantly starting two rookie goaltenders. But at this point, you may just run with what you have and just say, we're going to fix it all in the offseason. Not a fan of that trade for Toffoli. I don't think any Devil fan is going to be thrilled about it. It is what it is. Would you take Henrique for a first or Toffoli for a second? I mean, that's the funny thing is that, and I believe if I'm not mistaken, that first round pick was conditional or is conditional, I think, correct?
I think it's conditioned. Yeah.
Yeah. But still, like, I think for the Devils just to get multiple picks, now it's about what are you going to do with those picks?
Right.
Yeah.
For sure. Still waiting for the official trade to be in, but that's what it is. So it's an official trade, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. I will bring it up on the screen as soon as we have an official update for everybody to kind of see. But that's, again, what we're just alluding to. Again, Toffoli heading to the Jets for a 2025 second and a 2024 third round pick. Also, too, we're waiting to hear back as Patrick Maroon is heading to the Boston Bruins. We do not know what the return is on that one. Again, we will let everybody know what the trade is on that one. So as soon as we have an official update on our screen here, we will bring it up for you guys on that end. So again, as RJ mentions here, breaking news that Patrick Maroon is now heading to the Minnesota Wild. So trade's slowly starting to pick up here. I imagine, I don't know what I don't know what you think, Neil, for the rest of the day here, but with Toffoli now being on the move, is this a little bit of a domino effect as the day goes on with other teams and what they need to do, as
I think it
Jared's
is.
realizing?
Yeah, I think it is. I think, Toffoli moving as that big piece that was still left on the table. I think that will open the floodgates for everything else. I wouldn't be surprised in the next hour or two you start seeing not big trades, but like trades that go back and all these different trades that just come out of nowhere and
Yep.
guys picking up left and right. Richard's asking, how much time does Jesper Bratt have left in New Jersey? Well, he just signed an 8-year pact this past offseason, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yep.
I want to make this clear because I know the Devils fans, it's easy for us to overreact to everything that has happened this year and how much of a disaster it's been, and how that it's possible for the 10th time in the last 12 years the Devils may miss the playoffs altogether. Um, the Devils are not in a position where they're going to start rebuilding again. Like, this is not a rebuilding team. This is a team that unfortunately had a lot that went against them. Their GM, the true main guy to blame for where the Devils are right now is General Manager Tom Fitzgerald. Um, he did not address the goaltending. He kept Lindy Ruff around too long, um, and he put himself in a position today where he ends up getting something for your top goal scorer, and it's disappointing because you would have liked to have at least gotten a first. I think every Devil fan would have been happy if you got a first, but that's just not how it goes. Jesper Bratt, he's not going anywhere. Jack Hughes not going anywhere. Nico Hischier not going anywhere. Devils fans need to just take a deep breath and just say, okay, this season sucks. It's sucked a lot, but at
Yep.
the end of the day, it's part of it. And hopefully this is a learning experience. This team's got many more years to go. They got to just fix some things, and they're going to be okay. So
For sure.
that's how it goes. But
Yep.
yeah, Brad's not going anywhere.
Yeah. No, he probably shouldn't. Quick note again on Toffoli, who's been acquired by the Winnipeg Jets. He's a veteran top six winger who loves to shoot the puck and use high. He's a high hockey IQ to get dangerous in areas to score. Not a fast skater, but still very effective off the rush. So that's just another little tidbit there. Again, still waiting on the official trade. It's an unofficial one so far, as waiting for our site to update a little bit here. Again, Tyler Toffoli heading to Winnipeg for a second and a third. Again, yeah, go ahead.
And one last thing I just wanted to read really quickly from Josh Reintz of the Hockey Writers covering the Devils, good friend of mine. He said, if this is accurate, which obviously now it is, about the trade, package, have to wonder how this enough for Toffoli, especially in light of Gensel and the amount of bidders still interested. Has been a tough stretch for Tom Fitzgerald. Essentially, he turns Yegor Sharangovich and a third into a second and a third. So I think it's fair to say, as much as it sucks as me being, a fan of the Devils, but I think it's true that I think Calgary honestly did win the trade at the end of the day, because they have a young player that they can continue to develop who can be a part of that core long term. He's had a really, really great year. He's probably going to finish with over 30 goals on the season. And the Devils couldn't even keep Toffoli beyond this year. Now, again, I know that it's possible the Devils could circle back and try to bring Toffoli back in the offseason, but I think less and less that that's going to happen. You never know. We'll keep our eye on that once the offseason goes around. But I think it's just disappointing because I think this is kind of just like another drop into what has been a disappointing year in New Jersey. And it'll be really interesting to see how Tom Fitzgerald speaks to the media later today after all is said and done, after
For
having
sure.
gone the last week. So we'll see.
He's going to have to answer some tough questions, I imagine, today.
And this is probably the first time in his tenure in New Jersey where he is really, really going to be under the gun, because he's done a great job building this team. I do wonder if his seat has gotten hot at all from all of this. Tough to tell.
Let's kind of get through, I think, today in the draft, and maybe that's a question we bring up in the off season. So, but it's a fair question to ask, right? And speaking of questions to ask, Anthony's bringing us a question here. Hi, fellas. Do you guys think Florida makes another big time trade today after acquiring Tarasenko? Maybe Max Pacioretty or Jacob Chychrun from Ottawa. Is Florida still not done?
I don't even think they needed to make the Tarasenko deal. I think that they just did it, to do
Just
it.
cause.
Just cause they could do it. I mean, it was obvious.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think Florida does anything else. I don't think they need to.
They don't
Why
need
should
to.
they? I
No,
mean, if
totally.
they get Pacioretty, that's a luxury. If they get Chikrin, that's a luxury. But they don't need it either
They
way.
do not need it. No,
Fine.
they don't.
So, like Anthony, I understand if like maybe you want Florida to make another move. You don't have to. There's no reason to.
For sure.
No reason to.
So Rob, not the biggest fan of that toffoli trade here, as we can see. Vince bringing up of Tom Fitzgerald that he needs to pull his head out of his you-know-what. Yeah, he might have to answer some tough questions. So
look, I don't think that Fitzgerald has earned him being given his walking papers.
sure.
But I think when you look at where the team was at the end of last year, and you look at the potential that they showed, and where they were, the Devils definitely did need to do some things in the offseason. You knew the team was going to look different. You knew you were probably going to be losing Severson and Graves to big money contracts. The Devils were just not going to sign either one of those guys to the money that they were asking for.
For sure.
And when Timo Meier signed, I don't remember a single person saying that the Devils overpaid to keep Timo Meier. Nobody said that. It's just that it's been a tough year for Timo Meier physically, that and being played out of position, that people have been critical. But the reality is that the Devils did not address the goaltending in the offseason. They took a calculated risk by keeping Vitek and Akira Schmidt as your starters. And it didn't work out. It failed miserably. And despite all of that, there's still a couple of points out of a playoff spot. So it shows you again just how much good goaltending would have put this team and where they would be right now. Oilers, yeah, they do. They'll probably.
Sorry, I'm just rolling through
Yeah,
comments as you're talking.
Oilers
So
will probably fix that in the offseason as well. We don't know what's going to happen the last 19 games of the year. I'm going to be at the game tomorrow against Carolina here in New Jersey. It'll be really interesting to see if there's a good turnout. There might not be. There might be a lot of people that just say, screw it, it's not worth it. This
not doing
team's
it. Yeah.
we're done. But I think that if you're the ownership of the Devils, you do have to say, okay, yeah, we'll give you a pass for the injuries, and everything like that. But, this was the head coach that you brought in and you thought could win. Didn't work out. You need to fix the goaltending. You need to make moves. So Fitzgerald knows that this offseason is going to be critical as hell for him long term.
You got it.
Because if he doesn't, then he's gonna be a marked man for sure.
Seats getting a little warm there over in New Jersey. Anthony saying, as a Florida fan, I want another move, but agreed that we don't need to make one after Tarasenko. Yeah, I mean, for Florida, they've been the best team in the East for quite a little bit now, and adding Tarasenko just kind of adds to it, and they already have something good out in Florida, so there's nothing necessary that they seemingly need to do as the day continues here on NHL Trade Deadline Day. Blue Jays saying backup that can handle some load management for Skinner is good, but can't play every night. Curious to see if the Oilers do make a move to try to help their goaltending situation. Fitzgerald should not have addressed not trading away toffoli for essentially what he says garbage, but hey, still draft picks at the end of the day.
And I think the last thing I'll say here really quickly about it is just
yeah, finish your thought, and then I have another trade to announce.
Oh no, go ahead. No, you go.
Okay, just had to bring that up again real quick here. Crap, I have to find it again. But Florida did actually just make another trade. I just lost it though for a second here. Sorry, let me grab it real quick.
Yeah.
Go finish your comment and I'll find it.
Yeah. I think really what it is that it feels very much like that the team, based on that return, I think what it feels like to a lot of people is that they feel the Devils don't feel that confident in re-signing him.
Right.
And they don't feel that confident in this team making the playoffs. I think that's the way that they look at it.
So speaking of the Florida Panthers, they actually did just make a trade. They have now acquired Kyle Okposo from the Buffalo Sabres in exchange for Cal Sagelin. I apologize if I mispronounced it. And a conditional 7th round pick. Again, Kyle Okposo, now a member of the Florida Panthers. Your thoughts?
Kyle Okposo, this might be the best chance of his entire career to win a cup. I mean, this is a really good opportunity for him. For Buffalo, he's an expiring contract. He's going to be a free agent in the offseason. And I think from that perspective, it's maybe Buffalo either doesn't feel they can re-sign him or they really don't want to re-sign him. I think that's kind of the way that I look at it. Buffalo gets a prospect and a 7th-round pick. Not bad for Kyle Pozo. So they trade their
Yep.
captain. And and honestly, good for Buffalo. And Florida, you didn't have to do this. Like, I'm not criticizing you for making the move. You just didn't
Sure.
have to do it. But
Sure.
I think Florida is trying to make so 100% certain that there are no flaws in this team, and now they just have to go out there and win.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, the good thing, I think, for Buffalo, it's good for both sides because Florida just adds a little bit more depth, but it's great for Buffalo that now you're finally able to get Kyle Okposo off the books, right? So to get him straight up, what is his contract still?
For Kyle Pozo?
Okposo, yeah. What's Okposo's contract? Look it up real quick. I'll just kind of roll through the comments here.
Kyle Pozo has
Go ahead.
He signed a 1-year deal this past offseason for $3 million.
Wow. Okay, there you go.
Dusty.
So that's it as they get Okposo off of Buffalo. As Dusty boys, we still have a lot of time here in our fantasy league. It's okay.
Yeah.
Kevin being a new subscriber and put you guys on this background, legit thought you had Jonah Hill on your show as a special guest. The voice. I don't know who he's referring to, but I'll take the hit on that.
Yeah, Jonah Hill.
That's funny.
It's probably me. It's probably me.
That's okay. Jeremy Rutherford reporting from the Athletic that, again, Pavel Buchnevich will likely stay in St. Louis. Also, NHL Player Safety did just release Evander Kane's been fined $2,500 for unsportsmanlike conduct during last night's game in Columbus.
I see here. Okay, Pierre LeBrun also said about Kyle Poso. Basically, the Sabres said to Kyle Poso that they want to do right by you and we want to give you a chance to win a cup. So we're trading you because we want to put you on a championship team. So I think what happened, if we're based off this, is that Buffalo called Florida and asked if you will have any interest.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they had interest, Bill Zito pulled the trigger.
He said, there you go. Right.
Well, good for Buffalo in that regard then. Good for them.
Good for Buffalo. I think this is good for both teams, right?
For sure.
It sounds like it's really good for both teams. I'm going to take it off for a second. I'm just going to try and refresh it to see if we do have other official trades. That is the only official trade that we've had recently. Again, we know that Toffoli is heading to Winnipeg. We know that Patrick Maroon is heading to Boston. We just don't know. We don't have the official trade on the board yet. This is the only official one that's come through. Again, Kyle Okposo, now a member of the Florida Panthers. Let's check the comments here to see what everybody else thinks of Okposo heading to.
We do have Anthony Manzano, who is a Panthers fan, who just put a comment down below.
Let's bring that up. I got it. It's all good. Sorry, I'm kind of covering your face.
I would like to.
Go ahead.
Panthers fan. I would like them to make another big time trade. But I agree with you guys that the Tarasenko trade wasn't necessary. It was a luxury, and I think we need to make a trade.
That was the comment beforehand. Let's get Anthony to try again, as they actually did.
Okay, great.
That's so funny. And also,
Dylan's giving us 7th in trade becomes a 5th if Florida wins the cup. So that's not bad.
That's pretty good. That's that's a lot of the ways up all the way to the 5th. So that's not too shabby. Is again, Florida getting ready for another big cup run here as they acquire Kyle Okposo. But yeah, so that's oh, forgot to bring that up. There we go. Missing some stuff here. Again, that's been the only official trade that we've had in the past hour, give or take. Again, we do have 2 more trades to put on the board for you, as well as, again, Toffoli to the Jets and Maroon to the Boston Bruins. Anthony now has an update for us on his take. His Florida did just make this move. We don't have a lot of depth in defense. That's why I would prefer to get Jacob from Ottawa instead of Tarasenko, because the decor here in Florida is not really that deep after Ekblad. He means the defense there. So, so they add more forward depth. What's your take?
Maybe Jacob Chikrin. But again, where's the money coming from?
That's the problem. Also, too, just another, we do have another trade, not a major one, but another trade to announce for you guys here. I'll up to the screen as soon as I can. Pierre LeBrun, Ducks have acquired Ben Myers from the Colorado Avalanche for a mid to late round draft pick, whatever that case may be. Again, Ducks acquired Ben Myers from the Colorado Avalanche.
Weird.
No idea who he
I
is.
have no comment on that, honestly. Um, yeah,
Oh
Dylan brings up
man.
a good point about Barabanov from San Jose. Is it moved by San Jose was scratched last night? He was. I think he probably gets moved as well. Um, so I to who I don't know, but I think he would probably get moving as well. So yeah, so the big domino fell in the last half hour here with Tyler Toffoli going to Winnipeg in exchange for a second round pick and a third round pick. Pat
Yep.
Maroon just went to Boston from Minnesota, and then we just had some random trade that not even Ducks fans could
Could even comment
understand.
on.
So
um,
now we'll keep our, we'll continue to see how things grow. For all we know, the Toffoli trade is the last big one of the day, but things could change. We have exactly 3 hours until the deadline.
for sure. Lots of time still to be played. Also, not maybe huge yet, but there is some traction heating up between the Calgary Flames and Tyson Barrie.
Very.
So let's keep an eye on that. There is some traction heating up between those two teams there, between Nashville and Calgary, in regards to Tyson Barrie. So we'll see
Yes.
what happens there for that one. Anthony asks again, for you guys as hockey fans, how likely do you think of either Pittsburgh or Washington trading Crosby or Ovechkin? Me, 0. No way. What do you think?
I'm going with 1%.
1%? Okay.
For
Yeah, it's
Crosby.
not happening. Well, for
Ovechkin,
Crosby, yes. Yeah.
Crosby, because, everybody keeps saying that, like, oh, he's going to leave. I don't think that Crosby's going to finish his career anywhere but Pittsburgh. Ovechkin, what's the point? What's the point for either one of those guys? All it will do is will just burn bridges with the fan base. Like, that doesn't do anything else other than that. Um,
Yeah, that's right.
Charlie Coyle and Jake McCabe both fined 5,000
Yeah, it was an intense game last night
last
between the
night.
Bruins and the Leafs. Both teams were fined 5K.
Well, they do
Excuse me,
hate each other.
both players were fined. As
The players
it's
are
a
fine.
potential first round matchup
Yeah.
as the playoffs are nearer. So we've had a couple trades so far this morning. What do we think so far? I mean, it's 12 o'clock now on our end here, 3 hours to go. I'll be on for the next hour
Yeah.
until we have our other
I'm
guys
probably going
coming
to
on.
split in about a minute or two.
No
Just,
problem,
'cause
man.
I got other stuff to do today. And I
Yep.
have to catch up with all of the Tyler Toffoli stuff. Because again, also I do have a podcast here on the network, Devil's State of Mind, which covers the New Jersey Devils. So of course I will talk about this Tyler Toffoli trade and the trade deadline in general in the next couple of days. So don't worry about that. Um, I think what we see so far is this: forwards are going for not as much as we thought they would. Uh, I think all the big deals happened 2 days ago. So, in terms of the excitement of the trade deadline at this point,
Mhm.
there aren't a lot of names that I look at and say they're probably going to get dealt or this is going to happen. I think now it's just a matter of seeing what other moves teams make here at the end. Um, you know, it'll be really interesting to see what happens moving forward. I will say you know, again, I know I don't want everybody to feel like I'm just going to talk about the Devils and Devils only, but um, it's more of just, I will say from Devils' perspective, now to be curious to see, do they sell any more of their assets? Because if they sell their expiring contracts, then they've punted on the season, and that's what it is.
Right.
If they don't, and maybe they acquire a veteran goaltender, then maybe they do. It's weird. I think Tom Fitzgerald's feeling about the team changed from the time he fired Lindy Ruff to now, because when he fired Lindy Ruff and he talked about it to the media, he talked it like he still believed in this team that they could make the playoffs. And I think what happened was that the loss that they had at the hands of the Florida Panthers on Tuesday, I think changed the course. I really do. So I think it didn't matter whether the Devils won last night or not. Um,
Wouldn't have mattered, yeah.
I don't think it mattered. I think it would. So, um, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. Winnipeg. I think Winnipeg's done probably for the deadline. I don't think there's anything else that you really need to do.
Yeah. No, I think I agree. Yeah.
I want to know
I
about
would imagine.
Vegas. I want to know what they're doing because Dave Pagnotta put out that report this morning that they were gonna do something big. What does that mean? At this point, what does that mean?
We're gonna find out. I think we're gonna
We
find out.
will find out. But on that note,
Okay, it's
I do have to split
all
for the
good.
but thank you, Kyle, for putting this together. We'll have a couple. Who else will be coming on soon?
So Dylan's going to check in for a couple just a little bit here in this next hour. At 1 o'clock today, I will be subbing out. We're going to get our Habs guys from our one of our Montreal Canadiens podcasts who are going to take over for the final 2 hours. And yeah, and so they'll take over for the rest of the day until 3 o'clock, and I'll be on with you guys for the next hour. But Neil, it was fun having you this morning, and it was kind of nice that the trade did break with toffoli because now we get your instant reaction, and you know, help out the show as much as you can. So I appreciate it.
Of course, man. Well, thank everybody. We have like 81 people here. We've had up to like almost 100 people hanging out with us here today. We really do appreciate it. Continue to like and subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that notification bell so you don't miss anything going on, including, I believe Richard Hall is reporting that Alex Texier is missing from the Columbus Blue Jackets practice today. So maybe Texier might be on the move as well. We will see. But nonetheless, just want to thank everybody for interacting, and great to talk to everybody. Kyle, as always, great to work with you. And
you too, buddy.
You know, enjoy the rest of the NHL trade deadline for the next three-ish hours.
Oh, we will. We'll talk soon. Maybe we'll do a game next week too, buddy.
Sounds good, man. Well, have a great day, guys, and I'll see you later.
See you, Neil. Have a good one, man.
You too.
All right. As Neil checks out for the day, we'll probably get boss man Dylan on soon. Another trade alert, though, guys, as he signs off. We do have another trade to announce to you guys. Again, I don't know if it's big or not, but we'll let you guys be the judge of it. The New York Rangers have acquired Chad Ruhwedel from the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for fourth-round pick. So the Penguins clearly not done after getting rid of Jake Gensel. It's now Chad Ruhwedel heading to the New York Rangers as the Rangers try to shore up that bottom six on defense there. So that's another recent trade that just happened to break a minute ago. We're still waiting for the official trade for Tyler Toffoli and again for Patrick Maroon as defenseman Chad Ruhwedel will be a part of the New York Rangers. So again, we got some guests coming on soon, guys. I will be with you here for at least the next 45 minutes in the next hour or so before we get some other guys popping in as well. As everybody seems to want to come in. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, that's the most recent one that we have here per Chris Johnson as well. Frank Zaravelli also just breaking that the trade is official between Tyler Toffoli and the Winnipeg Jets, as he is now a member of the Jets. So yeah, Chad Ruhwedel going to the Rangers, a little bit more of a defensive piece, trying to shore that up as the Rangers are getting ready for the run here. I just wanted to bring that up, and I'd love to get back to some of your comments as well. I'll make sure to refresh the screen when we get more trades coming in here, as I will go back to some of the comments here that I missed. But first, what's up, boss man?
Kyle, what's going on?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Very eventful trade deadline today.
What do you think so far?
It's kind of what I expected. At this point, I think we're really looking at the secondary market, right? I think all the big names have left the board, the Jake Gensels and those kind of players. So now we're looking at, the secondary market. You see like Kyle Okposo getting moved. There's some other names like Barabanov from San Jose that might get moved. I've heard the name Jason Zucker being thrown around. So now you're really kind of looking at those. I wouldn't even call them second line players. They're more third line guys, depth players to add some Stanley Cup contenders. So I think those are the deals that are coming through now. And I think it's just the case that, these top teams were fighting for the Gensels and the Tyler Toffolis. Now that those names are off the board, it's another bidding, not necessarily a bidding war, but now it's a war to get those secondary pieces, because especially in the West, I'm a Vancouver Canucks fan. I know the Canucks have made some early trades, but then you start looking at what these other teams are adding, and you're like, man, this is an arms race. We need to get in here. We need to add somebody, right?
Yeah. That's it. Like with the trade for Toffoli, it just reassures it more now that Winnipeg's in on the arms race. The Golden Knights have been doing it. The Stars recently.
The Avalanche have really loaded up. Yeah.
Avalanche are loading up. The Oilers loading up with Adam Henrique, right? So it's a little bit of a depth piece there. On the Vancouver side of things, Lindholm's name's been brought up a lot, right, over the past 24, 48 hours. What do the Canucks need to do something today now that they're seeing the West starting to load up a lot?
I mean, I don't think they need to do something. I don't think that they need to do something where they have to overpay to add a player. I think their roster as is probably good enough to contend with these other Western teams, even though they've added a bunch of pieces. And, the whole Lindholm situation, I think there was speculation and rumors. I don't know if anything was going to happen there. I think at the end of the day, the reason the Canucks added Lindholm early was, sometimes it takes players 10, 15 games to adjust. And that's what we're seeing. You don't add a player early, say, okay, we're going to give him 20 games to adjust. And then in 10 games, he hasn't adjusted. Let's flip him. I just don't see that happening realistically.
Right. Yeah. And who knows? I mean, there were talks. I mean, you mentioned earlier in the chat with Pierre-Luc Dubois possibly getting shopped around, right? And, it's just curious to see if they need to shore up a bottom six guy. It feels like they kind of missed out a little bit on Toffoli now heading to Winnipeg. Is there a player that you have in mind that you want to see the Canucks go after?
I think it's probably just some depth up front. So a forward. This is maybe a bit high on the wish list, but a player like Frank Vetrano from the Ducks would be a great add, I think, for the Canucks or really any team looking to add a scoring winger. But at the end of the day, there's the cap situation with Vancouver too, right? You can only add so much money. They have a lot of money dedicated up front already. So if they do add a player, it's going to be a cheap rental. I don't think they can add anyone with term going into next year, when the Pettersson contract hits with all these other contracts coming up. So realistically, I think it's a depth piece that we're looking at.
Yeah. I also just want to bring up, it's now official.
Okay.
It took a while, but it's finally in. Again, Jets, Tyler Toffoli, 2025 second and a 2024 third. But yeah, to finish your point, I agree. It's probably going to be a depth piece and maybe your wishful thinking with Toronto, but weird things have happened if you're seeing this type of return for Toffoli. What does this mean for the Jets, for going forward, on a potential playoff run in a very stacked Central Division too? It's a arms race for first place there in that division. Where do you see the Jets now come playoff time, and how much does this improve their chances on a cup run?
Well, I don't know if they were surprised to be in this position, but I think they might be. So I think it's a case of almost kind of like the Vancouver Canucks. It's everything's going really well this year. Why not go for it? Why not push your chips in the middle of the table, get who you can get to help you out in the playoffs, and really make a run for it? It might not pay off. Toffoli might come to Winnipeg and struggle, but at the end of the day, you got to give yourself that chance. And, you have Connor Hellebuck, a Vezina caliber goaltender. You have just great structure in Winnipeg too, and how they play the game. So I think adding these pieces makes a lot of sense. I can see them going deep in the playoffs. I really can.
It really feels like any of those teams out west. I mean, if the Kings decide they want to make a move, we'll see what happens with Nashville. Yep. Mentioned earlier that Tyson Barrie is actually linked to the Calgary Flames. We'll see how that goes there. But you can make a case for right now the 8 teams that are in a playoff spot out west. You can easily make a case for probably about 7 of them outside of Nashville, I would say.
Yep, I agree.
Any of them can go on a run, and it's stacked. I don't know. You come playoff time when these teams are finally matched up and when it's all finalized, that you can make a very good case for each of these teams, especially with the weapons that they're now adding, in the past 48 hours, past 72 hours. So it makes the Western Conference a very watchable, playoff time. It's just gonna be so fun to watch some of these series, right? Because it's these guys are, like you mentioned, they're putting their chips in the middle, and I imagine I can't foresee Vancouver being quiet now when they see Winnipeg do this. I can't foresee it at all, right? And I think you mentioned it too in the comments. It puts the power back in the West in terms.
It really does,
right? And I mean, out east you got Florida, the Rangers, if you want to throw them in there, and Boston. And outside of that, it's a lot of teams that can compete with them.
Man, I think out of the top 10 favorites to win the cup, and I'm just spitballing right now, I'd say probably 7 are in the West.
I would agree. I would probably agree. Yeah.
Florida's really good. Florida's at the top of that top 10, but I
Yeah.
think most of the teams are in the Western Conference. And, just back to the Winnipeg Jets quickly in this trade, and we were talking about the arms race and everything. Again, you get yourself in a position where you're ready to make the playoffs and you're having a good season. Other teams add all these pieces. It's almost kind of a waste to not now add and give yourself a chance, because you feel like if you don't add right now going into the playoffs, you're 2 steps behind your opponent who's added 3-4 really good pieces at the trade deadline.
You got it. Yeah. You really feel like you're playing from behind. And, if you're Vancouver and they don't make a move today, you're basically telling everybody, look, like, we made our big splash and we're happy with what we have going forward. Because let's be honest here, like, I don't think any of us really expected this type of year from Vancouver to be right now at the top of the Pacific and frankly at the top of the Western Conference, right? So, they made their big move. It's a good, it's good to argue that they probably have done what they needed to do. Again, it might be a depth piece later on in the day. We'll see how it goes. But, you don't want to give away too much, especially with where they're at in the process, especially just re-signing Pettersson to that 8-year deal.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for the Canucks, too, it's like they realize that this is a great season and they're at the top of the standings and all of that. But realistically, even though you're winning today, you got to look a couple years ahead. And I don't think the Vancouver Canucks were willing to trade one of their top prospects to bring in a Jake Gensel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it would have taken.
Exactly. Again, another refresh here as the official trade came in as Pat Maroon is a member of the Boston Bruins, as they only give away a 6th-round pick there.
Does Pat Maroon even unpack his suitcase when he gets to a new city?
I don't think so. Well,
yeah.
Did he sign or was he traded to Minnesota in the offseason? I
think
remember.
He signed in Minnesota. I could be mistaken.
Because I think if he was traded, it was probably for another 7th, right? But this just makes the Bruins that much more literally tougher to play against. And, imagining that the Leafs, if they stay pat with where they're at and where the Bruins are in the standings, that's another first-round matchup where I can't foresee the Leafs surviving, because now you're throwing in a guy who's willing to throw the mouth around a little bit and get under these guys' skin in the Leafs. So it makes it that much tougher if you're a Leaf fan.
Pat Maroon he looks like a guy that should be wearing that Bruins jersey. Like, he just, how some players look weird wearing a different jersey? Pat Maroon looks perfect in a Bruins jersey. Exactly.
No, I agree. Like, it looked, especially too when he was on Tampa, like he really did fit that system there too. Also, quick note on Maroon: he's actually out for 2 to 3 weeks from back surgery.
Oh, interesting.
He just got off back surgery, so he's not going to be playing for the Bruins until literally playoff time. So, which is kind of nice for him. He can just kind of rest easy until he's healthy and ready to go.
I mean, that is an interesting point, because that is interesting from the Boston side, because you get a guy who's coming off of back surgery, coming into the playoffs. Like, how ready is that player going to be to play playoff hockey at the high intensity coming off of a surgery? I don't know how bad the surgery was. I don't know how long he was out for. It seems a little bit risky, but also at the end of the day, you're giving up a 2026 6th-round pick. The price is low enough.
Exactly. I wanted to get back to some of the comments here. I missed some pretty big ones here, but more or less for you here, from Richard, in terms of long term, if they settle today, does it help or hurt them? Your thoughts?
If the Canucks, long term, I think if the Canucks don't make any moves today, that's better for the team, because realistically, they're only going to be getting rental players. And I think, again, even though the Canucks have had this great season, I don't think anyone's under the impression that, this is their first year, and next year they're going to be Stanley Cup contenders. And, 2, 3, 4 years after that, every year they're going to be contenders. They can be, but they're going to have to be smart with their money. They're going to have to be smart with prospects coming up on ELCs, making an impact while only making, $1 million or so. So if you're the Vancouver Canucks, you can't get rid of a Jonathan Lekkerimäki, who's playing in the Swedish Elite League. You can't get rid of a Tom Willander, who is an 11th overall pick. You have to keep those pieces, because you have some other contracts that are coming up for the Canucks, like Filip Hronek. Is Filip Hronek going to be able to stay with Vancouver? We don't know. He might get traded in the offseason. That's very realistic. So all of a sudden you have to start replacing these guys with cheaper options. So I think if the Canucks kind of settle right now and don't make any big trades, that's fine. But I think they should maybe look at moving a 3rd round pick or 4th round pick just to add some depth to their lineup.
It makes you wonder too, like earlier on when you acquired Lindholm, like you mentioned those guys there. What was the fandom on Hunter Brushewitz? Like, was that a guy you didn't want to give up as well? Or was he somebody that you can kind of live with being like, okay, like this could pay off if we go deep here with Lindholm?
Yeah, I think Hunter, I don't think he was in like that top 5, maybe core group of prospects that the Vancouver Canucks had. But I think he was more of a, I don't know if wild card is the right word, but he's one of those prospects where it's like, okay, if this guy never makes the team and he plays in the AHL and then goes overseas, I wouldn't be that surprised. But he has the talent and the potential to be a legitimate top 4 defenseman and really add that puck moving ability, which a lot of guys on the back end don't have. So he's one of those tough ones, right? It's a high risk, high reward kind of prospect that I think that they were okay giving up, just given the fact that they have some good defensive prospects already. They have Quinn Hughes, who's going to be locked up for a long time. And overall, their defense has looked okay this year. So I think on Vancouver's side, it's like, okay, we can give up this lottery ticket. But then as far as Calgary goes, it's like, this is a great lottery ticket because if this hits, it's really going to hit.
Totally. And just seeing some of the names below here on the ticker. 2 of the guys brought up actually, because Arizona's been quite quiet because Zucker's came up, Dumba's come up a little bit, Chychrun's name's come up a lot recently. In terms of defense, like when you look around the league now with after all these trades, as Rubio goes to the Rangers more recently in a defensive trade, which team do you need to look at the most, west or east, wherever you need to see it, that is looking for a shutdown defenseman like a Jacob Chychrun, like a Matt Dumba? Like, who do you think needs to add more defensive pieces in these next 3 hours?
I mean, that's hard to say because, I mean, realistically, you look at the West, and I think anybody could add another defenseman. You look at Vegas; they already have a great defense, and they added Noah Hannafin, right? So I think there's a host of teams out there that could use more defense. I mean, always the Edmonton Oilers. I mean, if they added another depth piece on their back end, I think that would be helpful for them. The LA Kings, they've been pretty quiet, but they're still in the playoff spot. So do they maybe look at adding another depth piece to their lineup? I don't know if we're going to see any big names go now as far as defensemen goes, but I think, that 2nd or 3rd market, giving up 3rd round picks, 4th round picks for depth pieces, I think that's kind of where we're at now in the trade deadline.
Especially with like when Hannafin went on, what was that, Thursday night? Whatever, 2 nights ago, give or take. When Hannafin goes, like, it wasn't that, with the amount of retention that he went for, I think it was 75% retention, along with those conditional picks. Right now, it's a 2nd, could turn into a 1st and a 3rd. You can, like, that kind of tells you a little bit too that you can still go out and get depth guys defensively and only cough up a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, no, I think the market's out there for sure. And, it's kind of funny. This year's trade market, I don't think is the strongest one necessarily.
No.
So when guys are available, I feel like their cost is inflated a little bit. For example, you look at the Tyler Toffoli trade.
Right.
At the end of the day, a 2nd and a 3rd for Tyler Toffoli, like, it seems pretty reasonable to me in a normal year. It's just this year where Tyler Toffoli is one of the better forwards in the group that's available to be traded. You get a 2nd and a 3rd, and you might be a little bit disappointed. But I personally don't think Devils fans should be. I think they kind of got the value.
Neil was pretty disappointed.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, you can be disappointed, but I mean, what's the alternative? A 2nd and a 2nd? Would that make you happier? I mean,
sure.
I just don't know that getting a 1st and another pick was a possibility for a player like Toffoli. And again, if Toffoli's going to walk from the Devils at the end of the day, you got to get some assets. It's all about asset management, right? You can flip that 2nd and 3rd round pick and maybe add another piece and get a really good goaltender, and which is more valuable to the New Jersey Devils, a scoring forward or a really good goaltender, right?
Plus, it's a 2025 pick. You don't know what the Jets are going to be like next year.
No, absolutely.
further up the list on the draft board, right? So you don't know what it's going to be. So the fact that it's not even this year's second round pick, considering that, the Jets are going to could contend for a cup or on a playoff run, this pick might be sweeter if they decide that if they bow out early in the first round, who knows what the offseason looks like for them, and even next season too, when they don't have that second round pick.
And to that point, I think regardless of how well Winnipeg plays next year, I think this draft pick in 2025, the second, is already worth more than what a 2024 would have been worth, because we've heard all the rumors, we've heard about this draft that kind of after the mid first round, the quality of players kind of really drops off. So if you're expecting to draft a player with this draft pick, I think you're better off in 2025. It looks like a much deeper draft, and you might be able to snag a player. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we've seen a lot of first-round picks this year getting moved from top teams, because they're not super confident that they're going to miss a player that they really wanted at pick 27, 28, 29, 30.
Whatever it may be. Yeah.
They're willing to risk it this year. So I think some teams are already looking ahead at 2025 without even really considering 2024, just because it's a weaker draft.
It feels like that's what the consensus is that it is a weaker draft, right? Outside of the teams where, you'll get, Macklin Celebrini for all intents and purposes is number one, right? And Cole Yzerman. And we can say it's a weaker draft, but look at the amount of times in the past where you look at the draft board and go, there's clearly going to be some steals in this draft you've never heard of before, right? And so, it might happen in the second, it might happen in the third round, you don't know. So, Neil was pretty disappointed, to be honest, considering what the share
looks like we have a trade.
Ooh, do you want to announce it?
Looks like Jason Zucker is going from Arizona to Nashville. Nashville adding
to Nashville.
Yeah, I don't have the specifics right now, but yeah, it looks like Jason Zucker is going to Nashville.
Wow.
Yeah, weird. Nashville is one of those teams that's been interesting, right? They've traded away a couple guys, they've added a couple guys, kind of sideways moves as far as I'm concerned. Sure. I guess they still think that they have a chance of making the playoffs and maybe winning a round. I don't personally see it, but that's an interesting move.
It's especially too because there was earlier reports that they were also shopping Tyson Barrie, right? And it's so weird because they're 7-1 now in their last 8 or something like that. They're like 8-1 or something. So it's weird because they've been doing so well, and now it's like, okay, well, they are now seeing everybody else is adding. Why don't we? And we'll just see what happens, kind of thing, right? So I can't imagine it being I can't imagine being a massive return or whatever in terms of picks to Arizona, right? For a guy like Jason Zucker. We'll get word in a minute probably of what the trade is, but everybody in the West is loading up. All 8 teams have now loaded up for the playoffs.
Yeah, even the fringe teams like Nashville, they're adding up. I'm just looking at Zucker's points this year. So he has 9 goals, 16 assists for 25 points in 51 games. So he's about a half a point a game player right now, which is, that's still valuable to add to your team. I mean, last year in Pittsburgh, he put up 27 goals. So this is a guy that can still play. He's 32 years old. He still has probably 2-3 more productive seasons ahead of him. And you look at those numbers in Arizona, I mean, I think everyone's kind of struggling to score right now in Arizona. So you add him on to a team like Nashville, maybe you see that production go up a tiny bit.
Possible. Mike Gould just saying on the Nashville trade there that they do have 3 second-round picks. So one of them more than likely could be going the other way for a guy like Jason Zucker. So
interesting.
What does he do? What does he do for this Nashville team, do you think? He clearly slots in as a top 6 left winger here, but for a guy like Zucker, how is he going to help Nashville here as they're, again, like a wild card fringe playoff team?
I think a team like Nashville, I mean, it seems like since they've entered the league, they've always needed scoring. And I don't think that's changed right now. I think they need scoring, even if it's just a Jason Zucker that's going to come in and maybe score, 5 goals the rest of the season. That could that could be the difference of an overtime win, which gets you into the playoffs, right? So I think it's a small move overall, but it just adds to their depth, adds to their upfront scoring. And, another veteran presence in the room. They're already a pretty veteran group right now. So I think, going into the playoffs, they're thinking, hey, we have guys that have been there, done this before. Zucker's won a cup, all the rest of it. Maybe we have a chance here against some of these younger teams.
And you never know. Like, it's just, we've seen it all before where it's just once you're in, you're in. And, hey, I mean,
you have a 3-game hot streak and you win a series,
You're through, right? Like, so it kind of brings me back to Vancouver a little bit, because now Nashville loads up, and I mean, hey, we'll see what the Kings do by 3:00 if they decide to do anything here. But does it make you a little nervous that about a potential matchup with a team like Nashville, or if LA makes a move, or whatever, if Edmonton crosses over and you get the Golden Knights, however it works out? How does this feel now for a Canucks fan seeing other teams now in the playoff hunt making more moves?
Well, those two teams you mentioned, Nashville, I mean, I think the Vancouver Canucks are still okay against them. I think they're clearly the better team, even though, Nashville's added a couple pieces here. I don't know that those pieces necessarily move the needle to the point where I'm changing my opinion on the Nashville Predators. The thing that worries me the most is the Vancouver Canucks playing the LA Kings, because I cannot stand watching that LA Kings team play. It is the most boring hockey you have ever watched. And if I have to watch 7 games of that, I'm going to claw my eyeballs out. And especially if the Canucks lose after that, I'm going to lose my mind.
Especially watching Pierre-Luc Dubois now.
Oh, God. I still think, my opinion on that player. I think he's the most overrated player in the NHL. I really do.
I still think the Jets were, like, what they got for that.
Great trade.
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah.
And to think now that, per reports earlier today, that they're shopping them. And Boston was in on a conversation, I guess, with them. So we'll see where that leads. Pierre LeBrun did just break that the Devils did retain 50% of Toffoli's contract. So, who knows? Maybe the Jets aren't done yet, considering they're only getting, I think it's probably, $2 million, give or take, on that contract?
Let's see what Toffoli's contract is.
I think that's what it is. So 50% retention. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah. So, Toffoli's only getting paid 4.25 right now.
Wow.
So yeah, you're right. It's just over $2 million cap hit that the Jets are going to have of Toffoli, which, hey, that's an even better ad, right? I mean, you look at the picks that they gave up, and I think it's very reasonable. And then on top of that, the retained salary, that's a home run.
That's not bad, right? So we got 12. It's 12:30 now on our end here. About 2.5 hours to go here. Trade deadline day.
Some small news. I mean, I don't know how big this one is. Alex Texier apparently was not at Columbus Blue Jackets practice. That's another name that could be out there in trades. 24 years old, former second-round pick, 23 points in 59 games. Hey, if a team needs a good third-line center, fourth-line center, Texier could be another option.
It was funny, too, because you mentioned Columbus, how they had a small trade earlier today getting Malcolm Subban. Merzlikins still probably wants out of Columbus. I don't know if he
it's a strange situation.
So weird. So it made me wonder, like, okay, what are they doing here by bringing in Subban? Like, what's the end goal here? Are they just bringing in because they like him? Or, what does this relate to Merzlikins? So now you mentioned Texier. Who knows how it all connects?
I don't have a read on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Obviously they've made some changes in their head office. And, you look at the first trade that they made recently for Alex Nylander. That was a bit of a head scratcher. And then you look at this Malcolm Subban one, and doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, what is Malcolm Subban really going to do for your organization?
Or a string goaltender.
Yeah. So I don't know. For me, I don't have a read on what this Columbus team is doing.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned Alex Nylander, how he gets a hat trick too the other day.
I know. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious.
It's ridiculous. So one of our Kings guys mentioning on Twitter saying everybody but the Kings have improved their club. So curious to see if the Kings also join in on the party and improve their club. Maybe they get rid of, Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think for the Kings, if they could add a scoring forward, add a player with some speed, I think that's probably what they're looking at.
Yeah.
But they've been pretty hesitant this year, other than, the Pierre-Luc Dubois trade.
Right.
They haven't done much, and you haven't really heard their name mixed up in too many trade rumors in the past couple of weeks. So I wouldn't be surprised if they stand pat and just kind of go with the team that they have, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that they needed to do, I think one of their problems has been goaltending most of the year, right? With, you want to go in with Cam Talbot, with, a lot of these, with the way the West has been loading up, like, if they get matched up again with the Oilers, like, you're just going to get lit up again by McDavid and company. Like, we saw it happen last year. It really shouldn't have been that close of a series.
Yeah.
When it was, I think it was a 6-game series, so it really should have been that close, and that might be the case this year too, if they stand pat.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but Jordan Eberle signed an extension.
Yeah, I brought that up, a quick tidbit earlier, as Edmonton was having a conversation, I guess, trying to acquire him. Honestly, good for Seattle. Like, I don't think they probably would have got an insane value for getting rid of Eberle, but to have him for 2 years at that price seems like a win.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it seemed like Seattle, they're having a rough year this year, and I think they probably overperformed last year. But still, at the end of the day, they're not an organization that's like looking to go into a rebuild. They want to at least be competitive. So keeping Jordan Eberle on your team at 4.75 is worth a lot more than getting a second-round pick, in my opinion.
Totally. Yeah, I'm just trying. I don't know if there was another news that broke here.
Yeah, I'm refreshing my Elliot Friedman Twitter page.
That's literally been me all day here. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of Flame stuff because that's just who I follow here. Apparently, they're still talking about Tyson Barrie. I don't know if that works now. It might change now because of the Zucker deal. And I mean, it puts them in a bit of a cap. I mean, hey, it might free up a bit more room if they feed out Barrie and maybe bring somebody else in. Nashville might not be done today.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Nashville's made some trades here recently that we weren't expecting them to make. So if they added, a couple more veteran guys, would you be surprised? I personally wouldn't.
No, one veteran guy already being Ryan O'Reilly, which they added in the offseason already. So
they added Luke Shen in the offseason. Now they've added Zucker. They've added some older guys to their lineup. So it's clear that they think that they can do something in the playoffs. You don't add these players if you think, we don't have a chance. We're not even going to make the playoffs. Let's go into next year.
Yeah, exactly. So again, just updating everybody. We do have our Habs guys coming on to take over here in about 25 minutes or so. That's how much time I got left on here. Yeah, I don't know what you got on top for your day today in terms of busyness, but what have you made so far of the trade deadline so far?
I mean, it's been all right. I mean, I think it's been kind of what we expected over the last few years. We've seen this kind of transpire where the trade deadline day is more like trade deadline 2 weeks. Lots of teams want to get in on the action early, and it makes sense, right? I mean, you don't show up to a bidding war right at the last second. You want to try and get in and get a good deal and, add a player to your lineup for an extra 2 weeks before the trade deadline if possible. So
totally.
At the end of the day, I wasn't expecting any big trades today, but I'm thankful that something is at least coming down the pipeline. We have had trade deadlines in the past where there's really nothing happening on the day.
It's been dead.
You're all they're sitting there twiddling your thumbs. I mean, I know this was a trade deadline quite a while ago, but the one I always think of was when Cody Hodgson was traded for Zach Kassian. And that was like the groundbreaking news of the day.
Whoa.
And it's really not that big at the end of the day. I mean, Cody Hodgson doesn't end up playing in the NHL after 3-4 years.
And actually, there was a thing they scored or whatever in the AHL like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he scored in the AHL a couple weeks ago, which is a pretty cool story. Good for Cody Hodgson coming back. And, Zach Kassian ended up carving out a career for himself. But again, I think we're doing a little bit better this year than that year as far as the trade deadline goes. We've at least seen some movement. We've at least seen some surprises, right? Because that's the other thing. You come into the trade deadline, everyone's been talking for weeks and weeks about, okay, this player's probably going to go for a second. This player probably for a third. This player's on the board. And it kind of shakes out that way. But this year, even though it's a smaller trade, Zucker going to Nashville, Wasn't expecting that. Toffoli going to the Jets. Wasn't expecting that. So it keeps it entertaining, at least when there's some, out of left field moves at the trade deadline.
Well, you're our Canucks insider. So
is that what they're calling me now?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I'm calling you. Has there been any? I know Kessel's skated with the AHL team in Vancouver. Has there been any movement for Phil Kessel, or what's the word then?
I haven't heard anything. And honestly, for me, I think this is a last second kind of move. I think the Vancouver Canucks, and I could be completely wrong here, but I think at the end of the day, the Canucks were thinking, okay, we want to add another forward to our group. Let's bring in Phil Kessel, get him conditioning in Abbotsford, get him kind of up to speed.
Get going.
If a good trade comes up and we hit and we get a really good forward, see you, Phil Kessel. We got our guy.
You're gone.
But we go into the trade deadline and the prices for these forwards is, out of this world. And we're not willing to give up what these other teams want us to give up. Well, we still have Phil Kessel. We still have another forward to add to our group. So that's kind of I think where they're at. I think the Canucks don't make any trades today. They'll sign Phil Kessel at the last second. And, we see Phil the Thrill in a Canucks uniform.
Phil the Thrill.
I'm
curious to see how he picks up in terms of his pace, right?
Yeah.
Like if he is at it, and let's say he comes in for a game 5, game 6, game 7, let's say they get to the second round. Like I'm curious to see where his stamina is going to be at the time, right? He's been on some deep runs already in the playoffs in recent years. So I'm interested to see how much more pace and how much he's got left in the tank when the playoffs come.
That is a good point. But I think if he could get at least up to speed now, if you go into the playoffs, let's say Phil Kessel signs today and he plays the rest of the season with the Vancouver Canucks.
Sure.
Heading into the playoffs, he's only played 15 games. He's not at the end of a 82-game slog of a season like the rest of the guys are. So that actually could benefit a player like Phil Kessel.
It's true. I mean, hey, even if he only comes in and he plays on the fourth line, just to give you something, right?
In my opinion, he's fourth line, second unit power play if he fits in.
Yeah.
And that's how you play him.
Exactly.
Add some scoring touch to your fourth line, which is great. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a low-risk move for the Canucks.
Oh, I agree. And just wanted to answer Jared here. What did they give up for Pat Maroon here? I believe it was only a 6th round pick here. I'll just get rid of that.
6th round pick, yeah.
Yeah, a 6th round pick goes the other way to Minnesota. God, if I'm a Leafs fan, I am not in a good mood after seeing this, because you saw what happened last night. A couple of guys got fined for for some fighting that happened there, but the Bruins just manhandling these guys, especially in the past week. Like, if you're a Leaf fan, you can't be feeling too good going to the playoffs, knowing that this is probably who you're going to go up against if it all stands the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of wonder, and I know this is getting ahead of ourselves, but you kind of wonder long-term with the Toronto Maple Leafs, at what point do you decide, okay, like we're not going to win the cup with this core. Let's try something different. Because I mean, how long has this core been together realistically? I mean, it's been a while. It's been what, 6-7 years, or is that too long? I think that's pretty close.
Probably about 6-7 years, give or take. Yeah.
Yeah. So once your top draft picks, your Austin Matthews, Marners, all those guys are hitting their prime, that's when you expect to really be making a push for the cup. And if you aren't, well, maybe this isn't the right mix of players. And maybe I'm wrong, but proof is in the pudding. I mean, they haven't done anything in the last 5 years.
Speaking of teams who haven't done anything as of yet, Boone Jenner could be on his way to Detroit. Apparently that is in the works. I haven't seen anything official yet. I don't know if it's just a comment here.
Boone Jenner, by the way, one of the better hockey names in the NHL.
Can't believe he was an all-star this year.
That's pretty hilarious.
It's unbelievable. Also, you mentioned Alex Texier early on. Apparently, from one of their guys, it's maintenance day.
Okay, gotcha.
So it was nothing major, but still, it was good to note on here as they're working on Boone Jenner here for the Detroit Red Wings. Does he feel like that's a team that's for me, a dark horse in the East. If they can get going here, if they add a piece or two here in the next 2 hours or so, I wouldn't be surprised if they become players in the next little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Wings are a sneaky team because you look at them and they haven't had great seasons the last few years, and you think, okay, this is a team that's just full of young guys up and down the roster, and they're kind of figuring it out. But no, actually, you look at the Red Wings roster, they have quite a few veteran pieces that they've added over the last couple of years. So you add a couple more and you somehow make it into the playoffs, and all of a sudden you're a team that has 8, 9, 10 guys that have been to the playoffs before, won Stanley Cups. It gives yourself a chance, right? And I think for the Red Wings too, they have to start, getting results. As a team that goes to a rebuild, you can't just be in a rebuild forever. It doesn't work like that. You got to start selling tickets at some point.
It's been too long for Detroit too on that front, right?
Exactly.
So what else we got here? The Flames trading for Barrie. We don't know yet. Again, we also don't know with Jason Zucker's deal to the Predators either. That still hasn't been official. But again, there was a report earlier this morning that they have been in talks with Tyson Barrie. So, I mean, hey, they would eat that contract a little bit, sure, because they've now freed up some cap space a little bit on the Flames end. And, they've won 6 of their last 7. Who knows if they sneak their way into, I mean, still lots of time to be had here. But what are your thoughts if this goes through, if Barrie makes his way over to Calgary?
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting trade. Not something I expected, really. I mean, you look at what Calgary's done, and they've been offloading pieces. But I guess, like you said, they still think that they have somewhat of a chance. So, it doesn't hurt to add a cheap piece if that's the case. But I think for Calgary is you got to stick to the plan now. I mean, it's obvious that you're going into a rebuild. Do it properly. Get as many assets. Don't give up assets for roster players right now. I know it's a weaker draft, but they've picked up a lot of draft capital in the next season or two. So, again, even though you think it's a weaker draft, if you have 5, 6 lottery tickets in the first couple rounds, you might hit on 1 or 2, and that could be, the thing that changes your franchise.
You just need to hit on 1.
That's just it. You need to hit on 1, and maybe 2 more guys hit and they become depth pieces. That kind of sets up your franchise moving forward. And I just don't want Calgary to go into a situation where they kind of half commit, right? Because I've seen that in Vancouver before. We've seen it in other markets where you retool or you kind of like do a half rebuild and you try and do it on the fly, and it never really works. It just doesn't. You need to fully commit. And I think, especially in a market like Calgary fans are still going to show up to games even though the team is losing, and the team's full of young guys that are exciting to watch, but they're losing games. Calgary fans are still going to show up and support the team. So I think they're in a position where you can go into a full rebuild. I've liked the moves that they've done so far. I just hope that they keep it up for the next, 2 seasons or so. And really build up that stockpile.
And hopefully they don't piss off Jacob Markstrom that much more, right?
Yeah, that's another thing, right? Because they've come to him twice asking him to waive his no trade clause, and he's still in Calgary.
Exactly. So, Mike Johnson of TSN was commenting on, why they haven't done anything yet, because, you're only going to get about 60% of what the package was for New Jersey a couple of weeks ago, right? Now they get rid of Toffoli. That package changes come summertime, right? Also, just a quick update too on the Zucker trade. The Coyotes get a 6th round pick in return.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Zucker. That seems kind of low for Arizona.
It seems low. And hey, for Nashville, that's a great ad. If you're giving up a 6th round pick, realistically, that pick has no real trade value. I mean, obviously it does because we just saw the 6th round pick getting traded, but you're not going to draft a player with that draft pick more than likely.
Totally.
I like that trade from Nashville. I think that's a good pickup.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on DeBrusk here, as he's on our trade bait board too? If they decide to ship him out to, like me personally, I think he needs a fresh start somewhere, and Buffalo getting Bowen Byram, I would imagine a team like Buffalo or Ottawa or Columbus, some of those lower teams might take a chance on it, right? If you can only get rid of a small draft pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Jake DeBrusk, I think any team that looks to add him is going to look to add him a bit more long term. I think if a team signs him or trades for him, they're going to want to sign him to an extension. I don't know if he's purely like a rental piece at this point, but I do agree with you. I think he needs a change of scenery. I think he can really flourish in some other markets and really put up some points that I think he's capable of doing. But at this point, like, I just don't know if I can see the Bruins trading a player like Jake DeBrusk without adding another piece where it's necessary to move DeBrusk.
Yeah, and maybe you need him. Maybe you do need him for a bottom six piece come playoff time, right?
Exactly.
Like, they bring in Pat Maroon. Day's not done yet. We'll see how it goes, but he might just have a little spurt come playoff time where he gets a couple goals or assists, and you don't know, right? So this feels like an offseason type move if that's the case for the Bruins. You want to see what happens first.
And I think the reason the Jake DeBrusk rumors came up was, the Bruins were rumored to be interested in players like Jake Gensel and Elias Lindholm and some other top players. So with their cap situation, you'd have to move someone out to bring someone better in. So that's where I think the DeBrusk rumors came from. Now, looking at the trade market right now, I don't think that there's anybody on the market that would push them to make that kind of secondary move where they have to move DeBrusk because they traded for another guy. So if I was a betting man, I'd say Jake DeBrusk stays with the Boston Bruins for now, and something else happens in the offseason.
For sure. Richard here with a good comment as Anaheim does play Dallas next. Could Vautrin be a good piece for Dallas potentially after acquiring Tanev?
Yeah, I mean, I think Vatrano could be a good piece for really any team that's looking for a scoring winger to put on their third line.
Like a Toffoli, he can play both sides, right?
Very, very similar to a Toffoli type player, exactly. It puts up similar numbers. You can slot him in kind of up and down your lineup realistically. If you need him on your first line, if you have a really good pair on your first line and you need a third guy, you can put Vatrano in that spot.
Yeah.
If your top six is locked up and you need a third line player, he can play really well in that role too. So yeah, Richard, I agree. I think that could be a good ad for Dallas. They've already added Chris Tanev, which I thought was actually a pretty good piece of business by them. I don't think they gave up too much for Chris Tanev. So yeah, Dallas is a team that no one's really talking about. We talk about all the top teams in the West and how they've added pieces. Kind of forget about Dallas. I mean, they're a really good team, and they've added two really good players now.
Speaking of adding players, we do have another trade alert. Not a big one here, but just something to take note of. The Rangers have acquired Nick Petan from the Wild in exchange for Turner Elson. I think that's
I don't know if I've ever heard of him.
I haven't heard of that one. Nick Petan to the Rangers.
Okay, yeah. I mean, again, more depth for the Rangers. Bit of a weaker Eastern Conference. They think, hey, we can make some noise here in the East. Just looking at Turner Elson from New Westminster, BC, 25 minutes up the road from myself.
Nice.
He's a career AHL guy. I mean, he's 31 now.
Okay.
He's played. Oh, you should know this guy. He played one game for the Flames in 2015.
I remember that one. It was
2 games for the Red Wings in 2022, and otherwise he's an AHL guy. So
yeah,
that's
funny. The one game, I remember that. I remember every second of that. That's funny. So Nick Petan, a member of the New York Rangers here. We are still awaiting confirmation, the official trade for Jason Zucker heading to Nashville here. I think I have about maybe 10 minutes here. We're getting our other guys coming in, and then that'll be it for me for the day.
I got to jump off in 5-2. I got a call at 10 I got to make, so I'll try not to be late for that one.
For those
if I am, I'll tell them it was a trade that went down.
Nice. I see the Apple thumbs up. Did you see that?
Yeah, what was that?
So that's you're on your Mac, right? So that's an Apple feature. You can turn it off. You can look at, like, if you type in like symbols or whatever that show up if you're on a call, like 2 thumbs up does something like 2 thumbs down, right?
Oh, that's weird.
Oh yeah, you should look at some of these. Like, there's balloons that sometimes come up, and
I thought I was having a stroke, so that's good to know.
Well, I mean, you did have nice face surgery the other day from the dentist.
True. My face was like this, man. It was bad.
Was it bruised or was it just like
It was
swollen?
slightly bruised around my eye here, and then it was just super swollen, like at the top of my mouth.
Got it.
I couldn't talk for like 2 days. Because they put
brutal.
so many stitches in. I just couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't talk. So, anyways, it was fun times at the dentist.
Nice, love that. That's good. Yeah, no, I'm good whenever. If you need to hop off early, man, I can wrap it up here for the last 10 minutes. But just jumping in.
Yeah, I'm just doing one last refresh to see if there's anything that happens before I jump off here. But you know what? It looks like that's it. I foresee a couple more trades coming down, couple more depth pieces. I don't think anything too groundbreaking is going to happen, but hey, overall, hasn't been a bad trade deadline. The whole week's been exciting leading up to this day, and we're still getting some trades. So hey, it's been a good trade deadline.
It's been good so far, and it's not over yet. I mean, things can happen just like that, right?
And hey, also big shout out to everybody that's tuned into this watch party for the trade deadline. I mean, we've seen some great numbers and great interaction in our live chat. So that makes our lives a lot easier, right?
Totally. And you know what? It's going to be good too, especially when the playoffs come around and we can get some going here.
100%.
Can we get confirmation live while we have you pressed against the wall here saying that you'll do some Canucks playoff games?
Oh yeah, I'll do some Canucks playoffs games for sure.
Okay, all right.
I'm saving up my money to try and go to a Canucks playoff game because I know it's not going to be cheap. But I will for sure try and do a game or two, unless it's against the Kings and we get swept, then I'm
done.
Yeah.
What's the price do you think it'll go for a Canucks game?
Oh man, I don't know, but I mean, so I'm going to the Jets game on Saturday, and we got our tickets really early, and they're not great tickets. They're second level right at the end, and we paid $100 a ticket. So I was like, okay, it's a Saturday against a Canadian team. Those same tickets now are going for like $250 each, and like not
considering sure.
So
was that kind of where we sat for Canucks Blues back in November?
Where we're sitting is more like behind the goalie.
Oh, okay.
So again, not the greatest seats, but they're going for $250 a pop. So playoff tickets, let's say closer to the middle of the arena, even second floor, $400, $500, $600. I really don't know. I mean, it's been so long since this team's made the playoffs that the prices could just be unbelievable.
And I mean, if you just go and you don't get anything, then that's fine too. So we got Justin coming in here. I'll let you go though, buddy.
I'm gonna take off
the hour, and we'll chat soon, buddy.
All right, thanks, buddy. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. As Dylan is on his way out, and we have Justin on the way in. Let's go.
How's it going, man? Kyle? How's it going?
Doing great. I appreciate you doing this.
Of course.
Been live for about 2 hours now, and it means a lot just to come on here. I also got a haircut to go to in about an hour and a half because this is getting a little long. But I got some time. I'm not really rushing to get out of here by any means. So been a busy kind of morning. Also, real quick side note here. I want to apologize because I feel like I put you guys under fire when you guys had those mock trades up about a week ago.
Oh, did you? I didn't even notice, but so funny enough, we threw those out there, and because we do a lot on TikTok also regarding mock trades. People love that stuff, and it was definitely controversial. Just kind of what we wanted to see, kind of like out of the ordinary, but people took those a little too seriously, if you will, and ran with them. But it's all in good fun.
Exactly. I mean, I just saw it afterwards too, because I ended up retweeting it, and I was just like, "Hey, what does everybody think?" And then it just kind of came down.
People, but honestly, we got some views out of it. We got some people to head over to the page. Kyle, if you didn't mind, also, I was just gonna let you know, Liam was gonna hop in. Also, just needs the code. So if there's an extra,
I think
that'd be awesome.
Put it on the
Sorry, I think we might need another one because he had to go through Chrome. But we had a few things planned also, so that's cool also. Thanks.
Nice. I'll try to send that to you there. We'll get it all set up. So I've been using just to kind of show you. I've been using what's the site called? It's Left Wing Lock.
Yeah, sure.
It's just my trade tracker thing, and I just refresh it every once in a while. And
awesome.
That's the recent trade that we've had so far is Nick Patan heading to the Rangers. we were lucky enough to have Neil on this morning for when the Devils did make the trade for Tyler Toffoli. Are the Habs potential players this afternoon in making a trade?
So look, from what I understand and from what I've seen, right, like everyone else, going through Twitter and that's the primary source of getting your news. It seems like the Habs are going to stay relatively put. The names that Liam and I have thrown out there so far have been David Savard as the primary guy, Jake Allen as the next guy up. Then you got Jake Evans and potentially Yoel Armia. But the truth of the matter is that the paying price on Savard is relatively high. I think that Kent Hughes and his brass are expecting a lot in return. I guess you could say the unfortunate part is that he still has this year and next year. So they're okay to stay put this year because the demand isn't as high as it might be next year for a guy who's going to be an expiring UFA and might help a contending team there. And then in terms of Jake Allen, I don't know what the deal is. I think the return, like Habs fans get really, really excited for trades and expect the most, but I don't see the return on Jake Allen being too grand if he were to get moved.
Totally. So we do have Liam coming in here. I'll do a quick switch. So I'll let Liam kind of come in here. In terms of just this, whenever you guys are done, just click end the stream and see you later.
That's
right?
It. Awesome.
But I really appreciate you guys doing this.
Of course.
So that's me for today, guys, for the last 3 hours for you. Had some good stuff this morning. I hope that you guys will have a good afternoon in the next 2 hours, and we'll see how it goes. In terms of trades, I mean, it's not over yet. Things happen at the last minute, and we'll kind of see how it goes. So I'll sub out. I'll let Liam go in, and I'll let you guys kind of take over as well, and I'll let you kind of share the screen and everything, what you guys need to do. But
awesome.
This is all at your disposal. Thanks to everybody in the chat. It was a lot of fun this morning. Had a lot of people come in, and it was really good. And there's still a lot of people here as well, too. So, I'll still tune in and still kind of see what else is happening for the rest of the day. But again, I do appreciate it. I'll do one more trade.
Do it.
Because there is another trade that has just been announced here. The Detroit Red Wings have just acquired Radim Simek from the San Jose Sharks and a 7th-round pick in exchange for Klim Kostin, who goes to San Jose. Kostin was involved with Edmonton beforehand when he was sent to Detroit. So Simek now a member of the Detroit Red Wings. So I'll let you kind of cover that one here again. Appreciate it, and I'll let you guys have fun. So
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I'll bring Liam
care,
in, and peace out, guys.
Take care.
All
Liam.
right.
How's it going, bud?
You hear me well?
Oh, yeah, we do. We do.
Right.
So,
what's up, everybody? We're the guys from Habs Culture. We're obviously going to be talking not only Habs right now, but we got a lot of fun stuff planned. A lot of interactive stuff. Yeah, take it away.
I was just going to say, look, I mean, we're kind of joining with 2 hours left in the deadline here. A lot of things have already went down for the most part. And Liam, like I'll let you kind of take the floor if you wanted to share your screen and show the trades that have gone down so far. Most people are familiar with them, but kind of just a recap, maybe things that we like, don't like, things that could have been done differently by certain GMs. Kind of interesting to explore that avenue. But we also have a bunch of, a few games planned as well that, might not have much relevancy to the actual trade deadline, but could be fun and interactive. So we'll see where that goes. But Liam, if you wanted to share your screen there.
Yeah, I'm going to try to pull this up.
Go ahead.
Here we go. We got our custom trade board. We got, some different things that teams might need to acquire still. All right.
Let me know when you throw that up.
Trying to pull this up right now. I'm going to try to share the
it should just be present.
Yeah. Let's see that.
But in the comments, guys, for those of you that are tuned in, the 48 of you tuned in, let us know your favorite teams, because look, we're new to the Hockey Pod network, so still getting used to the different fan bases that are part of this network, which is awesome. But let us know the team you cheer for, if you're happy, sad with the trade deadline moves that you've seen so far, because I think some fans are a little bit, underwhelmed with the return by some of their GMs and by some of the moves that they made. So It'll be interesting down the stretch to see if anything changes substantially. But it does seem for the most part that everything's pretty much settled. Like, it'll be interesting to see if Chychrun goes, Buchnevich goes, but I don't know. I don't see it happening, truthfully.
Having a little trouble bringing this up right now because apparently Google Chrome doesn't allow it, but I'm going to figure this out.
All right.
If we want to go over some of the trades that have already happened, I say let's begin with that.
I can do it if you want me to.
Okay.
I've got it here. So I just got this from TSN here.
Oh, there we
go. Yeah, so I don't know if it should. I don't know if what you're having a hard time with, but if you just go present and then share screen, it should be.
Yeah, I'm just getting like the pop-up that says Google Chrome system preferences isn't allowing it, but
interesting.
I'll try to fix that right now. But
no, you're good. Anyway,
yeah.
So if we were just to review these, I'll scroll not all the way to the bottom, but kind of. Well, look, they have a major trade tag on the Gensel one. But even if we go a little bit further back, if we started yesterday, 2 days ago, actually. 2 days ago.
Yeah,
we've had a few major moves.
Let's start with the Mantha one. I feel like that's when everything started breaking down.
Sure. So the Mantha trade, Mantha heads over to Vegas. They had some depth there. 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick in return to Washington. Washington's kind of in that transition period right now. Who knows what their plans are down the stretch in a potential playoff run. But nonetheless, what do you think about the addition of Mantha to the already stacked Vegas core that they've got going on already?
Mantha's a 20-goal scorer this year, has been in the past. He's having a bit of a career resurgence year, which is obviously very nice to see. I think he slots in very well to their middle 6. He's a big guy. Vegas loves their big players, and he seems like a guy who can do some damage in the playoffs. So I think that's a really good move for Vegas. I'm sure they're going to be looking to add some more. Rumors are they're looking to make another big move. They still have about $5 million in cap relief because of Mark Stone being placed on LTIR. But I like the move for Vegas. I'm not exactly sure what Washington's position here is. Last night, it seemed like they really wanted to still make that playoff push, but they did this last year with a bit of a retool, trading Orlov, making a couple smaller moves. But overall, I like the trade for Vegas. They needed a middle 6 guy, and if Washington's trying to retool, I guess this is the perfect way to start.
No, absolutely. Yeah, so that's where we'll start. Liam, before we just get to the next one, I'm just going to switch out the trade tracker we're using. So give me a second here. Just to use this one instead. Give me a sec. Do you still see the screen? No, eh?
No.
All right, give me a sec. Sorry. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Just wanted to use this one instead. So there we are. I'm gonna scroll to the bottom and go show you where we were at.
Yeah, this is a good one.
Wow, there's been so many trades. Pretty awesome.
It's been exciting, honestly. Last year it seemed like everything went down about a week before, but having it in the last 2 days and a couple big moves today, it's pretty fun to watch.
Absolutely. So that trade goes down. Mantha goes to Vegas. That seems like a pretty good move for Vegas. And you're thinking, like you mentioned, right? They have the cap relief with Mark Stone on LTIR, which seems to happen every year, which is a completely different conversation altogether. But nonetheless, they make their move. And everyone's probably thinking, okay, well, now are they going to go out and get Gensel, or are they going to stay static, right? Because they had Eichel that came back from his injury. And essentially, right, they have the team in place to win another cup if they wanted to, if they kept it the same, right? There hasn't been that many changes year over year from when they won the cup a little over a year ago, right? So they had everything in place. Fast forward, they pick up Mantha. We'll get to the Hanifin trade soon, but before we do that, following this trade, we have Vladimir Tarasenko to the Florida Panthers in exchange for a 2024 4th and a 2025 3rd. Liam, initial thoughts, reactions. What do you think about that?
Again, Florida's making some nice moves. Tarasenko, vet guy, but knows how to score. And getting him for not even a second, only giving up a 3rd and a 4th. that seems like an automatic win to me. I don't know how the return wasn't much higher. He's on a 1-year deal, if I'm correct, right? With the Senate, or was signed in the offseason by the
Correct.
Senators. So obviously he's a rental for now. But I heard that Tarasenko actually has a house in Florida and stays there during the summer. So it's kind of a win.
Surprise me.
Yeah, it's kind of a win-win for him. He gets to play in that top 6 with Barkov, Reinhardt, Kachuk, Bennett, Verhaeghe, wherever he slots in. He probably won't be on that first power play, probably on the second power play, but having the opportunity to play with those guys, I feel like he's going to excel. Last year with the Rangers, he had a pretty good end to the regular season and a decent playoff. Obviously, they got eliminated in the first round, but I think that's a great ad for the Panthers.
No, okay, here's my take. I want to hear what people have to say in the comments. I think it's a good move. I think at the base, it's a good move. But I think the Panthers have to be very, very, very careful with how they utilize Vladimir Tarasenko, because the Florida Panthers have been playing the best hockey they've ever played probably since last year's Cup run. They're the top of the leaderboard. Sorry, top of the leaderboard. They're the top of the league. They look like they kind of have a stranglehold on the league right now. Obviously, a few other teams in play, the Canucks, the Avalanche, Vegas kind of creeping around there, right? And then you have the Rangers. But I feel like the Panthers are playing some very, very strong hockey. But I don't, for the Panthers, you don't want to go back 2 years and see a team that went out and got Claude Giroux at the deadline, gave up a bunch, and gave up a bunch to the Montreal Canadiens for Ben Sherratt, and then ended up having their playoff hopes absolutely destroyed in the first round of the playoffs, right? So this is a low risk move. I don't want to compare it necessarily, because what they gave up was not even remotely close to what they gave up for those two guys. But you just don't want to ruin something that's already doing so well, that's already producing so well. And now you take a little bit off of a little bit of the responsibility off of a few other guys. If you're going to have to implement Tarasenko into your scheme, then right there, that's a red flag for me. Just considering, I think that you don't want to make him the sole driver of the offense, right? You don't want him to be the number one guy in your offense. You want him to be a great complementary piece, but don't overuse him. Don't give him any more than 15, 16 minutes a game, you know? So anyway, that's my take on it. I don't like, messing with things that are working already. So I think Florida just has to be cautious there.
I think a lot of teams focused on this deadline. I know Winnipeg goes and adds Monahan and Toffoli, and Edmonton adds Henrique, but these guys aren't really changing the culture and I think the dynamics of the team. So yeah, like you brought up, Florida went out and added Sherratt, Giroux, all these. I guess Sherratt isn't the biggest name, but a guy who is going to log significant minutes, and Giroux, who completely changed that power play because they're playing 5 forwards now. So yes, I agree with the statement that you don't want to change the culture, the dynamic, and like that chemistry that the team has already built. But I feel like Tarasenko isn't going to have, a significant role compared to the other 5 forwards in that top 6 that already established that, they know their role. They're not going to, or Tarasenko's not going to take over what they've already done. So I think adding that was perfect, because who was playing on that first line before? Nick Cousins? Rodriguez?
I guess that's fair.
Those aren't first line guys, not even top 6. So if Tarasenko's if he's able to just play at a not even a point per game pace, just be that good complementary player and make the right plays at the right time, which I think he's proven in the past that he could do, he'll be perfectly fine.
And a pretty solid season actually with the Senators, all things considered, right? He has 17 goals and 24 assists on the season. So you gotta give credit when credit is due. Let's move on to the next trade up the board here. This is probably one of the bigger ones from the deadline so far, aside from the Gensel and Hanifin moves. But Casey Middlestat to Colorado in exchange for Bowen Byram to the Sabres. To me, that's just a good hockey trade. That's just a good hockey trade.
That's got to be the biggest trade of the deadline, eh?
I mean, I feel like the Gensel one's bigger just because it's Gensel, but
yeah, I guess better player. But in terms of just random trade, like nobody expected this to happen, and young players involved. with the potential that both these guys have. I guess Casey Middlestat's a little bit older, but still has broken out in the last 2 years. This is a big trade, and I think Colorado just solved their problem for the next 4 or 5 years. They're looking for a second line center.
And I think ultimately the Sabres, as much as they've been lacking offensively this year, really needed to figure out what they were doing on the back end. Dahlin, obviously an unbelievable player, and so is Owen Power. But aside from that, and Matthias Samuelsson's hurt, but aside from that, I think that they were struggling a lot, and I think that they really need to bulk that up considering how young their goalies are too. So I think it makes sense for both sides. I think we'll see what Colorado does down the stretch. I'm surprised that they haven't even, there hasn't been any rumors regarding them signing Casey Middlestat to an extension, because who knows what will happen there. But we'll keep an eye on that for sure. And just to announce something also, told that Pacioretty to the Rangers is a real possibility from someone who would know. That's according to Larry Brooks on Twitter, reposted by Cap Friendly. So it hasn't happened yet, but it's a real possibility. We'll keep an eye on that over the next couple hours. And that's what, Liam? I say we just fast forward through a bunch of these because we don't want to go into depth on all of them. Yeah. Everyone knows about all these trades.
Well, quickly,
Sean Walker.
To jump in on Pacioretty, again, can he play the right side? I feel like the Rangers just don't know how to acquire a right-handed forward.
That's true. That's true too. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on the Rangers being a cup contender, honestly. But I guess we'll see there. Sean Walker to Colorado. Okay, nice move for them. They add the defenseman. They give up a first-round pick. If there's anything, if you want to jump in and say anything, let me know. Yeah. But Adam Henrique.
Nah, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's just because it's a three-way trade. Adam Henrique to the Oilers. Not in exchange for a fourth.
I think it's a good
first-round pick there. Absolutely, you get some depth. That's what the Oilers need ultimately. We talked about this on our show, and just to give ourselves a shout out here, just make sure to go check out our podcast as well, the Habs Culture Podcast, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. We post episodes pretty much every week. So if you're a Habs fan or if you're not a Habs fan, we talk all things hockey pretty much, just with a little bit more of an emphasis on the Montreal Canadiens. But so Adam Henrique to the Oilers, great move for them there. We said that it would be very, very important for them to establish some depth that's in that bottom to middle six. And I think that they did that perfectly right there. They went out and gave up that first round pick, but nonetheless, they get what they need. Then the New York Rangers pull a similar trick there, go out and get Alex Wenberg in exchange for a 2024 second and 2025 fourth. Good move there. I think that's also what the Rangers need. And kind of along that same vein of teams shouldn't go out and try and make the biggest move on the board, right? Keep it subtle, keep it clean, keep it simple, and it will probably pay off in the long run. We've seen that with Tampa. We've seen that with Colorado. The smaller moves that don't necessarily shake up the core of your lineup are usually the ones that are going to have the biggest impact on your team down the stretch. So yeah, I think teams are starting to understand that.
I think that solves the hole as well that they had in their lineup with Yedel going down for the remainder of the season. And I think Drury's a smart GM, but I also think they still need a guy in the top six who can play on the right side, which they still haven't solved. And it seemed like it's been the problem too for the last 2-3 years, but still haven't addressed that. But I like Wenberg.
Then we've got Noah Hannafin heading over to the Vegas Golden Knights in exchange for a 2025. This is really messing with me, this whole graphic. But anyway, 2025 first, 2024 third, Daniil Miromanov, who is a very, very good prospect, who I think that they signed pretty much right away after the trade went through. But Hannafin to Vegas is just absurd. Just absurd. I don't think we really need to sit here and talk about it too much. They got him at 75% retained because of the double retention, if I'm not mistaken. They're paying him less than $2 million for this year. Potential of re-signing him next year. I think Vegas just knows how to manage a franchise. And
well, they know how to manage the cap. I'll tell you that.
They know how to manage the cap. They know how to manage a franchise. And maybe that's something that the Montreal Canadiens should take out of the Vegas Golden Knights book. How do I get back to the newer trades? Then we fast forward here. Down here, Joel Edmondson to the Leafs. Look, I think that's a solid move. think it's a solid move.
Look,
Can't
he
complain with
has
it.
he has a Stanley Cup and he made the finals with the Canadians. He's proven to be a decent player in the playoffs, and I mean, I don't mind it for the Leafs. I don't know how much they obviously need defensemen. I don't know how much Edmonton is going to truly impact their decor, but again, a good depth add, I guess.
There you go. Makes them a little bit tougher in the playoffs. We'll see if they can actually do something with that. Beauvillier to the Predators in exchange for a 5th. The Habs acquired Jacob Perreault for Jan Misak. Basically an AHL move there. A little bit of skill going to Montreal. Jan Misak was really never going to crack this Montreal Canadiens lineup. So, hey, whatever. Doesn't really matter. That's been Kent Hughes' only move at the deadline so far. Troy Stecher to Edmonton. Yeah, go ahead.
Jacob Perreault, former first-round pick, I guess. Some potential there, but yeah, not much.
And brother of Gabe Perreault, who plays on the Rangers.
That's true.
Very skilled forward there, playing in college currently. Brandon Duhaime to Colorado. Then you've got Yakov Trenin going to Colorado as well.
Yeah, these couple moves by the Avalanche are actually, although the guys aren't the biggest names, these are huge playoff ads. If you're trying to build a bottom 6 that's really tough to play against, these are the types of guys you need to go after. Trenin, big player in general physically, and hits so hard that these teams are just going to fear going against these guys. Brandon Duhaime, another guy who plays in the bottom 6 role, one of the leaders in the league in hits, I'm pretty sure. Super tough to play against. I'm a huge fan of these Sakic moves right here.
Absolutely. I think, and again, it really speaks to what we were talking about not shaking up your core, but really emphasizing the need for quality depth. That's an irrelevant trade. Duclair to Tampa, adding the necessary skill in that middle 6, I guess, if you want to call it. Let's see what Tampa does, considering they're not locked into a playoff spot by any means right now. So obviously a solid move there. I think it makes sense, right?
I like it.
Very low risk.
Duclair has those flashes, those offensive flashes. The other night he had 4 points. So who's to say he can't do it with Brandon Hagel and Chiarelli on the second line?
Absolutely. This is the biggest trade that's happened so far. You've got Jake Gensel heading over to the Carolina Hurricanes in exchange for Michael Bunting, Ville Koivunen, Vasily Ponomarov, Cruz Lucius, a 2024 second, and a 2024 5th. Good trade, bad trade, underwhelming for Pittsburgh, overwhelming for Carolina, I guess. I don't know. I think that trade ultimately benefits Carolina, right? We have to agree.
Yeah, they get the best player in the trade. Obviously, everyone's going to think they're the winners of the trade right now. I guess we'll see in the next few years how these prospects develop. Cruz Lucius, point per game in NCAA. Vasily Ponomarev, also a pretty highly touted prospect. Michael Bunting, I guess you're just adding for now. It's a cap relief for the Hurricanes, but also still has some term left on the contract. We'll see how he slides in. He's playing power play 1 in the slot, confirmed today at the Penguins practice. The second round pick is conditional. It could be a first round pick. I'm sure a lot of people watching already know. But if the Carolina Hurricanes win the Stanley Cup, it becomes a first round pick. And are there any conditions on that 5th round pick? I can't remember.
Not exactly sure. I just know the condition on this on the second, right? And also just to report, Liam, because hey, we're live, we might as well. Hearing the Leafs will send Matthew Nyes to the AHL Marlies. You thought he was getting traded there for a second, but to the AHL Marlies in a paper transaction today to preserve some flexibility down the stretch if needed. That is according to Chris Johnston on Twitter. Now, that could be interesting considering, do you think that there's any moves that they can potentially make down the stretch, the Leafs?
I feel like they're always looking to add somebody, and it's a win now type of thing. You gotta be all in. I know this season didn't start exactly as how they planned it to be, and in the early months of the season, November, December, a lot of these analysts and higher tiered individuals in the NHL were saying how the Leafs probably shouldn't buy at this deadline just based on how they're playing. But in this recent stretch, they've been pretty good. And obviously there's always an issue in net. Who's going to be the guy that they're going with? Probably going to be Samsonov. But I feel like they could probably add a guy in the bottom 6. Last year they added Nola Chari. They added O'Reilly. And this season's been relatively quiet. So I'd expect them to add probably a guy in the bottom 6.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Also, just to report, this is not up to date news, but just from Eric Engels on Twitter, when Kent Hughes moved Sean Monahan for a first during the bye week, there were some who thought he'd have gotten more if he waited. Tyler Toffoli went for a second and a third today. Do the moves that have gone down so far during this deadline in the last few days reassure you or reaffirm that move that the Montreal Canadiens made to go out and send Sean Monahan to the Winnipeg Jets maybe about a month ago?
I mean, based on the return for Tarasenko, the return for Toffoli, the return on even Zucker, for example, I feel like their value wasn't maximized at all. And maybe Sean Monahan trading him a month ago was a little early, but I think Kent Hughes got the best return he could have gotten. And the asset management has been absolutely unreal. You get a first for taking him on, and you get a first for trading him away. So can't complain at all with getting 2 firsts for a year of Sean Monahan, a year and a half.
Absolutely. So we'll keep going here. Kuznetsov to Carolina for a 3rd-round pick. Interesting considering he was the highest paid AHL player ever. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Washington retained 50% of his cap. To send Kuznetsov there. I wonder if that will make any sense for Carolina. To me, just doesn't fit their scheme at all.
No.
Like, he's very defensive. Like, he's a defensive liability, and I feel like Rob Brind'Amour and the Carolina Hurricanes really preach a very systematic game. So we'll see what happens there. Obviously, he has the skill. And then just to report also, again, from David Pagnotta, Max Pacioretty has been presented with an opportunity to waive his no-move clause for a contender. I'm told no decision yet as of this time. And then we've talked about New York still in the mix. Florida was in play before they added Okposo. So we'll continue on here. Kyle Okposo to the Panthers. I think that's a pretty good move.
I like that. I don't think he's going to play much, just based on how their lines are right now and how they're playing. Maybe he slots in on that 4th line instead of Lomberg. But again, a good depth guy. Who's the captain for Buffalo. Hasn't played in the playoffs in 8 years.
It's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
That is crazy.
He'll get the chance now. And I wonder if he retires at the end of the season.
For sure. Then you have Toffoli to the Jets in exchange for a 2nd in 2025 and a 3rd in 2024. People are saying that that's a little bit of an underwhelming return for Toffoli, which I tend to agree with a little bit. But I guess, right now it's just a buyer's market, right? Players are going for pennies on the dollar here, it seems like. And obviously not a bad return, but I feel like there's probably some Jersey fans out there that are a little bit underwhelmed with the return.
Yeah, I would be a little bit disappointed as well. Toffoli is having a pretty good season, almost 30 goals, and you're not even getting a prospect or even a 1st-round pick in return. But it's just funny to see that.
Jets are bulking up, though.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely a scary team. I think they're a top contender for the Cup, probably top 5 at this point. But it's disappointing to see that New Jersey doesn't get much in return. And it's funny to see that Toffoli's going to the team that he pretty much stuck the dagger into in 2021 when he scored the OT winner in Montreal. I think that was like game 2 or 3. It was probably 3.
When he scored?
Yeah.
Was that
the
game
series
4.
winner?
They iced it. They iced the series there. Toffoli iced the series. He's played on 4 out of the 7 Canadian teams in the league, if you were wondering.
That's true. So Montreal, Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Calgary.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Moving on. That's pretty much it. We're pretty much up to date. Jason Zucker to Nashville. Pretty good move. 6th-round pick. I mean, if Nashville's going to try and compete for that, for one of those, excuse me, I'm blanking on the word that I'm looking for. One of those spots in the playoffs. They got to make some moves down the stretch. So I think that made sense for Nashville considering what they gave up. Klim Kostin to the San Jose Sharks in return for Radim Simek and a 7th-rounder in 2024. Again, kind of.
Obviously, it's a bit of a wash trade, but I'm surprised that no other teams were looking to add a guy like Kostin, who's like 6'4" and had a pretty significant and important role for the Oilers last year. I think he scored like 8 goals in the playoffs. So I don't know, I'm surprised no teams really wanted Klim Kostin.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. Yeah, he's 6'4", he's 230 pounds. He's a former first round pick. Had a pretty underwhelming season with Detroit. Granted, he missed a bunch of games, but still, I mean, he's a bigger boy, and I feel like Detroit, who is clearly competing for a playoff spot, obviously, might want to keep that kind of guy down the stretch. But hey, maybe that's foreshadowing for a later move. But so far we're up to date. We're gonna keep checking Twitter, keep refreshing Left Wing Lock. So if you guys here in the comments wanted to throw some things out or let us know if there's anything that goes down.
I feel you should bring up the TSN trade bait board. Let's fly through the guys that are remaining. Give our thoughts on what
Are you able to put up your graphic or no?
I might have to leave and then come back, but I'll test that out. But
yeah, that's
for
fine.
now,
go ahead if that works, because we're gonna try and stay off TSN.
Okay.
Just in case for copyright purposes, but
True.
let us try it out, and if it doesn't work,
okay,
because we cooked up some good graphics for the show. So
yeah, we got some nice graphics, some team needs, what they should add. There's still some good players on the board though, I gotta say. All right, let's see if this works now.
I'll unshare my screen and you go ahead if you can. I don't know if you're able to.
I'm gonna have to quit and reopen, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, no stress. Go through a couple of the comments here while we wait for Liam to come back. But start at the top here from Connor. I'm guessing Canucks aren't trading anybody. LOL. Honestly, no need. Though it would be nice if someone could take Tyler Myers, a complete liability. Yeah, I kind of agree with you there. I mean, it's interesting because they made their move very, very early to go out and get Lindholm, which I think made a lot of sense. And look, Lindholm hasn't been unbelievable so far for the Vancouver Canucks, but I still think down the stretch, he's a guy that you're going to want in your lineup, depth-wise, skill-wise. And we talked about this on our podcast, but you're taking a lot of weight off of the shoulders of guys like Pettersson, Besser. There's a little bit more of that secondary scoring, which they already got a lot of this season from some of those guys like Dakota Joshua and whatnot. So I think that's I don't think that they will make any moves. I think people thought that they were in on Gensel, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case down the stretch. Liam, you're back. I'm just going to keep going through these comments while you do that. Matthew says, great return for Pitt. Definitely think that's definitely subjective, but I think it might be an underrated return if you want to put it that way. So, I mean, those three prospects could pan out. They're none of the bigger prospects within Carolina's system, but still doesn't change the fact that they could turn out. And then moving on here, Matthew again says Nick Dowd to Toronto would be a perfect fit for them. I agree. Cheap, good at his job, bottom six guy. The Leafs can't really afford much, so I think that does make sense. And then lastly, Michael Bunting will be the new Hornqvist. Let's see about that.
How did you do the layout? Or did you just click share screen?
How did I do the layout for what?
When you shared your screen, or did it just move our faces over?
Yeah. You just moves our faces over. So you would just go, you just got to add it to the stage like that.
Okay. There we go. This should work. All right. So we have our trade bait board. Couple guys left here. Max Pacioretty rumored to the Rangers. Jacob Markstrom, will he be traded? I'm thinking the Devils. Where do you think?
You just for Markstrom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm saying I think he's staying in Calgary. I don't think he's actually getting moved.
That's a fair take.
Realistically.
Based on what the coaches said and the GM said, it sounds like he's not going to be moved, but it doesn't seem like he's happy in his situation.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit odd.
It's a tough situation to analyze. I think it's the same story with Jacob Chikrin. Probably won't be moved, but still a pretty big name on this list. Frank Vatrano, I feel like he's got to be moved.
That's an interesting one, and I think whichever team gets him is going to be really lucky to get him. I I know Connor in the comments said that they didn't think that anything would happen down the stretch. I feel like Vatrano would be a great last piece for the Canucks. Now, it's a question of if they can afford him. It's a question of if it makes sense from a schematic fit. But come on, you add that grit to that middle six, that scoring ability. I don't know. I like it there.
Based on how he's playing, you gotta maximize the value you get back from him. This is an outlier season for Frank Vatrano. He's never been this type of goal scorer, and the possible return would be absolutely amazing for the Ducks. You just got to maximize your assets, and if he's not dealt, I'm kind of concerned for the future because I don't think his value will ever be as high as it is right now.
Yeah, that's very fair. And especially Anaheim, they're a rebuilding team. Like, there's no reason that you shouldn't maximize his value at this point in time. Like, there really isn't, right? What are you going to hang on to him? Do you know what his contract situation is by chance?
I believe he's making $3.5 million, and there's another year left.
Okay. So again, I guess you could say that they can move him at next year's deadline if that's the case. I'm just checking it out quickly.
You're not maximizing your value.
Right. Like, he's having an incredible season. He's getting paid $3.65 for this year and next year. He's 29 years old, having an incredible season. No, I definitely agree. But you got to think that there's teams out there that want to acquire him and are willing to give up something.
Yeah. I'm sure there is. I feel like any playoff team would be extremely happy to add him. We got to trade.
No, we don't. But
no. Hearing
traction on Jake Allen to New Jersey.
Oh,
that's Elliot Friedman, by the way.
Big for the Habs. I don't know. What's the return you're thinking?
Okay, I think people are going to be underwhelmed. I'm taking a third round pick.
I'm gonna say. I'm gonna one up you a little and say a second round pick.
I think if you get anything over a third round pick, it's a huge win for Montreal.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say 50% salary retained.
That's very fair.
Actually,
that's very fair.
He's going to New Jersey. I don't really understand this.
But put it this way: New Jersey is in a spot where they didn't think they'd be in this spot. Put it that way. They thought that they'd be at the top of the table in the Metro, comfortably in a playoff spot, and they're just not. They're just not. And at this point in time, is going out and giving the house for Jacob Markstrom or UC Saros or whatever other goalies are out there, whether it's Allmark or Swayman, just to not make the playoffs, is that the right move to make? Or do you go take a lower... Do you go make a lower risk move for Jake Allen and just settle? Like, I think down the stretch he'll probably be their go-to guy, right? If he actually ends up on New Jersey.
But is Allen a go-to guy anymore? I really don't know. I don't think so.
Look, on the Canadians, no. Like, hey, go-to guy. Let's put that in context here. It's all relative. Is he a go-to guy for the Montreal Canadiens, who are bottom 5 in the league and, give up some of the most goals in the league? Absolutely not. Do I think he's a go-to guy on any team? No. I'm just saying, I think down the stretch, if you need goalie help, cheap goalie help, then he's definitely not a bad guy to have in a goalie rotation, which they're clearly struggling with at the moment.
Yes, but again, now this goalie rotation is turning into a 4-goalie rotation. You got Nico Dawes, not really reliable. You got Akira Schmid, not reliable. Vitek, not reliable. Is Jake Allen a reliable guy?
Is Jake Allen more reliable than those two guys? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Because we've been speculating Jake Allen to LA. We've been speculating Jake Allen to Edmonton. We've been speculating Jake Allen to now New Jersey. At what point are we going to say, well, clearly teams are interested because he provides something that other goalies don't? And look, let's back up here. He might be the worst goalie on the Canadiens at the moment. Montembeault is better than him. There's no doubt about that. And Caden Primo is definitely playing better than Jake Allen at the moment. However, like I said, if you're trying to find cheap goalie help and you're clearly struggling to get those wins down the stretch, and I like what Richard Hall here said in the chat. Sorry, I'm coming your face for a second, Liam, but Jake Allen is a stopgap until Markstrom becomes available during the draft. I kind of agree. Because I think at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense in my opinion. I don't know what you have to say about this. It doesn't make sense for me to me for New Jersey to go out and make a huge move for a Markstrom, Saros, Allmark, or Swayman right now if they don't make the playoffs. Then you have a massive conundrum in the offseason.
No, it's not a deadline move. I'm also going to agree with Richard here. I think the Devils have really, or from what I've heard, they really want Markstrom, and this dates back to last offseason as well. But, it does sound like Markstrom is on his way out, whether that be today or in the summer. And I think New Jersey is probably the place he'll end up based on what we've heard in the past. But I just don't think Jake Allen is that solution. And I don't know what they plan on doing. He's a UFA, right, at the end of the season?
Jake Allen?
Yeah.
I believe so. I'm going to double check. I don't know if he has 1 or 2 years left, but I feel like he's just a UFA, and then that's off the books there.
I feel like he may have another year left.
Yeah, so why do I also? Yeah, because we're correct. 3.85 for this season and the next.
Yeah, so what's going to happen with Vanacek? What's going to happen with Akira Schmid? Maybe he's back in the minors, and Nico Dawes as well. It's very crowded. It's a crowded room. It's a very crowded room.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how the goalie play down the stretch is actually really going to matter for some of these teams. And you know what? Maybe it's a situation we don't know what the return is, and we don't even this trade isn't even necessarily final. But I think that there's the possibility
it's being finalized.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So pending the trade call, Montreal sends Jake Allen to New Jersey, according to Pierre LeBrun. Wow.
I kind of feel bad for Allen in this case. He doesn't really go to a contender. His situation in net is probably not much better than it is right now either.
But is he going to get the games down the stretch?
I mean, probably, since Vanacek is injured, but when he comes back, is this a 50-50 split? Is it a 75-25? I really couldn't tell you.
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to see if it was going to come up on the board there, but it wasn't. But anyway, yeah, we'll wait on that. Oh, here we go. So Habs get a conditional 3rd round pick, which can become a 2nd round pick depending on games played for Jake Allen in New Jersey. So we're meeting right in the middle, right, though, Liam.
Yeah.
We're meeting right in the middle. Honestly, not horrible. Honestly, not horrible.
I like that. I wonder how many games played it is.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. We'll wait on that. We'll keep you guys posted. And yes, as Matthew pointed out in the chat, Primo finally gets more games.
There we go. It's what happens.
And I think that's something that we both preached. And by the way, we're not trying to make this all Montreal Canadiens, guys. Sorry if we are. It's just, I mean,
it's the topic.
There's a trade.
Right
there's a trade right now. So regarding that, I think it's pretty interesting. Currently, we are 1:41 Eastern time, an hour and 20 left. Liam, tell me right now. Maybe it's the guys on the list. Maybe it's not. We've established the Allen trade. Who's the next big guy you want to see out the door if someone were to leave?
Next big guy, I'm going to say Pavel Buchnevich.
Do you think he really gets moved?
Do I really think he gets moved? Probably not. But I think there's still a 25% chance he's out the door because he's asking for a lot of money. Currently making
Liam, I don't think we could hear you. Okay, now I can. Sorry.
You can hear me?
Maybe
Okay.
that was on me.
Anyways, going back to my point, Buchnevich is making 5.6 mil, I believe, 5.7 mil, which is a very, very good discount for a point per game player. And whatever team adds him, maybe they're adding him as a rental. But I don't think he has a place in St. Louis, or St. Louis isn't looking to sign him to the contract he's looking for. So I don't think it's unrealistic to see Buchnevich get traded today. And I think he's the biggest fish on the market right now.
I also think kind of flying under the radar too is the potential of Colton Parayko getting moved also. I'm just going to pull this up. I don't know if Chuck here is referring to Colton as in Ross Colton or Colton Parayko. But nonetheless, if it is Colton Parayko, that's what I was kind of alluding to, that St. Louis said that they might be staying put on Buchnevich, but I think teams, including the Leafs, might be beating around the bush on Colton Parayko. Do you think that would be a solid move for the Leafs or any team that's looking to bulk up their decor?
That's probably exactly what they need. They need a big defenseman who plays two sides of the ice, and Colton Parayko is that guy. And apparently there is some rumors that Buchnevich and Colton Parayko are both rumored in some Toronto trades. Obviously, nothing confirmed, but they are both rumored that the Leafs are looking at them. We do have another trade here.
The Habs are also, by the way, retaining 50% of Jake Allen's $3.85 cap hit. Significant because that contract runs through the end of next season.
Dennis Gurianov for Wade Allison. Is Wade Allison on the Flyers?
Yes, he is. Well, no longer. He's on Nashville. But
now
yes,
he's on Nashville. All right, not much to talk about there, but yeah, Jake Allen to New Jersey is the big trade right now.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's that, but we have to keep in mind that is relatively significant that they're retaining 50% for the next 2 years, right? Because if I were to actually go check the cap friendly for the Habs, you're looking at right now they're retaining on Petrie, they're retaining on Edmondson, and now they're retaining on Allen. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Edmondson's contract is done at the end of this season.
Correct.
And Petrie still has 2 years. And now Jake Allen still has 2 years. So they'll be retaining 2 contracts for next year. They'll have another spot open up after Edmondson contract expires. Hey, I think I think for the return that they got, considering that they've had this 3 goalie rotation going through over 60 games now, I think we can all agree that it was probably the right move. And retaining cap doesn't necessarily bother me that much.
No, and just to toot my own horn, I was right about the retention.
Yeah. So Matthew says, honestly, underwhelming return for use of the last retention spot. Why not just retain on a massive rental this year and deal Allen in the summer when you have more retention spots?
It's a good point, but
it's valid.
At the end of the day, it wasn't just getting a return for Allen the Canadians wanted. They wanted their goalie room to be a little less crowded, and I think that helps the development of Montembeault and Primo. So considering Allen was playing every maybe like 4th game, I feel like that's a decent enough return. And as Habs fans, I think both of us are on the same page saying that, or thinking that this is a decent return for a guy who's pretty much a backup goalie.
Absolutely.
If we want to keep moving on this list, we got Matt Dumba, who I personally think is 100% getting moved, just based on what I've heard. He sat out last night for trade-related reasons, so we can probably assume that there are trade calls or some sort of interest in him from other teams. I think any contender would be pretty lucky to add Matt Dumba. Obviously, he's not as good as he used to be, but he's still a very solid player who can play in your bottom 4 D-core.
No, for sure. Chuck asks also, by the way, any big news out of Toronto? Not that we've seen so far. We'll monitor that for you, but no, nothing so far. But yeah, just to your point, the Matt Dumba thing. 1 year, he signed a 1-year contract in Arizona worth $3.9 million. I do think that could be a good trade target for teams that are trying to get bigger on their D-core, physically stronger, and
just adding experience,
right? So anyway, I think that's definitely a name that people are floating out there. We didn't talk about Chychrun though.
Yeah, we didn't talk much about Chychrun, but again, it's a guy who's most likely not going to be traded. Last year was moved at the deadline to the Senators, and it hasn't worked out very well. He's having an okay season, but I think he has higher potential and a higher ceiling than how he's been performing this season. But the word is a lot of teams are very much interested, but it's a high asking price, which is fair. It was a very high asking price last season, and it finally got done. But it just doesn't seem very realistic to happen at this moment. What do you think?
Yeah, I can agree. And we've talked about this a lot on our respective show, but the fact that I don't even think that if Jacob Chychrun were to get moved, it would be necessarily to a contender. I know teams are freaking out and, Hannafin's off the board and, Sean Walker's off the board. And now all of a sudden, teams feel the need to go out and make their splash play. And in this case, it would be for Jacob Chychrun. But I don't know. I agree with you. It seems a little bit unrealistic considering the asking price and considering how much, like the amount that the Senators gave up for him, it doesn't seem like they're just going to be parting ways with him as a rental and basically just take, a conditional first round pick and a prospect. Like, I don't think that pushes the needle for them. So I think it might be a little bit too unrealistic to project that he gets moved for what the Senators are looking to acquire for a guy like Chychrun.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. He seemed like a good fit in Ottawa, but again, you got Sanderson, you got Shabbat, and Chychrun does play the right side, but you got 3 pretty good left-handed D-men. They're definitely in need of a right-handed D-man. I'm hearing also that Brandstrom is probably on his way out. Not confirmed where, but very likely that he is moved. But again, that's just another guy on
that
that
according to
D-core.
your sources?
That is according to my sources. Unnamed source, but I actually heard this a couple hours ago.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so we'll keep monitoring the board here. Obviously, still a bunch of names. Oh, Eric Johnson to Philadelphia.
Okay, I like I like how Briere's awarding the team for how they've played this year and how well they've performed. It's not fair to the players who have been, absolutely living up higher than the expectations were this season. So I'm glad they're still trying to make a push. I know the Islanders probably think they're going to catch them, and the Capitals are obviously still in play, but Philly does have a good chance to make the playoffs, and I think you got to just go for it at this point. Obviously, you get rid of Walker, you get rid of Wade Allison, a lower tier name, but they're making moves, and everyone thought they'd be in a rebuild, but I think you got to go for it if you're in a playoff spot, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think you have to find that healthy medium where not only are you going to continue to compete because you're in a playoff spot, but also properly manage your assets, right? So moving Sean Walker for that first round pick makes a ton of sense. Being the broker in a Noah Hannafin deal makes a lot of sense, but it doesn't change the fact that going out and getting a guy like Eric Johnson or even Ryan Johansson, who I know was sent down to the minors and actually, if I'm not mistaken, he was waived and then he cleared and then ended up in the minors, but it doesn't change the fact that you still need those pieces, whether it's depth or experience, to be a part of a run down the stretch. So I think that Briere is managing his assets really well while also properly staying competitive.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Another guy on this list, Nick Dowd, a guy who'd slot into any contender's bottom 6 and play his role. Tough guy to play against. Seems like that little Colorado formula type player. Obviously not too much to say about him, not really a flashy player. We touched upon Buchnevich's situation, and then we got David Savard. Had to add him in, as a Habs channel, but again, a very solid right defenseman, won a Stanley Cup. Again, the asking price apparently is pretty high. First round pick, prospect. I don't know if he's getting dealt. Probably not. Just because it looks like now the Habs have no more retention space or spots. So a team would have to take on his full salary, which is difficult for any contender. But I'll throw it on to you. Do you think Savard's getting moved?
I don't. The reason that we actually talked about this before you hopped on for about a minute. But essentially all I said was that there's no rush to get rid of Savard, considering he's still going to be a part of the Montreal Canadiens next season. And his value, I'm not going to say might be higher, but the one characteristic that will allow his value to be higher if he's playing at a similar level is the fact that he'll have 1 year left on his contract. And keep in mind, by that point in time, the Canadiens will also have freed up their last retention spot to potentially retain on Savard next year in his last year on his contract. So with that being said, I think that a lot lines up for him to get moved next trade deadline as opposed to this one, because now the Habs can't send out Savard while retaining on his respective contract. So we'll monitor that, obviously. I don't think he'll end up getting moved, but hey, you never know. Jared Brown says, any other huge trades? Well, the biggest one more recently was the Jake Allen one, if you want to put it that way, for a conditional third which could be a second round pick depending on the amount of games that Allen plays, but we don't know the specifics on that just yet. Eric Johnson, and by the way, just to report this this trade, it's a 4th round pick this year to the Sabres for Eric Johnson. So that's another trade there. But those are kind of the only 2 things that have happened recently. And Chuck writes again, what are your thoughts on Toronto picking up for Colton Parayko for their first and I'm assuming Nick Robertson going the other way? I feel like it might be a little bit much. I think that might be a little bit much. I don't know. What do you think?
I feel like the Leafs got to move off Nick Robertson. He doesn't have
some point or another, right? Like,
while he still has some value, seems like it's just continuously declining. But I think they got to move there first for sure. And if that's bringing back Colton Parayko, I'd like to see that. Obviously, they added Edmondson and Lyubushkin, but that's not that's not game changing. I feel like Parayko would have a bigger effect. And last season, they got past that first round, but then when it came to playing the Panthers, they didn't have that player, or those players, those tough guys to play against, and those big guys who are just completely shut down. So adding a guy like Parayko, I feel like would solve that issue and fill a gap of where they're lacking in their lineup.
No, absolutely. We'll see, though. I mean, the fact that they haven't moved their first yet is kind of surprising. With just over a little over an hour before the deadline comes to an end.
Do they still own their first round pick, or was that moved last year?
Not a Leafs connoisseur, but let me check that out.
I feel like they moved that first for.
No, they still own their first for this year, but they traded the one that they have for 2025 already. So definitely in play. I think the Leafs will be quote unquote contenders. They'll always be in a spot to compete. And as long as you have Matthews, Marner, Tavares, Nylander, Riley, you have to make a move. You have to look what Vegas is doing. Take that as the model. Now maybe they're a little bit of an outlier, but they don't care about picks. They'll move their picks for younger-ish guys to be able to have the chance to compete every single year. Now, it's a little bit different for the Leafs, considering how much money they have tied up into 4 or 5 guys, but it doesn't change the fact that approach should still be relatively similar. There's no reason that you should be holding on to your first-round pick this year. In my opinion, there's absolutely none. You can't validate that.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a little sidetracked there, but I kind of missed out on what you said.
I was just saying that I don't think that there's a world in which the Leafs can validate holding their first round pick this year.
No, yeah. If you're a contender like they are, and with Austin, he just signed an extension, but with the guys you have in your lineup right now, you got to make a move. And I feel like Edmonton and Winnipeg and Vancouver have done a good job at that this deadline. That it's an I don't care about a first round pick, a late first round pick, because you're waiting on this player for a good 3-4 years. So yes, I'll agree with you there. You got to expend your first round picks, because now's the time to win for these teams. And it's been a long 8 years for Leafs fans. So you got to do everything you can to get back, or not get back, but be in that top 5 contender position.
If you don't move 100%.
If you don't move your first round pick, you're not really, again, maximizing your value and your assets. Vetrano, definitely one of the biggest names left on the market that's more likely to be moved. We really like Buchnevich, still a point per game player this year, making $5.7 million.
Can the Leafs even afford to make a move for a guy like Vetrano or for Buchnevich? Like, that's...
I'm sure if they get a double retention, they could afford it.
Right.
Getting Buchnevich at 25%, that would be like 1.5 mil, a little bit less, 1.25 mil. So that would be an absolute steal. But you got to expend your first round pick, top prospect, and who knows what else? Because I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough for Buchnevich.
Liam, do you want to throw up a couple of the other? Oh wow, Matthew McDonald says games on Allen is 40.
So that's definitely including next season.
Correct. And the pick is in 2025. Oh, and another trade to announce here. Andrew Peak to Boston. Is that what I saw?
Yeah, I like that. That's a good defensive defenseman ad for the Bruins. I think that's exactly what they needed. And I'm going to bring up this graphic. Some team needs. This was made before the deadline started today, or the countdown. So middle six center, Bruins need. Middle pairing defense, they just added. Nashville added their middle six winger. You want to jump in, Justin?
No, I was just going to say something. Okay, hold on. Sorry to cut you off. There's two things here. Dylan writes, you have to take advantage of your competitive windows. Sometimes they don't always come when you expect it. So I agree moving a first, especially in this weaker draft, is an easy move. So I think we can all agree on that. I think everyone, we're in the consensus in terms of the Leafs need to move off that pick and actually make a move by the end of this deadline. That's the first thing. The second thing I was going to say, you have a team up there in two of the categories that has not made a single move to date. The LA Kings. What's going on?
They've been too quiet.
Too quiet, right?
Considering at the start of the season they were the top team in the league for a good month, and considering Kempe's out for a while.
Kempe was actually just practicing too. I just got that notification like as we speak.
Okay. So that's good news for them.
He's practicing, which is huge, obviously. And one other guy. And Jacob Zboril is heading to Columbus for Andrew Peak. So,
former first round pick.
Didn't work. That was in that 2015 draft class, correct?
Yeah, that was the three
where
Boston
they went back to
picks.
back to back. Yeah,
the three Boston picks, very
Crazy.
Notoriously failed on. And DeBrusk, also a guy on the list who could be moved out. So those 3 first round picks might be out of that organization pretty quick.
I'm pretty excited for this down the stretch, though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting ending here. We got about an hour to go. Still a lot of names on the market. Also, goalie, New Jersey. Do they solve that issue? Probably not, but they do add a backup. I was more saying that New Jersey needs a starting goalie.
Is that what and when you were referring to Colorado, were you talking more about a starter or a backup?
More of a backup. I'd say starter would be New Jersey, and then LA would probably be a guy like Allen who would split games, but I don't know. LA has a tough situation, but Cam Talbot's been hot enough that I think they're going to ride with him. Let me ask you, do you think Edmonton is in need of a backup goalie, or should they focus on using the rest of their cap on adding to their forward or D-core?
It's a very good question.
Do you think Skinner is going to be that guy in the playoffs?
Yes, I do think that he is the guy down the stretch. I think he's proven that this year, right? I think we can both agree on that. He's played well enough, maybe not in those first 20, 30 games of the season, but now in that back half of the season, he's played well enough to be the starter going forward, and I don't think that there's any ifs, ands, or buts about that. That's the first thing to get out of the way. Now, I think that trading for a backup in case, if you want to put it that way, is pretty important. Now, they might not feel the need to go out and do that, which is totally fine, and I think that they can probably get away with it. But I don't think that you can deny that Calvin Pickard being their backup right now, Jack Campbell still in the minors. I mean, if something bad happens, knock on wood for Edmonton, but Skinner goes down and you're forced to throw in Pickard, I think Edmonton's chances of winning a series, let alone the cup, decrease significantly.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really plan around injuries. Anytime your top goalie goes out, you're probably not making a push for the cup unless a goalie gets really hot. But yeah, is Pickard going to be able to carry the load if Skinner goes down? But I feel like that's the case for almost all backup goalies in the NHL, right? Is Casey DeSmith going to carry the load if Demko goes down, who's had injury issues in the past?
we can have that conversation all day, and I agree with you for the most part. The one thing I will say is that at least Casey Smith in his last 3-4 years of his career has actually played some meaningful hockey. Now, meaningful hockey, I mean actually getting a substantial amount of starts as a backup. Whereas a guy like Picard, who was called up from the AHL, yeah, he's played a few games, but is it crazy to say that, you know, a few weeks ago when he was thrown in after Skinner got a huge workload, he gets thrown in for a game? I think the Edmonton gave up 20 shots and he ended up giving up 3 or 4 goals. Like, I mean, you can't possibly depend on a guy like him. And no shot at him. It's just the reality of it, right? I think it's just the reality of the situation. So I think that you can depend on DeSmith to win a game but realistically, if any of these teams starting goalies went down, they'd probably be screwed.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I'm making. But Pickard wasn't even in the NHL for the last 2 years, right?
Well, that's it. And just to go look at a few more comments here, the Kings are a team that has to play perfect hockey to win. Very structured, but also don't really have game changers. Do they need to just move on from the old guard of Doughty and Kopitar? It's a good question. I mean, obviously not this trade deadline. Obviously, they're going to keep that intact. They're still a team that's trying to compete. But I think down the line, it might be a legitimate conversation to have. But yeah, they do have to. It's true. That's a great comment. They do have to play perfect hockey to win. I feel like if they don't play perfect hockey, then they lose. Like they either win cleanly or they lose. They're never in those close games.
Yeah, they haven't been playing well at all recently, and they're in these tight games with the teams that you should absolutely be dominating, only beating the Ducks 2-1 and the Senators. They were down 3-1 last night until the third period, where they made a nice little comeback there and won the game in OT. But a couple waiver claims have been going down recently. The Panthers claiming Tobias Bjornfot, first-round pick back in the day. Ottawa claiming Boris Kachuk. And William Lagesson getting claimed by the Ducks from the Leafs. Obviously, a lot of lower-tiered player names, but you know, just to get a feel for what's going on around the league.
Did you want to look at maybe some top sixes after the trades? I have that here if you want. If you want to pull up on your computer maybe the NHL standings, and I'll pull up some top sixes, and we'll look at who we think maybe before and after the deadline are favorites or our favorite cup contenders, all things considered there.
All right, so let me do this. And
I've got. Oh, there you go. Awesome. Look at you. We're getting all techy.
Now we're getting technical.
Now we're getting going. So this is from Daily Faceoff. These are the lines after the Tarasenko trade and the Kyle Okposo trade, as we see down here in the bottom right. What do you think of this? What do you think of this forward core? These 12 guys. If you had to rate it on 10.
I'm loving that top 9. That's a tough top, and that fourth line is
crazy.
That fourth line is the formula. You need those grinders. I mean, I don't think Kevin Stenlund's getting in many games now. I think it's more Lomberg, but
the Lamborghini, he's not there. I wish.
No, I don't know why he's not. I think he might be injured. That's the issue. But this is a team that's going to contend, and they're scary. I know me and you have talked about it in the past, but the Panthers have been our Stanley Cup pick. Actually, they were your Stanley Cup pick since like October.
Yeah, they've been for a while. I'm not gonna toot my own horn like we talked about before. But
yeah, so going back to your question, I'm gonna rate this a 9 out of 10. That
9 out of 10.
Yeah, for the forward core, I'm giving a 9 out of 10. If you scroll down to the D core there, scroll down to the D. Oh,
I'm there.
Yeah, updated. Forsling locked in 8 years now. Ekblad, reliable D-man. Montour, their offensive defenseman. And OEL having a bit of a career resurgence here. So I'm liking it. Maybe they add a bottom pairing D-man in the coming hour, but still, I think they got a good culture and good chemistry going on in that locker room. Bobrovsky too, playing really well.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at
check if the Jets are
updated.
Updated, yeah.
Not yet, unfortunately. So not yet, but still, we can probably assume Toffoli being a right shot, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and he'll probably slot in over Nemesnikov on that first line.
Right. So you move these guys down, and don't forget Gabe Vilardi is injured as well. So
that's a great forward core as well.
Yeah. Definitely scary. That's for sure.
I'm liking Dylan's comment here, bringing up the real contenders after the trade deadline. We're gonna get into it too.
Florida, Carolina, Boston, Stars, Avs, Canucks, Oilers, Knights. So obviously that's a bunch of teams that we're listing off there. But honestly, I think it makes for a very, very fun race down the stretch.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. And a lot of teams, if you wanted just to point it out, right, I'll bring it back up here. But you have an East team, another East, West, 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 West.
The East is top heavy.
There you go. That's where I was.
But I'm honestly, I'm not a huge fan of the Bruins. I feel like they've struggled in the last month, and their goalies have really bailed them out a lot. But we'll see if they're able to add a center like we talked about before, filling some of their needs, because I don't think Charlie Coyle and Zach are exactly the cup contending centers you need on your team. Maybe they go out and add, I don't know, if I'm going back to the list, maybe they go out and add, there's not even many centers available anymore. That's the issue.
That's fair.
But maybe they add Buchnevich.
I feel like I don't know. I have a weird feeling that he's going to stay put, which I think would be a mistake for a lot of teams. And I
would be a mistake for St. Louis
to move off him or to keep him.
To keep him, because he's not. They're not going to re-sign him. They don't want to give him $8 million.
But is he a UFA at the end of the season?
Yeah, I believe so.
Why do I feel like he has another year? I feel like we keep forgetting about that.
Here, I'll bring that year up. I'll bring it up. I'll look it up.
I got it here already. Yeah, he's got 2 years at 5.8. So maybe next year he becomes the best rental, kind of like Gensel, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
With the potential of re-signing, kind of like Timo Meier last season, right?
That's true.
Very similar in nature. I mean, two struggling teams, St. Louis and the Sharks. The Sharks move off Timo for a haul. A lot of people thought it was underwhelming, but still a haul. I feel like the same could happen for Buchnevich next year. The one thing that bothers me, though, is that if you're St. Louis, how can you not possibly say that Buchnevich's value is higher now than it is the next year? I understand that he'll be a UFA next year or after next season, but imagine getting 2 playoff runs out of a guy like Buchnevich for less than $6 million when the cap is about to significantly increase.
He's one of the most underrated players in the NHL. Least talked about point per game player for sure.
I agree.
He's
100%.
on pace for 82 points. That's
Absolutely.
A guy that slots into your first line power play, first line role. And for under $6 million, that's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
You taking a look at this 12. And by the way, this is without Landeskog, who has the potential of coming back during the playoffs. Now, we'll see where that goes, right? But as of right now, what do you think about that top 6, top 9? We'll forget Brandon Duhaime's a great ad, right? We talked about that. But Yakov Tren in the new edition. Nichushkin is back as of tonight, which is huge for Colorado. Middlestat now bulking up their top 6. Drouin playing some good hockey on a very, very cheap contract. What are your thoughts on this?
It's funny to see Lehkonen and Drouin in a top 6 role. But again, these guys are products of McKinnon and Rantanen. So it's hard to judge because these guys are playing well because McKinnon and Rantanen are the guys feeding them the puck. Nichushkin had 0 goals one season, comes to Colorado, and all of a sudden he's a point per game player. So anybody who plays with McKinnon and Rantanen are going to be good. You can never count out the Avs. And I think adding Middlestat along with those guys in the bottom 6, Ross Colton, Miles Wood, Trennan, Duhaime, that's a tough team to play against. Their power play is absolutely lethal. Can't stop.
I was just going to say also, I think that it made sense considering that because of Devon Toews' presence, it didn't seem very, very likely that they would end up having Byram actually flourish in his career in Colorado. So,
but then again, going back to that Middlestat Byram trade, how is Buffalo profiting? I know Dahlin plays the right side occasionally, and he did last night in Byram's debut, but you have 3 left defensemen, and 2 of them are first overall picks that have a higher offensive ceiling than Bowen Byram.
Well, okay. I agree with you on one of those things. I think Dahlin has more offensive upside than than Byram. I don't know if I agree with Power having more offensive upside than Byram. Now, it's not necessarily it's not a debate. I think it's just more like, look, Matthew says 4 left D with Samuelson. That's absolutely true. Now, is Dahlin versatile enough? Can he play the right side? Can any of these guys play the right side? Who knows? Who knows, right? I guess you'll have to experiment. But anyway, I mean, I think Byram's offensive upside is actually pretty good. We just didn't see it in Colorado. It was untapped. Right?
It was definitely untapped. I mean, yesterday he scored, so maybe
right. On his first shot with the team.
And he had an assist, although they still lost, but
I was just gonna go and check out another top 6. It's not the Rangers I wanted to look at. What was it? Not LA, not Florida, not the Oilers. Oh, maybe Carolina. That's what I wanted to see. There you go. And by the way, this does not include Gensel at the moment. And by the way, Colin Harris says, hi from Manchester, England. My first time watching you guys and really enjoying it. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Thanks for tuning in. It means a lot to us to have new people tune in. Appreciate that big time. If there's anything you wanted us to talk about in particular, let us know.
Shoot us a comment.
Absolutely.
That top 6, I don't like Jarvis slotting down. I know there's always been that guy who gets left out, but I think Nietzsche should slide over to center. He's played center in the past. I don't think Kuznetsov is a second-line center anymore. And like we talked about before, probably doesn't really fit into the system amazingly, but he's still a guy who can score, I guess.
I think he's more of a liability than anything. Like, look, I just don't get it, right? Because you have a guy like Marty Necas, who we've talked about a ton. If it were up to us as GMs of the Montreal Canadiens, Marty Necas, the second he becomes an RFA, would be offer sheeted. Now, we have a little bit of the Canadiens have a little bit of a history with the Carolina Hurricanes regarding offer sheets, but I think we can both agree that Necas is skilled enough to play a top 6 role on a lot of teams. Now. How a guy like Rob Brind'Amour, where we've talked about, has had a disconnect with a guy like Necas, how can you validate picking up Evgeny Kuznetsov? Like, that doesn't add up to me, right? I feel like he's just going to end up being scratched in the playoffs. I know that sounds crazy, but...
Yeah, this reminds me of the Puljujarvi situation last season. Everyone was like, oh, Puljujarvi is going to flourish in this situation. All of a sudden, the guy's playing 4th line, and then he scratched and never played another game. So I don't love it. Kuznetsov, sure, he's a proven guy. He could score. He's shown in the past, but that was, 4 years ago? He had a good season 2 years ago. I'll give him that. But
he had a career year, right?
He did. So, again, you don't lose this skill when you're 32 years old or something. He's 32. He still definitely has the potential, but he's dealing with issues. And
yeah,
I don't want to come on here and tell him or say, like, being in the player assistance program for a month. I don't know what the situation was. I just don't know if a situation is going to get solved that fast. It seemed like he was in and out of the program really, really quickly.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a change of scenery benefits him. And just to get some more comments up here, Carolina looking dangerous up front. Holy, there is no doubt about that. And that is without Jake Gensel on this list. And I think Jake Gensel is going to really prove that he's not a product of Crosby's environment, or of Crosby, not of his environment, but of Crosby. And I think he actually proved that in Pittsburgh when Crosby was out. But I think you're gonna see it more here. Now, from an offensive production standpoint, I can see a world where he's not as effective as people would like him to be, considering the way that Rob Brind'Amour coaches his team and the scheme that he presents to his team. Like, I think we've seen Svechnikov, granted, had an injury last year, but his point production dip a ton, which people have not been particularly impressed with. Same for Necas, same for Teuvo Teravainen. Aho's been the driving force, but let's see if Gensel can really, ramp up his point production in this system. And then another comment here, a few Leafs fans in here, or I don't know if he's a Leafs fan, but thoughts on what Leafs can do. Knives was sent for paper transactions, Lagesson claimed by Anaheim. It's a good question, Joshua. It's a good question.
We talked about it before, but adding a guy like Parayko would be good, expending their first round pick, maybe expending Nick Robertson and trying to add in your... Yeah, there we go. We bring it up here. We see the lines. They're definitely lacking on that in that bottom 6. I don't know if Reeves is the obviously Reeves is a good guy to have, but he's not really providing much offense or defense. It's more of a scare factor, I guess you could call it. But, Bobby McMahon has been good, but I feel like there are a couple holes, whether that be on the fourth line and the third line, which isn't the worst issue to have. But if we scroll down to their D-core, that right side is definitely lacking. And Simon Benoit, he's been pretty good overall this season.
Well, they don't have Edmondson in there yet either.
That's true. So yeah,
but he'll play the left, right, Edmondson?
Yeah. I feel like adding Parayko would solidify this D-core. Lyubushkin maybe slides down. Liljegren, does he come out of the lineup? I don't know. From what I'm hearing, there's not a lot of belief that he's a great playoff player, but I'll leave that for you guys to decide. But adding Parayko would be my number one move.
And here also, just from Colin, also, chances Markstrom still gets traded, or is the offseason more realistic? I'll let you take that away, Liam.
Yeah, so we mentioned it a little bit before, but personally, I think there's still a chance, but the offseason, like you said, is probably the more realistic situation. Teams, or the main team that was targeting Markstrom was New Jersey, and they just acquired Allen. So I'm going to assume that that potential or that opportunity is off the table at the moment. So offseason probably more realistic.
Another comment here from Josh. So he says, yeah, I'm a Leafs fan. By the way, new Leafs fan last season. I don't know why I ever picked the Leafs. That's a good one. Hey, we're Habs fans. We don't tend to rag on the Leafs too much, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting choice. I mean, I guess you'll see. You'll get to see firsthand what Leafs fans deal with for the past few years, right? So that's tough. Dylan also says, how could the Leafs not cough up a second for Tanev? I'll let you take that away, Liam. Is there any comment you have on the Leafs not giving up a second for Tanev to solidify that right side when we just mentioned McCabe, Lyubushkin, Liljegren? Like
from what I've heard, the issue was cap retention. The Flames didn't want to retain when the Leafs were trying to pick up Hanifin and Tanev. So that sounds like the main issue. But yeah, I don't know how they can't cough up a second. And even like throw in Nick Robertson. He's not slotted into the roster, and he's just losing value at this point. So just give up anything you can to solidify your D-core. They haven't done it in the past 3 deadlines. I think now is the time, and they missed that opportunity. But Parayko's still on the table.
We'll see. Hopefully for them, hopefully for their sake, they can make a move that really, right? Like let's shy away from the. Remember that trade they made when they went out and got Nick Foligno for like a first, pretty much, and they really have to, whatever trade they're going to make, they got to stick to it and ensure that it really is going to have an effect on their team down the stretch. Because with that core, you can't deny that the Leafs will always have a chance to compete. Obviously, they haven't done it very much. They haven't gotten very far, but it doesn't change the fact that they have the ability to do so, right? Chandler Hughes says, which I'm not too familiar with. That's why I had to do a little bit of a search. And I don't know if you know a little bit more about him, but do you think, not even going to try and pronounce his name? I know do you know how to pronounce it? It's, I think it's
Kuznetsov?
Anyway, will he make an impact with Minnesota? Now, I did a little bit of a search on his stats just because I wasn't too familiar. He's 21. He's a center / left wing. And this season with HK Sochi in the KHL, he has 20 points in 49 games. Now, usually that's actually pretty impressive for the KHL, especially as a younger player. Don't know too much about him. If you wanted to write in the comments, like, we're just not too familiar with those prospects. I don't know if you are Liam with him. But
I mean, I'm assuming he probably doesn't get a lot of ice time either.
Right, that's
21-year-old, but it's pretty impressive putting up 20 points. I know. Did he just sign with Minnesota to play? Matthew says he's a great KHL prospect. So
there you go.
We'll trust the word from our insiders here.
There you go. Also, Josh says Sheldon's brother, Adam Keefe, is the head coach for the Belfast Giants. He's from the UK. I assume Sheldon was a good coach. Yeah, Sheldon Keefe. Look, there's obviously Oh, and by the way, Matthew says he just got his U.S. work visa, so he should be able to play soon. So
yeah.
I don't know what kind of impact he'll have. I feel like Minnesota's in a weird transition phase right now.
Well, he's a center, and that's kind of what they need. So maybe slots in the top 6.
There you go. I was going to show another top 6 here, but if you wanted to, talk a little bit about your thoughts on Sheldon Keefe, if any.
Yeah, I mean, as Habs fans, we have our opinions. I mean, it's tough to say in the point of view of a Leafs fan, but Sheldon Keefe has had great success in the regular season. We'll give you that. The playoffs obviously hasn't gone the right way, but I guess he is the coach that got them over the first round hump, and we'll see what happens this season. But Sheldon Keefe, he has his ups and downs. He's definitely a great coach, but he also has a great team. So it's hard to, it's hard to put 2 and 2 together to see which one is really affecting the other. But can't complain about the regular season. I'll definitely give Keefe that.
I think it's really hard for a Leafs coach to actually thrive in their environment, considering that as long as those core 5 players are there, you're going to see a lot of, how we talk about sometimes in the NBA, how the players control the league. I feel like in this sense, it's more that the Leafs players control the team. And I know that sounds a little bit like crazy to say, and I don't mean it in a literal way, obviously. I just mean like more, whoever's going to come in and coach these guys is going, their coaching style is going to be dictated by the way that the players want to play, not necessarily how Sheldon Keefe or other coaches want to implement their playing style. I think Keefe has proven this year a little bit more that he's had a little bit more control over the room, which is super important, especially for a team that might get caught up in some antics sometimes. But nonetheless, I think that it's really hard to come in and actually be a coach for a team that already has it all set out in front of them, but just can't seem to get over that hump. So definitely interesting. Pulled up the Canucks lineup, and as we say that, Chandler asks, well, who do you have winning the West?
I'll give you my team right now. I got the Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars winning the West. So you have them taking it over Vegas, taking it over Vancouver, taking it over who am I missing here? Winnipeg.
And Edmonton. Yeah. But I got Dallas. Edmonton. They're adding Tanev. Stankoven has been like an amazing story for them. He's an absolute workhorse. Their top 9 is lethal. They have all the offensive power. Their defense is strong. They got Heiskanen. They got all these guys that just play solid defensively. And you got the goalie in Ottinger who gets hot. He's one of the best goalies in the league. So I got Dallas.
I think my pick here is, and it might be pretty straightforward, I'm kind of in agreement with Matthew here. It's the Vegas Golden Knights. I mean, look, it might be an easy pick. But I think when it comes down to it, when we're talking about winning the West, we're assuming coming out of the West to make it to the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah. I'd say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So then I would say Vegas in that case. I think when it comes down to playing. Yeah,
what's crazy is that Vegas is in the second wildcard spot right now.
Right, but what a nightmare situation for whoever's going to have to face them, right?
Yeah, and I guess losing Eichel for a bit and Stone right now isn't really helping them, but I'd say the West playoffs are pretty much set in terms of the teams who are already in. Yeah, if you go to the wild card, Calgary's the closest team, tied with Seattle and St. Louis, but I just don't see a world where they're catching any of those teams that are in a playoff spot right now.
No, Vegas seems to. I don't know. I think Vegas down the stretch is going to be good enough to be able to. And how does it work again? They're going to have to face off against Edmonton. Is that?
No. So two plays 3 in each division, and then the higher seeded 1 would play the second wild card team. So Vancouver would be playing against Vegas.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for Vancouver.
It's going to be an amazing playoff, I think.
But see, I disagree because not with the fact that it's going to be a good playoff. I disagree with the fact that like Vancouver at this deadline, aside from the Lindholm move, which I think we can both agree is a good move. Now it hasn't really panned out for Vancouver just yet.
Yeah.
But like they might be a first round exit and their season might just be completely shot out the window here.
they're a really good team. Last night they beat Vegas in a pretty close one, but seemed like the better team during that game. But I guess you can't really evaluate it right now with 20 games left to go and Mark Stone not playing. I'd love to see Lindholm get traded again. That'd be so funny. It'd just be something.
I think he'd make more sense in Boston. I think
he would. They need a center. When we were talking about Boston's center or lack of centers, we didn't mention Lindholm still on the table. Maybe you flip DeBrusque for a center. Like, I don't know. I heard Braden Shen was on the table. I don't know if he's likely to get traded, but again, would be a good vet ad for any playoff contender, especially a team like Boston.
For sure. Did you want to? Chandler also says, "Do you think Vegas goes back to back?" A lot of competition this year. You're saying no. I'm saying no too. I'm big on Florida. Big on Florida. And if it weren't Florida, then I'm also equally as big on. I like Dallas also. I mean, I know I said that I would have Vegas. Well, now I'm being a little bit counterintuitive here. I said that Vegas would win the West. So if they make it that far, then I think we can agree that they'd have a chance. I don't know.
I think we should switch gears a little. And, instead of talking about the contenders, let's talk about the guys in the bottom of the NHL. So we're bringing up Tankathon, one of the best websites. Just a little explanation here. This is a simulated draft lottery. So we're going to host the unofficial draft lottery right now. And we're going to see where the big fish, Macklin Celebrini, ends up. We're going to do it. Should we do it one time?
I think you got to go with one roll here.
One roll. As you can see, these are the 16 teams who are in or I guess it would just be the top 10 teams in terms of getting the first overall pick. But is Tampa not? How is this? Shouldn't Tampa be in a playoff spot here? I feel like they should be.
Scroll down a little.
Anyways, it doesn't really matter. We're just trying to see who's getting this first overall pick. So 30 minutes left in the deadline. We're hosting the unofficial draft lottery. Here we go.
Sim it.
And the number one pick is going to the Chicago Blackhawks and Montreal. Moving up 5
We did not rig it. We did not rig it.
This is a one-time thing. San Jose gets screwed. But Chicago, we're going to see right now. Oh, this is annoying. But anyways, these are the top prospects. We might have to sim it again. No, that's annoying. But
why would you have to sim it again?
Because
you're gonna.
I want to show which prospect goes where.
Fine. So re-announce it.
All right. Number one pick. Oh, it's going to Ottawa.
That's crazy. How many spots did they jump up? 5.
5 spots. 10 spots for Calgary.
Oh my God. Where did the Habs move down to 8? That's insane.
That's tough.
This is the official, unofficial.
The official
draft
unofficial
lottery simulation. Okay, so if Ottawa gets Macklin Celebrini,
you got to move off Norris. I don't
know what you do. I don't know what you do, but I thought they were out of the rebuild, and then they somehow end up with the first overall pick. That's crazy.
After Montreal got the second overall pick, Matthew says the ping pong balls were weighted. But Macklin Celebrini, yeah. So just a little unofficial.
But jokes aside, Liam, I know we're kind of both. We know enough about prospects, but not enough to have a full on conversation about it. But Celebrini.
Should we bring in one of our scouts?
If you can do it, let's do it.
All right, sent him the link. We'll give it a couple minutes. But yeah, we can go back to the topic here. He'll probably join in a couple minutes.
No problem.
Macklin Celebrini, number one pick. Ottawa's got to retool or something.
I don't know. Look, I think Demidov at 2 is the realistic outcome. I think he's too skilled to not go second overall. Such a D-heavy draft. look, if the Habs end up with 8th after ending up 25th overall or 26th overall or whatever it is, I mean, throw that out the window.
All right, Matthews coming on. Here we go.
Hey,
one of our scouts is in the building. One of our
How's it
Twitter
going, Matt?
insiders.
I'm going good. How are you guys going?
We're doing well.
We're
doing well.
We're good. If you want to trade, you're gonna hear it from Matthew first.
Yeah, I got all the phones. I got at least 5 of them on the table right now. Trying to see which one gets the notice first.
He's our Bob he's our Bob McKenzie.
Yeah.
But going back to our little unofficial draft lottery, what happens to the Ottawa Senators if they get Macklin Celebrini?
Okay, so obviously Macklin Celebrini is just a pure centerman. I don't see him playing on the wing at all. You said it best. Josh Norris is going to be the first guy probably moved out, which might be a little hard. He is young, but he is super, super injury prone. Honestly, a team like Pittsburgh, I think, would actually benefit best from getting Josh Norris, just because they want to win now and by just getting younger. And I think if he stays healthy, that could be a pretty good move for both sides. Because eventually you got to realize after Celebrini's 3-year entry-level deal is up, you got to pay him probably up to 10.5 million for 3 years or for 8 years. So you got to find the money too. And I think that move, first of all, just makes the most sense.
I think that's
for sure.
That's a very fair take.
But if we're looking in a realistic world, guys, like let's be honest with ourselves here. I mean, it doesn't seem like any other team aside from the Sharks or the Chicago Blackhawks will realistically end up with that first overall pick. But Matthew, if you had the choice of seeing Celebrini, I mean, this might be a no-brainer, but seeing Celebrini with the Sharks or seeing him with the Blackhawks, where would you rather him end up, and where does it make more sense?
100% San Jose. Makes the most sense. I know his dad worked for the Golden State Warriors, so there is a connection there. I think that would be the best fit. They've been striving for superstars since they unloaded all of their past superstars in Patrick Marleau, Joe Thornton, Joe Pavelski. Since they've moved away from those guys, they haven't had anyone really step up. Couture and Hurdle have been there, but they haven't had anyone who is like on superstar level. So plus with Macklin Celebrini being your 1C, it alleviates some pressure off Will Smith, and he could either play on the wing or play as a second line center. And I think that would just be the best fit for him.
Plus Draymond Green is going to be pulling up to the games, right?
Yeah, that's true. Draymond Green is actually a big fan of Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, so maybe that gets you some sales, some ticket sales.
For sure.
If Chicago's picking number 2, do you think they take Demidov?
I actually don't think so. I think they actually go with Caden Lindstrom, who's down there at 6 from Medicine Hat. Big 6'4", 216-pound centerman. He has a lot of skill, great hands, great finish, loves to drive the net. And I think Chicago it's easier to scout him. He has a lot of scouts at his games. It's harder to get scouts into the KHL, or I guess in Demidov's case, the MHL. But it's just you get more of there's more knowns than unknowns with Lindstrom. And weirdly enough, his comparison, you could almost argue, is kind of close to Kirby Dach. So him going to Chicago is a bit weird. But I think at this time point now, I think Caden Lindstrom would be perfect for the Chicago Blackhawks at 2.
Interesting.
Guys, trade to announce the Tampa Bay Lightning have acquired Matt Dumba.
Oh,
wow. Okay.
So they go right shot D, man. Okay, so I expected left shot.
They lose out on Hannafin, and they pick up Matt Dumba.
And also, I'm going to throw this up on the board just to keep everyone involved here. 30 minutes left, and the Leafs have yet to add anything. Sounds about right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does sound about right.
It's been a bit of a quiet last hour. Usually it picks up, but I'm sure there's some trade calls pending.
But again, I mean, sorry,
we need like
just
a
opening
counter here.
Well, I think if you scroll up,
it was back over
it's
here,
not on.
But
yeah.
Anyways, we'll bring it up with like 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
But on that comment on Toronto, I was wondering if you guys could pull up the Leafs lines. I was actually curious.
Yeah, I can grab that if you'd like here.
Yeah, Matt Dumba goes to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Because Dumba was definitely someone that Toronto probably needed in a right-hand shot D-man. So it's actually funny that comment comes now. I think that's actually pretty funny.
Yeah, we touched base upon it that we don't know if Lyubushkin and Liljegren are the answers to that right side. And if you're able to add a guy like Parayko, you know, that really solidifies your D. And even adding a guy like Dumba, I think Tampa's doing the right thing. You should pull up Tampa's decor. Let's see what it looks like.
Sure, and that's obviously without it's not going to have
Matt
Dumba yet, but still good to get an idea there.
Definitely a much needed ad,
especially with Sergachev out. This is really ugly.
Yeah, that's tough. That's very tough.
But like, I find this weird because I honestly think the right-hand side is fine. Looking at the left-hand side, I would have thought they would have gone after probably Erik Brandstrom, not Matt Dumba. But I don't know. It's an interesting ad, unless maybe one of these guys can play on the left.
I don't even know who Emil Martinson Lilleberg is.
Is that guy is that a made-up guy? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Tampa's an interesting team. Tampa's definitely an interesting team to watch. They've not been as strong as they have been in the last few years, and I don't know if maybe their guys aren't as burnt out anymore because they got eliminated in the first round, but can never count them out. When you got guys like Stamkos, Kucherov, Point, Hedman, those guys carry the load, and obviously they're not having a super good regular season, but at the end of the day, they still won 2 cups and made it to 3 finals in a row, so you can't count them out.
I agree.
Should we bring up a little game right now? I know there's not a lot going on, but
I think another scout might hop on too at some point.
All right, I'm down for that.
No, you could stay. You could stay, Matt. It's just
okay.
Yeah. Stay in.
Actually, just send it to your brother, Liam.
Okay. So,
but
another thing that we wanted to bring Matthew on for was thoughts on the Guentzel trade, because we know you have some thoughts about it as a Pens fan.
Oh yeah, so I've been watching Pittsburgh pretty much all my life. They're my favorite team. Fortunate enough to watch them actually win back-to-back Stanley Cups. So them missing the playoffs last year was a bit of a shock for me. Not so much Habs fans. I know they're kind of used to that. But basically, I think it was kind of a must that they had to move off Guentzel. There were reports that he was offered 6 years at a fair, I'm not going to say team friendly, I think it was 8.5. I'm not 100% sure on that. But if he's reportedly declining that, then I think you get a little worried. So I think that's what really accelerated trade talks. And then, of course, yesterday night he gets moved to Carolina. The one thing that sucks is that Carolina is a division rival. So if he does sign long-term, that's 8 years of Jake Guentzel playing you 3 to 4 times a year, which is not fun. But true. For the return, Bunting is the main NHL piece going back. He's got this year and I believe 2 more years left at 4.5. Obviously didn't work out so well in Carolina, but he did actually work out well before in Toronto. He was actually pretty good playing with Austin Matthews and I believe William Nylander and Mitch Marner. So I think him playing with Sidney Crosby and potentially on the right-hand side, either Brian Rust or Raquel, I think that will actually be pretty good. Is that Kevin Weeks breaking a trade?
I don't know. This was 9 minutes ago. Sorry to cut you off, Matthew, but
no, all good.
They're I don't know what's going. What do they have up their sleeve this time? The reason I brought that up was because Josh said Kevin Weeks tweeted at Vegas with a timer. Who are they adding now?
Booch, lock it in.
I agree with Liam. I think they're going big name forward. Yeah,
it's got to be. They got the cap. I think they just have the right amount of space as well.
They also own their pick.
Yeah. Also, do you think Flames are going to make any moves, guys? Any moves for the Flames?
No,
probably
I don't think so.
At this point in time, probably done there.
I can't even think of any guys that they could expend anymore. Pretty much all their big names are out the door, right?
Yeah, well, so Zadorov was at way earlier in the season, and then there was the 3 UFAs they had to move off of with Tanev, Hanifin, and
Lindholm.
Lindholm and Toffoli actually too at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But so Markstrom was probably the only name left. I really don't think he's moving now. I think it'll be an interesting conversation to have in the summer. But if I had to guess, I would say there's a 99% chance with almost 15 minutes left, the Calgary Flames are finished.
Just some more names on the board still. we got Frank Vatrano. We got Max Pacioretty, still not going anywhere. The news was he was going to the Rangers, but hasn't been confirmed yet. But I'm going to assume there's a trade call pending, and he's probably on his way out. But here, I'm going to bring up this. Oh, sorry, you just added it?
Yeah, I sent it up already. Yeah,
yeah.
No, you're good.
All right, so here we go again. You got Max Pacioretty still on the board. Jacob Markstrom not likely to be traded. Chychrun not likely. Vatrano, I don't know. It seems like a little bit of a lesser chance of him being traded at this point. Matt Dumba goes to Tampa. Can update that. And then Nick Dowd, another guy that Washington probably should expend. I don't know if they're pushing for the playoffs still, but would be great on any contender. And Pavel Buchnevich as well. David Savard, our Habs player. But again, most of these guys probably won't be traded at this point. And there's still some names on the board with Jake DeBrusk, some bigger names, Elias Lindholm. But who knows?
I have an interesting name. I think Riley Smith could be one of those 301 trades.
Hey, maybe he goes back to Vegas. Maybe that's what Kevin Weeks is alluding to.
It's very possible. He does have term, so he does have another year on his contract, I believe, at $5 million. So if they make that trade, they do get him for another year.
All right, we got.
Let me remove this.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. Main scout.
All
we
right.
have Twitter insider. Our main scout. It's a full board here.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna clear it. Hold on. Just like that for now. How's it going, Rylan? How's it going?
Not bad.
It would be good if we could bring up the prospect list, but I don't know if we're gonna have enough room.
No, we're crowded here. We're crowded here. But I was gonna say also, by the way, Dumba and a 7th to Tampa in exchange for a 5th and a 20 in 2027. So a lot of
Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of the Dumba trade. Like, it's defensive depth is whatever. I mean, the trade wasn't bad, but the player just I don't know. I feel like they could have gone after a bigger fish there, but we'll see. We'll see Tampa.
Who's even remaining at this point? At this point,
did Barry get traded? No, he did not.
I would have liked to see them take a bit of a swing on someone like Brandstrom or even Chychrun to fix that left side in Sergachev's absence. But we'll see how Tampa plays.
Okay, there's not.
This is why is it so underwhelming down the stretch here?
Yeah,
everyone got traded already.
All right, should we just do our little quick fun segment?
Yeah, we got to do it. We got to do it.
We got to do it. All right.
Okay, well,
all right.
we got to see how we can throw it up so it doesn't look
yeah, it's
ridiculous.
Fine. We don't need really our faces in here, but
okay, fine. That's fine. I'm sending it up. Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, there we go.
Worked, actually.
All right. This
you gotta zoom in a little bit.
I know. Hold on. The NHL heavyweight oh, it's still not really good. Well spaced out here. I need like a full screen mode.
Well, make your
the Penguins made a trade. Oh, that's
made a trade.
That's a random move.
Is this
the peak for Zaboro trade?
No, Pittsburgh traded Magnus Hellberg to Florida.
Oh, that's a goal, yeah. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Just some depth in case of injuries.
Hopefully.
All right, if you guys are still in the comments and still paying attention, we know that there's less than 15 minutes left until the trade deadline expires here, but nonetheless, we're going to play a quick game. Right in the comments if you have any input on this, but we'll kind of go round table, rapid fire. Liam put this together.
Fire.
NHL heavyweight title. We'll start with the top left because Matt Rempe's made a name for himself, right, guys? So we gotta see who the real best heavyweight is in the NHL. Jack-Eye or Luke Shen?
Jack-Eye or Luke Shen? I'm going Jack-Eye.
I'm taking
That's Jack-Eye.
That's
Jack-Eye.
Jack-Eye. All right, Jack-Eye. Moving on to the next round. There we go. Next round, we got Tom Wilson or Liam O'Brien.
O'Brien? He's made a name for himself a little bit this season. I think he's a good physical guy, but I think Wilson takes it in a fight.
Wilson takes the cake. Matthew, your thoughts?
Ooh, it's close. I'll take Tom there.
I'm gonna have to agree. I think Tom Wilson's a better fighter.
Tommy
Never
Will.
talked about NHL fights before.
Yeah.
This heavyweight title.
Rempe
right.
or Brendan Lemieux. I
Rempe.
mean,
Big name.
at this point, it's Rempe.
Rempe's
this
at the
point,
top
it's
of the
Rempe.
table here.
At this point, it's Rempe.
Oh,
Rempe. Here we
there's
go.
news on Max Pacioretty. Sorry, guys.
No,
Yep,
please.
Max Pacioretty is staying
in Washington.
Wow.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a lot of fun. Staying in Washington.
Just
we're having a lot of fun.
Is he signing a contract or just?
Probably just past the deadline, realistically.
Yeah,
that's a
when
bit
guys have
unfortunate
families, it's a bit
in terms
harder.
of fantasy implications as well. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Kick rocks.
All right, so Max Pacioretty not going to the Rangers. He is staying in Washington. Back to the board. Matt Martin or Tanner Jeannot.
Ooh.
I think I'm gonna take Jeannot there.
Yeah,
He's a
give
good
me
fighter.
Jeannot.
He's a
Give
good
me
fighter.
Jeannot.
Is this currently or is this in their primes?
This is currently because we're evaluating who has the NHL heavyweight title right now.
Yeah, no, currently.
Okay, so then yeah, probably Jeannot.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
Martin drops some hits as much as maybe he used to, but Jeannot will throw with anyone.
Yep.
Let's
Reeves
make our
or
way
Maroon?
over. Reeves or Maroon? We already know the answer.
Yeah, it's Ryan Reeves. That's
I-
Ryan Reeves.
I have a hot take. I think Maroon.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
Reeves.
I think he makes. I think he talks more than he could throw punches. I think he. I think
Brad
he
got
negates
11
him.
minutes to cook. Or are we looking cooked?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the like what is going on though. They're really gonna hold their first round pick. Like I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Leafs should really take a swing at Parayko. I think he would.
Anyone at this point, like
I don't know. I love Parayko as a fit
Take
on
a
that
swing
blue
at
line.
Savard.
There is
Roslovic
a trade.
to the Rangers. We called that Liam Roslovic to the Rangers.
We did. Wow.
I think a
Yeah,
Roslovic
there
trade's
you
been
go.
in the works like all day. I remember someone tweeting about it like this morning, and it was just.
They finally
That's
get their
actually another
right-handed
good-
forward.
That's another good move for them. Sorry, Liam. I'm just gonna throw this up quickly just for those back. If I can zoom in here, get that up there. Roslovic to the Rangers, reported by the Frank Saravalli.
Frank.
Jack what do you guys think of that move though? Seriously,
He had 41 points last year. Not bad.
I mean, he's shown that he could be a complimentary winger with other stars. Like he's played well next to guys like Jenner and Gaudreau. So, I would have liked to see the Rangers maybe bring Buchnevich back. I guess Drury couldn't swallow his pride and own up to his mistake, but Roslovic could do something up there.
Drury's actually had a really hard time, in my opinion, in New York. I saw that tweet the other day, but I feel like you look at the moves that he's made; they've been like pretty questionable.
Yeah, but at the same time, he has guts. He has the balls to make a move. He traded for Patty
Right, but
Kane, traded for Tarasenko.
Right, but what was that one move that he really? I saw it. I forget which one it was that he really. Yeah,
It
that
was
was
the
horrible.
It was
Buchnevich.
horrible.
Yeah.
They
That's
couldn't
horrible.
resign him. That was the problem.
Yeah.
But
Here I'll
We'll
get
see
I'll
what-
get your.
how it goes.
I wonder
Tyson
where
Barrie,
they'll play Roslovic, but we'll see where that goes.
All right, let's fly through this. Zach McEwen or Evander Kane?
Kane. You think he can
McEwen.
really fight?
I'm
McEwen.
going
McEwen.
I think
He's
McEwen.
barely in the
Yeah.
NHL.
McEwen.
He's not even in the NHL.
He's a dog though.
Oh,
I don't
he's
know
in the
about that one.
NHL now. Don't worry, he'll be out next round. Nick
Delorier.
Ross the Boss Johnston.
Throw Delorier into the
This is
Delorier.
Delorier.
I think Delorier might win this bracket. Jokes aside.
Really?
He's a fighter.
Okay.
There's a
dog.
good chance.
Olivier Lomberg, probably Olivier,
Yeah,
right?
Olivier. That guy can
Yeah,
that guy can
Olivier.
fight.
Give me the Lamborghini.
I kind of want the
All right,
Habs
this
to bring in. I kind of want the
This
Habs
is
to
a
bring
nice
in
little
Olivier in the offseason just for fun.
Oh,
Jack or Wilson.
Ooh.
that's a
That's
That's
tough
a good
one.
round.
I have to come back to that.
Jack or Wilson. Give me Arbor. No bias though.
All right.
Arbor, put him to sleep.
Is there anyone in the chat who has an opinion on who would win in a fight between Jackai and Wilson? I have no idea.
Yeah.
That's pretty 50-50.
I want to see Jack
Yeah,
fight
we
Rempe.
need some.
Rempe.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
no,
gonna
that's the
happen.
next one. April 7th. Mark it in your calendar.
I love how it's like we're marketing it as like a card. It's a
Hey,
UFC
Paul
card.
versus Mike
That's
Tyson.
That's the main event. The Habs game is the undercard.
All right, next round. Jeannot or Rempe?
Rempe.
Oh, that's tough.
Rempe's fought 5 times and he has a name.
I don't know.
He doesn't know how to
I
fight.
feel like Rempe
though.
is more. He's more hype than anything right now. But give me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Jeannot for now, but
Yeah, honestly, I would put Jeannot also.
My
gets the dough.
like explanation, by the way, for Rempe is that there's not many guys who can go out in their first game, get into a fight, then go into their second game, get into a fight, and then he's just he's a consistent
But
fighter.
if I was 6'7" and 240 pounds, I probably would be able to fight.
Is this an interesting take as well from Marco D'Amico? I mean,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
like
the problem is
them and the Kings. Like, I think it's pretty ridiculous.
the Islanders, like, they're not in a position to go all in to buy. They're not even in a playoff spot right now, and they have to be a bit smarter with their cap situation because they really don't have a lot of money going into the offseason. So I would have liked to see them flip Wallstrom, give him a new chance. I liked him a lot as a prospect, and
Yeah,
I think
Ollie
there's still some
Wallstrom.
upside as a middle six scorer. But yeah, that's the one trade I wish they would have made. I wish they would have at least given him a chance to play somewhere and maybe just acquired a depth defenseman or depth forward or something.
All right. Back to
Reeves
the
or
bracket.
McEwen. Reeves.
I guess.
Reeves.
Yeah, I guess that's Reeves.
Give me
Ryan
Reeves.
Reeves.
Oilers are
Delorier.
done,
Oh, this
by
is a
the
great
way. Their
matchup.
deadline shopping is complete, according to Frank Saravalli.
Oh, Frank
Not a
Saravalli.
big fan of Holland wasting McDavid's prime like this.
Yeah,
Did
I
they-
think they're.
did they make
What
any-
other moves did they make aside from the Henrique one? They got Carrick, but that's it.
They got
Stetcher.
Stetcher.
That's true.
Liam's favorite
Stetcher's
Oh,
my
yeah.
boy. That's my guy. Troy Stetcher.
I would have really liked to see them go after like a hard push for Eberle. I know he re-signed, but it
I know.
seems like
I agree with that actually.
and Carrier too. I would
Yeah.
have loved. They need someone better than CC. He can't be a top forward defenseman on a cup winner. It's not gonna
Yeah,
work.
but the problem with that is I think if they were going to trade for a defenseman on the right-hand side, Edmonton's situation was if Cap comes in, Cap's got to go out, and I don't think there were a lot of teams that really wanted to take on Cody Ceci.
Yeah, that was an issue. But I mean, again, like that was just a bad contract the day it was signed. I think if as much as I like Warren Fogle, I think he's a good bottom six piece. Like if you move out Fogle and CC, clear up some cap, and then go after a guy like Eberle 50%, Carrier 50%. Trade away Broberg, trade away Holly. They're in the AHL right now. You're trying to maximize your contention window. I mean, they just I don't know.
I really
Joshua
don't mind
says-
their lines.
Joshua
Reeves
says
winning this gonna be.
Reeves
the
winning
only
this is
thing.
going to be the only Leafs to win this season.
It's actually really funny.
Well,
Also, just to throw this up as well, guys. If you guys were wondering on the return for
It's a fourth.
Jack Roslovic, a fourth. That becomes a third if they make the. This is a buyer's market, guys. This is a buyer's market, and yet teams still want to stay put.
It'll be interesting to see where Roslovic ends up in the lineup.
But see, I get it from the perspective of the Islanders. I don't get it from the perspective. Oh my God, guys!
Something big go down.
trade alert.
No, I don't think it's a trade alert. But hold on. I've got it here.
Thomas Hurdle.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Whoa.
What the?
Oh my God.
Huh.
That
Jeez.
would be interesting.
He's signed
Jeez.
for I
I
think
think we have to take
4
a break
years.
from the fight board for
Yeah.
a second.
We
Holy
gotta
cow!
analyze this. Thomas
Okay,
Hurdle is
well,
on
what-
injured reserve.
So what's
right
going
now.
back? What's going back?
This
He's
deal
on
definitely has some big repercussions on Vegas' offseason. Chandler Stevenson, expiring contract. Noah Hannafin, obviously, who they just traded for, expiring contract. Alec Martinez, expiring contract. So,
He's traded, by the way.
Oh,
Hurdle
he
is
is
going
traded.
to Vegas.
He has been traded.
all right. So, San Jose, I mean,
Wow.
Vegas
First
gets
round.
their center.
Do they have a first round pick anymore? Maybe not.
Yeah, they have their
do.
first rounder this year.
They kept
Oh,
it.
this year. Okay. Wow.
Jeez.
Thomas Hurdle.
That's a big contract. I think he makes just under 8.2 for like this year and the next 6.
Wasn't
Yeah,
he signed?
that's a-
Yeah, he
that's
was
a
signed to
big
an 8-year deal.
I like that. I thought, honestly, he was a guy I wanted Boston to go after in the offseason with Zaka and Pasternak. I think that would have been a fun check line. All guys around the same age.
But is he
What is
worth
wrong with this
$8.2 million
team?
a year?
He's a
How are
great
they
player,
affording
Thomas
this?
Hurdle.
How are
Thomas
they
Hurdle's
doing
a
this?
Great player.
Colin
Oh,
Miller
Colin
going to the
Miller.
Jets.
That's
All
not
right.
bad. He's a good depth defenseman.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with all these trades now, but now it doesn't seem like I'm able to.
It's getting spicy now. 2 minutes left.
You got Kuzi and Orlov over there.
That's a funny video.
2 minutes left. All right, let's run through it
but trades will roll in after, so we'll stay for that.
We'll hang around for a little bit. The guys from the blue
that
seats, the Rangers pod.
Give me Delorier over Oli. Yeah, sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just gonna say they're happy with the Rangers moves.
I think it makes sense. I think instead of going all out like they did last year for Senko and Kane, just take the small wins in Wenberg and Roslovic and move on. You know?
Yeah. Hey, I got the Rangers jersey in the back.
And here we got another one. After they tried to go in for Gensel and him being too expensive for them in the end, getting Hurdle's a nice get for them. Going to be interesting to see the return. Yeah, I need. And sure. Josh is still rattled, and Brad is yet to cook. Come on, do something.
I'm
Time is ticking.
If any big Vegas has some interesting prospects or younger NHLers, so I'm interested to see if San Jose can grab any of them, or it just ends up being picks.
I would think Edstrom would have to go back. No,
I don't. Well, they have some. I'm
Brennan
a big fan of
Brisson?
Brisson. I don't think Brisson's going to go anywhere.
No, but David Edstrom, I think, is.
I'm a big Dorofeyev fan. I think he could be a legit top sixer like right now.
But wait, but hold on. But San Jose's rebuilding. Hurdle makes just under 8.2 for this year and the next 6. Does it necessarily have to be a crazy return? Obviously, he's not a cap dump, but they free up so much cap with this trade if they're not retaining.
I don't think
how do they not trade Granlund? That's a question.
Tough
guys. I think the deadline is technically officially over in 10 seconds.
Yeah, 5 seconds here. And the trade calls are stopped.
But I have a feeling that I think there's going to be a lot here. I don't know why. I have a weird feeling about it.
There's always a lot of trades that go through. Hit the 5-hour mark.
Okay, here's my question though. How do the Vegas Golden Knights go out and I won't even say validate, but I feel like how do you seek out Thomas Hurdle in this sense? Like I feel like teams seek out certain players based off of demand and based off of their situation. But when was Hurdle like a trade? Like when was he a trade? When was he someone that teams wanted to trade for? You know, it's kind of random.
Yeah.
I watched. I listened to a very interesting podcast. I listen to this podcast a lot. The PDO cast. It
wasn't the Habs Culture podcast.
And one of his most recent episodes, he had a guest on. I believe it was a former assistant GM of the Florida Panthers, and they kind of went through all the behind the scenes that goes on leading up to the trade deadline and what goes on in teams boardrooms or whatever. And it's really interesting to see like how they plan for deadlines, at least from like that guy's perspective. And you kind of just you kind of make a board and like see like, okay, what are we looking for? And you kind of put yourself in the other team's position thinking, okay, what are they looking for? What are they looking to move? And obviously Vegas and San Jose, close in proximity, they see each other a lot. I'm sure the GMs know each other quite well. So
David Pagnotta reports, guys, by the way, sounds like first rounders plural going back to the San Jose Sharks for Hurdle.
Where does he slot in though? I really don't know where.
Well, Nick Waugh will go back down to the 4th to reunite that line of Carrier Colasar when Carrier's healthy, and then Hurdle 3C or Stevenson, someone on the wing. Hurdle can play wing, Stevenson can play center wing. It's interesting.
You just know that like the condition on the first rounders are going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 17 lines of conditions.
I'd love to see a summarization of Vegas's last 4 trade deadlines and who they've acquired, who they've moved out, because every year they're getting the best guys available, and it just makes no sense to me. There's no loyalty on this team.
But they come out of left field also, though. I mean, like again, like I said, who would have ever predicted that Hurdle would be on the move this deadline? I could have named you.
That's exactly.
I know. I agree. I'm not disagreeing, but I could have named you 20 guys that I thought would have been moved before he was.
Yeah. I mean,
exactly. You don't expect a guy.
I love Kelly McCrimmon's approach. This guy has confidence. He's aggressive, and he.
Well, I just also don't think I think he just he doesn't believe in rebuilds either. Which is, I mean, not that they need to rebuild, but I don't think he believes in ever not competing. Put it that way.
It's easy when you're a team like Vegas in a town like Vegas where the players want to be there all the time, and you have your core guys right now. Like you're not going to start tearing it down when you have Pietrangelo, Theodore, Eichel, all in their late 20s, early 30s. They'll keep going. I'm sure eventually, if they ever do have to rebuild, if that's in 5-10
give me a
years,
second.
I'm sure if McCrimmon's still there, he'll do a great job.
Sorry, Liam. I just
Yeah, it's all good. All good.
So these are the trades that we have. These are the most recent trades that we have here. Also, here we go. We got from Bailey Curtis. I'd be weary to trust Pagnotta. I had a few inaccurate calls last night alone. Yeah, that's for sure.
We should do a insiders power rankings to finish off the deadline.
Oh God.
I'm gonna assume Bailey's a Carolina fan because I think he tweeted that Scott Morrow was going to Pittsburgh and that was not happening.
Yeah. What do you guys think about this? You guys think that the cap stuff is a little bit ridiculous in Vegas?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think so. Something that I actually did read about was that, and I actually told Liam this. I said, if you have a guy go on LTIR and he is expected to come back at some point during the playoffs, and this is whether you're a playoff team or non-playoff team, you should only get back $1 million in cap. But if he's out for the rest of the year and he's not supposed to come back till the start of next season, then you could get his full cap hit. And I thought that's just a way better way of doing it.
I think the solution is that your team who's playing on the ice cannot exceed over the salary cap.
That's tough.
But those rules, yeah, okay. Like you're saying not only regular season but also into the playoffs.
Into the playoffs, the team that steps on the ice cannot exceed what's the salary cap? 87 million, 82 million, something like that.
82.5, I believe.
82.5. You can have as many guys as your team on you want, but you can't exceed the cap whoever's on the ice. Yeah. And I think that's the only solution.
I have a little piece of news that's maybe not necessarily trade related, but Phil Kessel actually did not sign with the Vancouver Canucks. So he's not going to be on an NHL team this year. It's official.
That's so sad.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Yesterday, all signs were pointing to him being signed.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, this is actually this is a very factual comment too. Imagine JT went on LTIR. Oh my God. The league would lose it.
Imagine if Austin Matthews decides to take a trip to Cabo and.
But the thing is that Stone's injury is legitimate. It's just a question of the timing. I don't get that.
I'm sure it's legitimate, but the question is he really supposed to be out the rest of the regular season, or is it more of a 2-week injury? Right.
No, he ruptured his spleen. That's
yeah.
Anyways, the cap circumvention is a little out of hand, and it's getting out of hand.
I mean, a ruptured spleen is a pretty good excuse. But obviously previous examples of.
Can you imagine being a Vegas fan though? Seriously, imagine a GM that actually puts their team in a position to compete every single year. It must be nice.
Habs are the next great dynasty.
Well, I wasn't actually taking a shot at the Habs. I was more just saying I feel like the other 31 teams don't do that as well as they do. That's it.
Again,
but they were also gifted. Like, you got to remember with the expansion draft, and then after the trades they made, they had Nick Suzuki, Cody Glass, Eric Brandstrom. Those were all big blue chip prospects. They were able to move out immediately.
I don't disagree, but they also drafted those guys. So I mean, that's on them.
They didn't have to participate in the Seattle expansion draft, which was also a bit iffy.
Yeah, I think that was a bit stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally got a pick to take Marchessault instead of someone else. If I'm remembering that properly.
Well, they got a pick to take Fleury. They got a pick to take Shea Theodore. They got a pick to.
I think to even take Alex Tuch.
Take Riley Smith and Marchessault because of cap reasons.
Yeah, so they got Marchessault to take Riley Smith, or the other way around, and then they got Shea Theodore from Anaheim to not take Clayton Stoner.
Yeah, it was Clayton Stoner.
They also picked Alexei Emelin, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, but okay, we're 7 minutes in. I want to ask you guys, who are your top 5 biggest winners and top 5 biggest losers of the trade deadline?
Vegas.
Good question. Biggest winners, not in any specific order. I'd go Florida, Vegas, Carolina, Winnipeg, and Colorado.
Yeah, I think Colorado has some very underrated moves.
That bottom 6 is scary. Plus, picking up Middlestad, you get Walker, you get rid of Byram. I think they just completely remodeled their team, which could be a bad thing, but at the same time, it's looking really strong.
I put Vegas at 1. I think I put the Rangers at 2. I think that their subtle moves were actually. I think that their subtle moves, like, okay, yeah, you can make the statement that Colorado. You know what? No, I'd put Colorado 2. I'd put the Rangers 3, and then I'd actually put Who else did you have on the board? You had Carolina. Yeah, I guess the Carolina is
and Winnipeg.
Right, Winnipeg has to be there too. I think I don't know in what particular order, but I also think that you can. Okay, maybe not a winner. I don't know. I liked Edmonton's moves. I know they were very, very small and not necessarily meaningful, but I don't think that they had to do 1,000,001 things to make it to that next level. Personally,
no, I don't think within the organization they wanted to make a lot of moves either. Biggest losers though.
Leafs.
Number 1, Leafs. Number 1 loser of the draft, the deadline day.
As always.
I think the Kings also took a pretty big L, not making a single move. Not a single move.
That's flying under the radar.
I have an underrated loser, the Boston Bruins.
Yeah, I think they lost as well. Who did they acquire? They acquired Peak. That's it.
And Maroon.
Oh, great.
Okay, guys. Apparently, according to NHL News, Kevin Weeks on ESPN says Vegas gave Sharks 2 firsts for Thomas Hertl, and there's heavy salary retention.
Really? Wow.
Heavy salary retention for 6 years?
For 6 years.
Habs are done for the day as well, guys.
Yeah, so Savard stays put.
So
I think the Habs are losers too, if I'm being completely honest with you.
You know what? Honestly,
I don't think so.
I think it's okay that we didn't rush into anything. We have no expiring contracts other than Pearson, who wasn't going to get moved anyways. And you just get to move at your own pace. Like, having Matheson and Savard next season is really not that bad of a thing. You can start Hudson and Rybacher as the first pairing in the AHL. You can keep letting guys like Gooley, Jackeye, or whatever, Struble, if you want to trade Harris, whatever, Kovacevic, Barron, Mayu. Like, you can let them develop at their own pace and not have to force them into first pairing roles, playing against McDavid and Crosby every night. So
no, you're definitely not wrong about that. You're definitely not wrong about that. I think the Allen move was fine.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the trade came in for Hertl.
First in 2025, David Edstrom.
Yeah,
he's solid.
Hertl at 17% retained, a third in 2025, and a third in 2027. So it was only one first. Their first round pick last year in David Edstrom. Hertl at 17% retained. Oh, wait, are the thirds going the other way?
So, but wait, I'm confused. I thought Kevin Weeks said heavy salary retention.
I guess he means 17%.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
still
not
like
very heavy.
1.5.
Unless he means heavy in terms of like cap times the amount of years it's being retained.
I guess so. But I don't understand. Are the thirds going to Vegas or are the thirds going to San Jose?
Oh, I believe the thirds are going to
definitely to San Jose.
Yeah, I think the only piece Vegas gets is Hertl.
There's no way Vegas is getting more on. No, there's no shot.
David Edstrom is a forward, correct?
He's a center.
Edstrom's a center, yeah. Big boy.
Very interesting. Big move. Again, going back to the losers here, I'm gonna call the Red Wings a loser. I think they got a team that could compete, but they didn't make any moves. Not a single move.
They traded away Costin.
Yeah, they traded Costin. That was it.
Oh, and the Habs are papered. No, sorry, that's a misspelling. But Habs are prepared to send Joshua and Struble to Laval to make them eligible for the playoffs in the AHL.
That's nice to see. I'll be
guys, I was surprised Montreal didn't move off of, but I think he will be interesting for next year. Is Kovacevic?
Yeah, cheap contract.
Matthew,
how do you not?
You ended up being right with the under one Habs or one Habs move.
Yeah, I think Kent Hughes kind of put his phone on Do Not Disturb and spent a nice day out in Montreal.
He was taking a nap.
Pretty sure.
But
I think next year it's going to be a lot more active for Montreal.
Sure.
Well, you got.
I think even the off season will be really busy trying to, because there's some NHL prospects that are just knocking on the door, ready to play. Like, I'd like to see Heineman get a chance play in the bottom six. He's a lot more fun to watch than a guy like Pizzetta or hopefully Armia can. I think Armia's playing great recently, honestly, but I'd like to see him on the way out. I just want to see some more speed and youth in the bottom six. I'm done watching guys like Dvorak and Armia and guys like.
Well, that's interesting because just speaking on the Habs, they have from their 2021 draft, they have so many. If you want to consider them all, they need all those guys. If you're going to keep them, need pro contracts. So guys like Owen Beck, Owen Beck is signed, but Philip Machar needs a pro contract. And if you're looking for speed on the right hand side, I mean, he would be a pretty good option if you think he's somewhat ready to play.
No,
also,
I think
guys, just
probably goes.
Just gonna report also nobody offered a first for Savard, according to IB the Gambler.
Which is funny, right? Like I was gonna say,
not worth a first.
If Sean Walker's worth a first, and he's worth a first, and he's worth a first next year when he's a UFA, and the Habs can retain 50% on him.
But is that not funny how that works?
Walker is a lot better than Savard, personally, in my opinion. Maybe his reputation.
Sure, but we can debate this all day. But at the end of the day, we're not going to debate the fact that next year, when it comes down to it, and he's an expiring UFA, and a team needs a right shot D with veteran presence and a cup, you can't tell me that he's not going to garner a first.
Wow,
he's not garnering a first right now.
Big news. The Bruins sounded like they had a deal to move Ullmark to the Kings, and it didn't cross the finish line.
Yeah, that was the team.
Wow.
Yeah, that was rumored a bit earlier that he nixed the deal due to location. I guess he didn't want to move his family across the country.
Wow. That would have been insane.
Yeah, that would have been nuts. I wonder who would have been coming back. Maybe Dano? I don't know.
Turcotte, maybe Dubois.
Yeah, but Boston doesn't need prospects. They're not really rebuilding. I mean, they need prospects, but they're not really rebuilding.
They need prospects, but yeah.
But just I just want to quickly go into what Justin was saying before with Savard, where if you think you have a good shot at the cup and you need a right-handed shot defenseman, you might be more willing to get a first for Savard. But I find that funny how it works, because if you're that team next year, you're probably in the same spot this year. So, and he only makes $3.5 million per year. So why not just give up your first this year? Get him now for 2 cup runs.
No, I agree, but the problem is, I guess this could have been avoided, but the problem was that they ended up retaining on Allen. So at that point, you can't retain right after that. But I guess you're saying prior to that move, right?
Well, not even. He only makes $3.5 million. It's hard to find a right-handed shot defenseman that gives you what he does for only $3.5 million.
No, I don't disagree. Stability for sure.
Plus, they have a ton of picks. They could have done a 3-way trade.
Oops.
Joshua. There's another trade. The call's pending, but Connor Dewar.
Connor Dewar.
Good fourth liner. Some team.
Anyways, answering Joshua's question.
Oh, you put that up my fault.
Matthew Nyes he probably won't play in the Calder Cup. It was probably just for cap reasons, I would assume. But now he's sticking in the NHL. He's played the whole season in the NHL. He'll definitely stay for the remainder of the season.
Most likely, yeah. You got to think. Oh, Dewar to the Leafs. There you go, Josh.
There's your trade.
There you go, Josh. That's to the Leafs for you.
It's not.
That's not terrible.
It's not.
Hey,
bad.
we were talking about it before. Leafs needed to add something in the bottom 6, and there's your answer. I don't really understand the fully unloading of the Minnesota Wild though. They're still trying to make the playoffs.
Are they a mess? Like, what's the deal?
I honestly, the problem is those Suter and Parise buyouts are just so bad for the next. I think there's one more year left. It's like you're just gonna have to bite the bullet on that. But like, you've got some very interesting prospects coming in. Rossi's still getting better. You've Kuznetsov, who just signed, who put up an incredible season in the KHL last year, struggled a bit this year. I think there were some injury troubles there. And then you've got Danila Yurov, who's absolutely going insane as a 20-year-old this season in the KHL. And you have Liam Ogren, who just captained Team Sweden's gold medal winning World Junior team. So, like, they're not just a hopeless team.
Sweden was a silver medal, by the way.
Oh, sorry, Sweden, my bad. Silver medal, sorry, my bad. But no, they've got some very interesting prospects coming up, and they still have some great young pieces. Kaprizov, Rossi, Faber, like they're
and they have the goalie
bright light at the end of the tunnel.
I don't know if we want to start wrapping it up, but
probably.
Yeah. Last few guys, I don't know if anything else is going to happen. We'll stick around for another few minutes.
You know who I'm surprised didn't make more trades is the Chicago Blackhawks.
They didn't really have.
What do they have to expend though?
Yeah, like
well, Tyler Johnson, you gotta think.
Yeah, but 5 million cap
hit on him. Yeah, but they
Blackwell was probably the only other guy.
And Dickinson they re-signed, right?
Yeah, Dickinson re-signed, Mrazek re-signed.
That's interesting that Boston spent their whole afternoon trying to flip old Mark.
Yeah, well, he'll go in the offseason, I'm sure. But it seems like he wants to stay on the East Coast.
So I think to summarize it, for the Habs, they finally improved their situation in net and get to see Primo and Montembeault as their 1-2 punch now. And I don't know what other moves. Gensel goes to Carolina. It's big for them.
Overwhelming, underwhelming deadline.
Overall for the league or just for the Habs?
League.
League, I thought it was great. There were some surprises. There were some big moves. There were some guys I wanted to see go.
Biggest move of the day, Malcolm Subban is the new national anthem singer for the Columbus Blue Jackets. Who's going to have the biggest effect on their team that was traded?
Colorado. I think Colorado was
No, like a specific player.
Oh, player. Again, like Middlestat. Like
mine's gonna be so off the board. Adam Henrique, give it to me. I think I don't know why. I don't know why, man. I feel like that's like such an underrated move.
That's fair. I'm not gonna say the obvious in Jay Gensel. I like the Middlestat call. Henrique's interesting. Don't think Tarasenko is gonna be that guy who's gonna absolutely change anything, but I think Sean Monahan is the biggest change and the biggest possible effect.
You're cheating. You're cheating.
Why am I cheating?
I'm so excited to watch him and Toffoli. They played together in juniors, like with the R67s. I think only for a year, but like they each had like 100 points. It's gonna be fun. And Ehlers obviously more than makes.
He's gonna get bumped down the lineup, unfortunately.
No, they need someone fast to play with those guys. I think he'll
it's Perfetti who's really suffering here.
I wanted to agree. Like Savard for Perfetti or something. That would have been cool.
All right. Well,
yeah. Well, I think we'll call it here, guys. Sorry, Michael Russo said confirm Connor to Leafs. Trade call hasn't happened yet, though. I think it's pretty.
Yeah, you can set it in stone. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the big move the Leafs get for the day. But per usual, guys, I mean, this has been fun. We've been over for 2.5 hours here almost. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Anything else you guys wanted to add?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for everyone who stayed all the way till the end and all the people who were able to show up. It was our first time ever doing a trade deadline little show, and hopefully we can do this again next year and bring in some new ideas, make it an entertaining time. But again, thanks for everyone who came along.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'm sure the Hockey Podcast Network will go live very shortly, guys. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and if you want to check out our stuff, we do a lot of outside Montreal Canadian stuff. We talk about the league, everything that's going on. Check us out on TikTok. We make a lot of fun videos. At Habs Culture.
I was going to throw that up, Liam, if you wanted to.
Yeah, throw that up if you want. Instagram, we make a lot of cool graphics, a lot of stuff. Follow us. You'll be very informed about all the things going on in the NHL. And if you're a Habs fan, it's a bonus.
There you go. Yeah, we appreciate it. That's at Habs Culture on pretty much every platform. So I just threw that up in the chat there.
Yeah,
I'm going to throw that up there.
Yeah,
why is it on Twitch?
Matthew and Rylan, I'll remove you guys so that we can just add in our socials. But thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know why the socials are going like that, but yeah, we really appreciate you guys tuning in. And Josh says Sidney Crosby to Leafs per sources for internet meltdown. If Kyle Dubas ever traded, Sidney Crosby to the Leafs, it's over.
Well, he sounded pissed off when
I know.
Traded. But
I know.
Yeah. Habs Culture, all our socials. You want to jump?
Yeah, I don't know why it's not popping up the way that I want it to, but nonetheless, yeah, you guys could go check that out. We really appreciate the love and support. And per usual, guys, we'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, guys.